Good evening, everybody! Welcome back to the Angry Cast and Fallout Shelter 2022. How y'all doing? We just had a Deathclaw attack that allowed us to use Pip to get triple the objectives, and we fulfilled getting 10 Deathclaw attacks with no casualties. So that gives us a pet carrier. Yay! Hopefully we get a new pet. I don't know what they are yet. I'll have to go check and see if I can find them. Yeah, so that's the most exciting thing we're going to do today. No, I don't know. We can get rid of this one, collect 20. I mean, that's going to happen on its own. I don't have to do anything there. I don't have enough dwellers right now to raise the stats of them. I had 6. That's about it. Oh, well, that's an easy one. We'll do that one. And scrap their weapons. Yeah, sure. Well, we have no reason for caps right now because we've got 999,000, even though I've got 2 things being crafted. I got 2 peeps up here doing the party diner because this is, again, the vault from the PC that we moved over to BlueStacks to use for the new update. And therefore, I had to go out and do the Searching in the Dark quest again, get the party diner, the 2 recipes for the residence and for the diner, or the cafeteria, and the barracks. Party barracks, party caf. And that's what we got there. So, also, what have we been doing? I worked my way through Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Post-Apocalypse Part 1 with my 3 main quest dwellers. And I'm doing this because I'm going after another Mr. Handy. Because I told you in a previous video, there are 9 quests that I know of that gave out a Mr. Handy, and I've only done a couple of them. Well, in this playthrough, because we didn't do the original out-of-the-box quests, which were Thrill the Hunt, that 12-point buck, and the last quest part of the Horsemen of the Post-Apocalypse Part 3, the last one there, the find a quest on a quest, that one we have to do. So there's all sorts of ones that we can do to get more Mr. Handies, and not that we really need them, but why not have them and not have to pay for them? So, yeah. So let's send y'all out. Go out and do that. I've got another dweller. Hello. Got another dweller who's been doing the secret agent person one. And it's Christina Perry. We put her into a lucky formal where we have a huge one. There's that. Okay. Other than that, meow, we've got not much else going on. I will show you that I have got, we're going to open up some lunchboxes and such today because I've got 10 of them. One, you just saw me get a pet carrier. I've gotten them from doing the 7 days. Every 7 days you get one, and a couple of the quests that I've been doing have been netting me some lunchboxes. Again, don't spend your money. You, my friend, came from the Postmates. Postmates delivered you right to my door. No, the Horsemen of the Post-Apocalypse Part 1. We got Christian Clark as a reward on the 1. And you've got a kitchen knife. We don't like that. We're going to give you a plasma rifle. Yeah, I'm saving vengeance for y'all up at the top to take care of some things. And for my questing peeps. What else have we done? Oh, I moved the radio room down to here to give me a 3-block one, so I can get. I got now at least 84 percentage happiness, and I put in another storage because I was running out of storage, of course, and because of the new items, I didn't want to have to sacrifice other items that I wanted to keep. So yeah, Hardened Ripper, we got that one. We're gonna just get rid of that. We got a Power Fist, and I've gotten a few of these from quests. A few of these have been from the lunchbox I think we did before. So we've got the enhanced Assaultatron head, we've got the Power Fist, we've got the Hardened Ripper, Rusty Gauss, which somebody corrected me on my pronunciation of something in another video, and I'm waiting for it to happen here. I call it a Gauss pistol and a Hardened Gauss pistol. So please, if you know how to pronounce it phonetically, put it into the comments. The Ripper, that's a regular one. And that's pretty much all the new stuff that we've got. We do have a lot of recipes that have not been unlocked yet. Mainly, a lot of the new recipes have not still been unlocked. We haven't got them, and again, that's why I'm still going through these old quests. But I'm not really spending a lot of time talking about the quests here because I don't want to continue doing that as much as possible. We're doing new stuff. I will tell you that I don't really know what else I can be doing at this point, for the simple fact that we did we did the searching in the dark. We showed off the new themes for those rooms. We've got some new peeps in here, some new dwellers from that, and we've looked at the new stuff. That's pretty much it. There's not really much else to do here. I don't know that we're going to see... I mean, we didn't have a lot of dwellers to begin with before, but Ed the Ghoul was one of them. Those ones we had. There's not that many to get, and I don't have a listing in front of me. That's, that's where we're at with that. Butch, Cocoa Bean, Luna, we'd have a lot of pets we could be getting. And the outfits and the weaponry. So, like, the weaponry is scattered between the rare and the legendary ones as well. It's not exactly all. New. That's all new. Yeah. So, as you can see, we're kind of slowing down. I thought about something, and I may have to ask you for your help in this one. There is another game that is not... I don't think it's officially tied to Bethesda itself. Oh, shoot. It is Fallout Shelter Online. And it came out, I think, in 2000... It came out around the same time as, I think, Fallout 76, 2018. And it's pretty much the same. It's just got a few more tweaks to it. It is not something I can get locally. And I thought, oh, because I have... now that I've got this back on BlueStacks and I can play, the mobile version, I can go find this game. Because it's only on mobile. It's mobile platform. It's not like I'm saying it's anywhere else that I can get. You can only get it on mobile platform. Now, I could play it on the PC with BlueStacks. However, I am not in a country that it is available. I think it's only available in Asia or Asia Pacific countries. I don't know. But it's not in the Google Play Store because I tried to install it and it said it's not allowed in my country. So if there's anybody out there that knows a way to get Fallout Shelter Online to be played on BlueStacks or on a PC, let me know in the comments, and maybe we can try that out just to see what it's like. I'll give it a go, see what there's any highlights, and then I can report back and give you the lowdown on it, and then also show you, and I will give full credit to the person who tells me. That's about the best I can do for you. I can't give you anything else, unfortunately. Yep, I got nothing, even though I got a low storage space. My gosh, it's going to be... Yeah, we're not going to get to those today. I could spend the money on it, but I really don't have a lot of things to do for it. I will tell you, excuse me, it is, of course, November 10th. We had a pretty big event happen here this week. Whether you are happy with the results or not, neither here nor there at this juncture. We're not going to get into the, oh geez, well, those jackasses. We don't have to get into anything like that. I'm not going to go, one way or the other. I will say that it's been interesting because I moved back in August. So, we bought this out, we told the story thousands of times. Bought the house in 2019, and instead of being just a simple renovation job, it became a restoration job, and we didn't move in for 3 years. And then, of course, we had the pandemic and everything else happening. And during the pandemic, we had the major election, the general election. And, we had the opportunity to vote in person, by mail, however, different ways of doing things. Because of the way the pandemic was and because of the risk there was to both myself and Megan, we both are, compromised in a sense. I have asthma. I have a history of in my family of diabetes and heart disease and all kinds of stuff, and I have asthma, sleep apnea, that kind of stuff. I did not want to take those chances, and I could not bring it home to her because she is pretty much allergic to everything, unfortunately, and she could not be vaccinated at the time. So we just wanted to, be as safe as possible. So, I did the mail-in thing, and I dropped it off, and everything was fine. To that end, we had the election here, this week, and I, again, got my mail-in ballot earlier in the year. However, I hadn't moved yet. So I was kind of confused as how this was all going to work, being that my license doesn't expire till March, when my birthday happens next year, and that's when I would get it changed so I could update with the new address. But I wanted to make sure that I also, I got you, bottle. I also had the address changed for everything else because, financial institutions, all stuff like that, your taxes and whatnot. Okay, that didn't work. But I'm taking a long time to tell the story, and I'm sorry about that. I had the mail-in ballot sitting here, and I went and submitted a change of address form, which got me so I could vote in person in my local polling place. So I got a card I had to keep with my license that shows, hey, even though my license says one address, I officially am registered here in this particular location because it's a different polling location, different district. So I wanted to make sure that I was, on the level of everything. So I had my, ID. I had the old address. I had my card with the new address, and I had my, my ballot and all that other stuff. And I was like, okay, fine. I will go to work. I'm, going into the office on Tuesday. On the way home, I'll stop and vote. Not a problem. I know exactly where it's at. It's like 2 minutes from my house. I get there. I walk in. Nobody around. Now, this is a very small precinct. They had two machines. And they had, the back to back, or front to front, I should say. One person on either side, you could go, and that was it. And you'd stand and wait in line. But there was nobody there. So I get there, and they said, okay, did you bring your ballot? I said, no, because I was going to vote in person. I said, well, it says here, if ballot remitted, yes or no. And then you have to sign the book, and then you go vote. And I'm like, I don't have that with me. I figured because I was voting in person, I didn't need to use it. I was just going to throw it away, and not, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't count. Again, these are new concepts because it's only a couple of years fresh in our memories of how things are working. So therefore, I was like, okay, I'm kind of screwed here. They're like, yeah, you kind of are because you are supposed to do the mail-in portion. I didn't know that you had to turn that off, and in order for me to vote there, I would have to do a provisional ballot. Now, provisional ballot isn't exactly, it's not nothing, but it's not exactly going to be used unless, unless it's really, really needed. It's a mechanism for voter to arrive at the polls on election day and whose eligibility to vote is still in question. It doesn't mean it's going to be used or counted, but it can be looked at later. I was like, well, okay, I don't really want to do it that way. I would like to be, cast my ballot and be done with it. They said, well, we don't have that. I said, okay, well, fine. What if I brought back the ballot? They're like, oh, well, yeah, that would work. Go get the ballot, bring it here, and we can go forward. I'm like, oh, okay. So I figured I was just going to turn in my ballot and be done. I'm like, I won't vote in person. I'll just turn in the ballot. Now, here in Pennsylvania, there's been some concern over the signatures and the dates on the outside of the envelopes. It's been gone back and forth in the courts. Again, we're not going to get political about things. We're just talking about straight facts of what's been happening. So I was sort of concerned with that, and I wanted to make sure that I was going to do all that with them there so that I did it correctly. I get back, and I find out that, no, you can... there's a lady sitting there going through the rule book. Nobody else is around. Nobody else is voting. I'm the only one there. It becomes open mic comedy night for me because we're just sitting there joking around and cracking jokes about the entire thing. And they're like, here, have a donut. I'm like, no, those are for you. You guys are doing a hell of a lot of work here. It's important. That's for you. I don't want to take it. They're like, no, go ahead. I'm like, oh, no. So I just kept, I was like, I'll entertain you guys for a while. And they actually called an elections official and asked what they needed to do. They said he brought his ballot. Like, oh yeah, you can just remit it, you spoil it, and then they can vote in person. I was like, okay, how do you spoil a ballot? And I said, leaving it out for a few hours, it probably will go bad. People got it. They laughed, haha, whatever. They looked it up. They finally, like, they went through all their stuff and the box that they had of all the things that they could use to their knowledge. And there's an envelope for spoiled ballots. And all that does is that you put that envelope, you put your mail-in ballot into that envelope, and it gets sealed up at the end of the day. And those are ballots that will not be counted. They're going to be destroyed. They're going to be discarded. But it's official. It's done officially. And therefore, after that, they say, yeah, you remitted your ballot. They check that box. I sign my name, and then I go vote. And then on the way out, I took a donut. So it's like, I got the sticker. I got, to vote. I got to have my... We did an educational session, a training session with the poll workers on how to spoil a ballot that they didn't know how to do yet. And it's like, this is a good thing to know for next time, because we got another one in 2 years. We're still going to be going through this stuff, with all the alternate ways of voting, legitimately. So it's like, might as well have this information that's important to know and have it ready. So I felt like I did my civic duty for voting, and I did a service by helping people learn how to do how to legitimately do the right thing when it comes to the administrative part of what do you do when you get a person who wants to vote in person and also has a mail-in ballot, one or the other. I don't know what I'm going to do next time. It's kind of nice that I didn't have to go and like I said, I've gone. I remember in 2016 the primaries. No. Let me take that back. I remember in 2008 the primaries. This is going back a ways. 2008 the primaries was the first time I'd ever seen a long line for an election in my area. It was the primaries. Every non-general election since then has been kind of like meh. People, that's the big ones. But all the midterms and all the primaries since then have always been kind of like, pff, nobody really cares. As of late, people are starting to care more, and that's really important, and it should be. You should be caring about this type of thing. Your voice can be heard. You can be get your, do your part as an American, as a citizen of your area. The fact that there was really nobody there when I went to go vote, I was kind of like, taken aback by that. But then again, it's also a midterm year, so it's not going to be that many people compared to, a general election every 4 years. However, they did say that in May, when they had the primaries, they only had 96 people vote in the total of that entire day in person, whereas that day on Tuesday there was 156. So they almost doubled the amount of people that came in. So it has become more something that people are caring about. They're being, putting a lot of emphasis on, participating in, which is, again, that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. So, okay, I, got off my soapbox. We tried to keep it as nice and congenial as possible. No need to get, crazy about things, and you can have that discussion. So let's go ahead and wrap it up by opening up our lunch boxes and everything. So we got 3 carriers. We got 3 carriers. So let's go ahead and open up the pet carriers first. Well, we got 4 actually. Wow. So okay, here we go. Looks like a Australian Trapper. I don't know if Trapper is a new one or not. We have to check that out while we're looking it up. So let's go open up the next one. We got another. We got Butch. We got 2 Butches. I have Butch already. Wow. But that's great because I'll just add him to somebody else's. Okay. Fine. Another bird. And this one is a pirate parrot. Okay. Awesome. 22% resistance damage. Alrighty. And then the last one. Another Ruby. Well, that's a named pet. Okay, so we got the cattle dog, which we'd call Trapper, right? Cattle dog, Wasteland Caps, loves to pal around with a blink. That's the cattle dog is the or Fourscore is the actual legendary one. This the cattle dog itself. I don't know why Trapper then said. Okay. Butch, we know. Ruby. They're not listing it on the wiki. That's upsetting to me. Fallout Shelter. Sorry, you're gonna do this while I'm on the, while we're doing it. Ruby. Who's Ruby? Let's see here. Okay, well, that's not coming up as anything. Not coming up as anything. So, oh well. Okay, on to food and caps and lever action rifle. Ooh, what do we got? Giddy up Buttercup. That's always good to have. And another one. Nice. Expert lab coat. Awesome. 7. We'll do +7 on the intelligence. We'll do that. Okay. Caps. And a trifold flag. More legendary junk. Nice. Right away. Wasteland gear. We'll just sell that. Smuggler's End. We've had that one before, I think. Multiple ones. Alright, Teddy Bear. We got caps. I'm still trying to look it up. Sorry, that's why I'm kind of like, being very, not talking very much. Stim pack and combat armor. We're going to get rid of that. And Larry Lane. Larry Lane. Oh my, we're up to like, what, 114 now? Yeah. Accountant outfit, P4. Caps and power and a hard sniper rifle. I wish I had the victory rifle. That's the one I like, the victory rifle. Oh, we got some Nuka-Cola quantums. We got 2 of them. We got some caps. We've got some Wasteland Medic. We've got a yarn. We've got Jericho. Nice. We got Jericho. We got another legendary dweller. Another legendary dweller. Okay, we got military fatigues and some caps. More Nuka-Cola quantums. We got 4, so we got a total of 6 from all of this. Yo, Gal Guy hide. Sarah Wright, just a regular rare one, not a full one. So there you go. Larry Lane, how you doing? Come on in, Larry. We'll put you in. Put you in for training. Boop, sadoo. And Jericho, you've got. Well, can't see your weapon yet until you get into the vault. Put you in here. What do you have, Jericho? That's Infiltrator. Nice. And Sarah Wright. Yep. You're going to go in and be training as well. We've got some more peeps in, and we got 116 overall dwellers. That's pretty good. We're on our way. We really are. All right. Rusty plasma rifle for you. You've got a weapon. Yep. Everybody's got what they need. We're good to go there. That's awesome. And we are back to 1. So again, as we wrap it up, if you happen to know how I can play Fallout Shelter online through a PC and BlueStacks, let me know. We'll figure it out from there. We'll come back next time, talk some more. We got our Dart of Harkness. We've got all this stuff going on, and we will go from there. It's like I said, we're kind of like, until we get all those things unlocked and everything else, we pretty much hit the end of all the new update stuff, and there's really not much else going on. It might be time to put the game aside for a while. Maybe they'll bring out some more things. Don't know. We'll see. But for now, we'll just keep trying. We'll keep going. As long as you want to see the content, okay. And a big shout out to Boys Frontline, I think is the name of the account. Let me check here real quick. Whoops. Come on now. Come on. Where you at? Where you at? Crap, I can't find it. Okay, well, never mind. Yes, Boys Frontline. They've been going through and watching the playthrough, and have been commenting and liking the videos left and right every single day, and that's been awesome, and they appreciate it. They've also been offering some tips in their comments, so if you go back and watch some of the old videos, you can see some of the tips and tricks that they've been leaving on the account, or on the videos, which is awesome, and I thank them for that. Thank you for your devotion to watching all of this crap, because, you know, somebody got to do it, and I'm glad you're doing it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you again for being a part of this, and I appreciate it, every single bit of it. There we are. There we are. Oh yes, the themes are back. There's a turkey on the TV, turkey decorations, the cornucopia's there. We've got a wonderful turkey dinner on the table. Is that pumpkin pie? Oh, yes it is. We are here. Everything's great. And we're going to do the Thanksgiving quests because we have not done them in this particular vault. I was actually going to apply the party theme because that finally got created in my crafting room. But because it's Thanksgiving, this just happened. Might as well get it done. And this will come out today, a week before Thanksgiving. So that's why we're going to do it. So let's get to it, shall we? My experience with cars has been touchy, to say the least. Growing up, we had some hand-me-down cars mostly. I remember my mom drove a silver Maverick with black seats that would sear your ass on a hot summer day. And my dad drove a late 70s or 1980 Chevy Custom Deluxe truck, blue. Those vehicles lasted into the mid to late 80s, maybe even early 90s. And my siblings drove them until they inherited another vehicle, usually from my great aunt, whenever she got a new one. She was one of those older generation ladies who paid cash and didn't trade the previous vehicle in. In fact, at one point, I think each one of us kids drove an aunt-me-down car. But eventually, we all grew up and we were able to buy a new car of our own. My brother, when he got his first post-college job, bought an Eagle Talon, brand new. My sister, a Ford Explorer. And me, a 2006 Malibu Max wagon. In fact, since 2006, I have bought a brand new car every time I needed one. And therefore, I've probably had a car payment in some form for the last 16 years. And I will say that having a new car has cut down on the maintenance of having to cobble together a working vehicle from other parts of their cars, but it's expensive in other ways. Now, Megan has had similar issues that I have had before. I think we all go through this. I mean, you get a pre-owned vehicle because you need one, but not necessarily want to own a payment. As you get older, you're able to afford a better car with better, long-term longevity. But for the most part, you're just buying, one used car after the other that gets you from point A to point B and then eventually falls apart and having to get another one. But at the time I met Megan, she was driving a used vehicle, but it was a reliable vehicle. She had a 2006 Hyundai Tucson, and it was really, really great. I mean, you really can't find them like that anymore. It had good ground clearance, good head clearance. It went great in really, really bad weather, and it lasted for almost 16 years. Now, unfortunately, at some point with these types of vehicles, you start throwing good money after bad. Especially in southwestern Pennsylvania weather when you have salt destroying your vehicle, mostly, and the weather and elements, everything else. After a while, it's a control arm here, an alternator there, muffler repair, brake line replacement, electrical, etc. It starts to be that instead of owning a payment, you own a repair bill. So it was after 16 years we started to have major issues with the Hyundai. Now, early on, she had an issue where the theft deterrent system would just short and began honking in the middle of the night for whatever reason. Well, her brother, being a mechanic and being a good mechanic for the past 16 years of that car, disconnected the theft deterrent system and it never became a problem again. However, the horn didn't work either. But it was that workaround, I believe, that caused a longer-term issue that resulted in replacing the alternator and a few batteries over time. As it was, we would never get, the battery to hold a charge. We replaced the battery and it would run good for a while and then it would drain. We check it out. The alternator was good. The battery would charge good, but it just wouldn't, something was draining it. And I think there was a short somewhere from that deterrent system. And that became the death knell for this car. Like I said, we would go out, we would jump it, drive it around, get the battery charged, and then after a week it would be dead again. And we know he couldn't use it as a trade because, well, with the house and all the other issues, a payment was out of the question. And buying a car outright was too, unfortunately. So it was time to send this car over the Rainbow Bridge. But how? The car had been sitting dormant in my driveway for a while. Now, after a few calls to a few places, we managed to find one that would take it for parts. But if they had to tow it from our location to theirs, it was less money. So we thought we would try some creative thinking and opted for a roadside assistance membership to tow it to that location. Now, the place was only open till Saturday, till 3 p.m. on a Saturday or Sunday, and the tow took longer than expected this past weekend, and not just because of the distance, but because the back wheels, I said, were frozen due to sitting for months. And it took longer to get it on the truck, dragging it, turning the wheel, dragging it, lather, rinse, repeat. Now, after that ordeal, we managed to reach its destination, but it was 20 minutes after the gate closed. So now what do we do? Well, it turns out the location was 1.5 miles from my uncle's house. And through a sheer act of mad skills, physics, and persistence, the tow driver was able to unload that vehicle that wouldn't move under its own power due to the wheels being locked. And this meant we could drop it at my uncle's place, try again tomorrow, get it from my uncle's house to the location, which is only 1 mile away, before 3 p.m. on Sunday. And my family was gracious enough to allow us to leave the car there and possibly tear up the sod in the yard. In fact, it's the farm where my dad grew up, and the location between the farmhouse and my uncle's house was called the Strip. Where I don't know why they called it the Strip, but that's where many a vehicle went to die. But we actually wanted money for this one, so we weren't going to do that. Although that was probably going to be the secondary location if we couldn't get this to work. But the funny thing is that through all this, and after me apologizing, my family said this isn't the first time something like this had happened to them. Now, on Sunday, we drove up to the yard and made sure that they were open and that the car was still wanted. We then called roadside assistance and gave them all the info. Then it became a problem. "We can't tow it there," the dispatcher said. "It's against policy to tow to a salvage yard." I said, "Look, I know it says salvage yard on the sign, but it's also a U-Pull center, which means I can get the parts pulled from another vehicle to fix it. It just won't move under its own power, and somebody there could probably fix it." "Well, look, I'm going to have to turn you over to the local carrier, and they can explain the policy." Look, no, I can explain. So the local dispatch sends someone out, and the process begins anew. Now, we tried charging the battery again and seeing if it would, go under its own power. And it did want to turn over. Because I figured if we could get that car started, the torque on the transmission would be enough to knock the rust loose, and we could just drive it to the yard and cancel the tow. Heck, we even tried spraying some starter fluid or ether into the air intake with no luck. Now, however, the tow driver was able to get there and drag it up onto the bed and doing the exact same process the guy did before, just dragging it up onto the bed with, which was a lot easier in the softened earth than in my driveway. And then we were off. He goes, "All right, where are we headed?" I said, "It's about 1.5 miles up the road." And he kind of looked at me and said, "Oh, yeah, I'm not supposed to do that." Look, yeah, I heard the same thing, but look, it's a U-Pull center, which means if I can find parts to repair it, if possible, I have to have it there to do it because I can't drive it anywhere. "Are you trying to repair it?" I said, "Yeah, if I can." "Well, look, if anyone asks, your friend is there, and he's going to repair it. Otherwise, I can't take it there. That's a policy." Like, I know. That's what I told them over the phone. It's a U-Pull center. They have, salvage parts there I can get probably to fix the car. Now, of course, none of this was, a lie. Possibly I could get those parts there. Possibly I could repair the vehicle. I mean, myself couldn't do it, but somebody there could have, or I could have had somebody go out there, pull the parts, and fix it in the parking lot, and it would have been fine. But I didn't want to do that. We all knew where this was headed. We just had to massage the truth a little bit. We had to lube the truth a little bit. So apparently, according to him, drivers aren't supposed to drop at a salvage yard because of a liability and insurance on the flatbed taking damage from possible metal objects in the tire, and they won't pay for them. However, further searching on the internet, there's information that talks about not being able to tow cars that are not street legal for whatever reason, whether it's because of a liability or theft or they were part of a crime scene, whatever. In any case, if you cannot drive your car because of the issues we had, it would not have been street legal anyways, and therefore it would have needed to be towed somewhere instead of driven. I mean, this is a whole chicken egg scenario because if the car wouldn't have met inspection, and the only safely way to get it to a place to repair it to the point it would pass inspection, technically it wouldn't have been straight legal then again, but still it would need to be handled that way. Now they, of course, wanted to wash their hands of it and say, call a local tow center. Again, the semantics over what is a legal tow for roadside assistance is kind of ridiculous. We pay for the service. We get free tows every year. I mean, this falls underneath that, and we would, quite frankly, this is the last time we'd ever ask them to tow this car again. So, after some creative storytelling and careful alignment of said stories, the car was delivered, the title turned over, and payment received. Finally, after 2 days, this ordeal was over. It took up my entire weekend to do this because it's an hour and a half away from me. But remember how I said when I dropped the car off at my uncle's that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened to them? Well, I told you that story to tell you this one. It turns out that this day was also the 4th anniversary of my dad's passing. It's still a fresh thing, and every day I miss him and I miss having him to help solve my problems. Though I have continually spent my adult years trying to avoid him having to do so instead of being my own person and solving them myself. In any case, that man would have sooner had the car delivered by airship rather than what we went through to get it there. Now, everything I know of my father from childhood until about a year ago said that the man was a genius, innovative person and a problem solver. But over time, the stories I've heard from my family members was a little bit different. You see, I regretted never learning anything from him, like doing basic repairs on a home or cars. And since cars seemed to be a big problem in my life, that would have been great to have had some of that instruction. I also lamented that my older brother, who knew how to do these things, got that connection with them. There's a 7-year difference between me and my brother, so my dad was already in his 30s by the time I was born. He was working hard, and we never saw him because he was always working, running around doing stuff to provide for us. But what I found out was that he, my brother, too, did not have those things taught to him by our father. He learned what he knew upon his own, much like I have over the years. In fact, he told me, he's like, no, Dad never taught me anything. I mean, the only thing the man really ever taught me was to either, if I was going to have a heart attack, have it in my car so my car insurance would pay for the system. Yeah, I know. But, or, he taught me how to ride a bike. So, that being said, the man still, I thought, was a genius and was great at home repair. But in fact, my cousin and her husband took over the old office building my dad had his business in for their own, and they told me stories of how he had that place wired, pulling up to 4 times the power off the line as the box was rated for. And that is hilarious. I mean, he created a huge problem, and the man was an insurance agent. So now as I stood there in my uncle's driveway watching the tow truck slide my wife's Hyundai across the yard, pulling up sod in the rain, with both back wheels locked, and apologizing immensely for putting everyone out and having to destroy someone's property while I tried to stomp down the sod, they both assured me that this was just a usual day. Yep. Anytime we'd see a truck coming up the road with a car in tow, we knew it was your dad. It was called getting Georged. Don't get me wrong, I miss my father immensely. Not going to lie. Every day I wish he was still here, and I'm thankful for the fact that he was with us for as many years as he was. And despite through all the pain and suffering he went through, he's still kind of my hero. So it's, it is what it is. But that's it. We killed the gobbler, and we're going to return to the vault and take care of things there. So see you in a second. Alrighty, everybody is back in, and I've already sent them back out for a new quest. We are kind of lacking in storage space, although it's not really that bad. It's 437 out of 480. That's not horrible. Let's go with the pipe pistol. We're gonna get rid of that because we don't need that, even though we got it as a reward. I do want to hold on to the hardened ripper. That's a good thing. We still have the power fist. We have all these Gauss pistols and the assault patron hand and another ripper. There's a hard ripper and a regular ripper. So this is a funny thing. They're both considered rare items, but okay. So yeah, sure. They don't look that much difference. And there's a little plus 2 damage between the difference of them on the scope. So yeah, let's hold on to that for anything. Anything else I'll get rid of that we don't really need. I've got. I mean, we had what, 3 more people come in, 2 more people come in, I guess, from quests, and we have to. Well, yeah, we got some things going on here. Scrap these for things. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to open up our lunchboxes after we do some of this stuff. So I did have some ghouls come in. I got 999 caps, no, 999,000 caps. They're working on a Dragon's Maw just because I had that, and they're working on the Railroad Diner. So there's a lot of things happening that I started and we're in flight. So we can't really kick that out and do that one. What we can do though is we can open up. We have unfortunately there's not much to pull from. As you can see, I'm trying to get through that Horseman of the Post-Apocalypse to get the other Mr. Handy from the third part, but that's another like 6 or 7 quests away. And I did use up some Nuka-Cola clones. I could do that one. I'm not really worried about that at the moment. They can walk on their own power. I'm not going to get them running out there. This one here I might do just because I have the baseball bats, but not right now. But let's go through something real quick. So we have still some more recipes to unlock, and I don't know that those are going to be found on the existing quests. They may be found on the repeatable quests, which are Nuka-Cola Quantum Run or the Vault-Tec Experiment Review. We'll check that out next time. I'll let you know. I will try to remember to do that. Sometimes it can be, things get away from me and I forget about them. I hope not. To that end, if we happen to get more recipes on there, we will try to make some of those things, see how they work. Again, I don't see a lot of value in doing that unless you have because the one thing I have noticed is you don't have an ability to see how much damage you actually do versus how many hit points they actually have when they're invading the vault or when you're out on a quest, because they can change. They can change when you're out on a quest. So I don't know how effective it is to try to test those out and see which ones I like. If anybody knows, and of course, please always drop in the comments if you know a specific style of weapon, either melee or a bladed weapon or gun or whatever that works on specific items like a rad scorpion or a ghoul or a deathclaw. Please let me know in the comments. That's great for everybody else to hear, and everybody's so great in putting tips and tricks in the comments, which is also wonderful. But we've got, let's go open up our 2 items. I think it's a lunchbox. Whoops, I'm hitting the wrong button. It's a lunchbox, 2 lunchboxes, because the Troiger or Toiger or whatever it was, and the dog we got on the last quest don't come in as pet. For some reason, didn't come in as a pet carrier. It came in as just we actually got it. Because you can see we have, as far as pets go, we have Ruby, Spike, Poppy, and then the Toiger. Where was the Toiger at? Yeah, this one here, 2.5 Stranger Chance. And I think it was Ruby? I think it was Ruby. This one I'm so convinced is one of the new ones. Still convinced on that. Anyways, let's go ahead and open up our 2 lunchboxes, see if anything cool are there. Because, quite frankly, we might get some outfits from the holidays, which would be really nice if we did. But no, so far, we got caps, we got food, we got a teddy bear. Come on, give me something. Give me something. Incognito leisure wear. That's a new outfit that I believe is, like, I think Ed, whatever is the something, the tech guy or the developer guy, whatever, is wearing that. And caps. All right, come on. Come on. Please give me something related to the holidays. That would be great. Pistol, stim pack, caps. Come on. Teddy bear. And Stephen Ohms, we got another dweller. Well, shoot. Let's go check out this guy. He's somewhere down here in this, one of the training rooms, I believe. Still. Where are you at, mister? Hello? No, Jericho. Here you are. What do you got? You just have a greaser outfit. No, Craig Allen. That's not who he is. Where is he at? He should be here somewhere, shouldn't he? Did I already place him into a room? Jeez. Crap. Well, darn it. Darn it to heck. Alright. Hold on a second. Okay, his name was Craig Allen. That's what his name was, and I have no indication that he is a rare or. Okay, yeah, I don't have any indication he is a rare or legendary dweller, and he's wearing a greaser outfit, so it's not the same thing. But let's look at that sucker. Incognito leisure wear. You get 2, 2, and 2 on this charisma, intelligence, agility, and luck. That's pretty cool. What do you got right now with your greaser outfit? You've got a +2, +2, +1. Hey, you know what? Guess what? You're gonna wear the leisure suit. There you go. Look at that. And that's a legendary outfit. So I think that is probably part of the new stuff.
It's Thanksgiving, week of Thanksgiving. And I know last week we did the Thanksgiving quests, and I was kind of thinking, what am I going to do this week, other than just go through the motions of like I normally have, which is pretty much what I'm going to do. But of course, we always record. Sometimes, a little bit of a sidebar conversation about things, about life, about everything while we do some quests. I actually don't know what I'm going to be doing in the background, and I need to find enough time to fill what I'm going to be going through. And I'm only going through it because of the catharsis of it, I guess. But again, it's going to be heavy. It's going to be kind of hard. So let's take you back a little bit, about 18 years. Now, I had a townhouse that I lived in. I wasn't single, but I was kind of a bachelor. And there was a guy that lived next door to me that had a cat, and I could hear the cat sometimes at night making horrible sounds. Not sure if the cat was okay, if the cat was just making those sounds because it was in heat. Who knows? The guy was never around. He went out a lot. Either he was, on the road or whatever he did for business. I don't know. But I guess eventually that cat passed away, or he got rid of it. I don't know the particulars. I do know that out at the curb, and we shared like the same driveway space, kind of. Left and right, opposite floor plans of our townhouses. He put out at the garbage all of the cat tree, the cat toys, the cat everything, all the stuff that he had from the cat. He got rid of it. He apparently just, was the cat, either he didn't want anymore or something happened to it, and he was just cleaning up loose ends. Now, I'm not saying anything nefarious. I'm just saying that obviously that he was not going to get another cat in his mind. That was the fall of 2002. Let's fast forward to 2003 February. We had a huge snowfall in southwestern Pennsylvania right around President's Day weekend. But at least a foot and a half outside. And at the time, Bailey's mother was not living with me, but she was staying there over periods of time, and happened to notice that there was we had bunnies outside that we were feeding. Like, they were like little rabbits that kind of hung out in the back of my townhouse, like between the patio door and the fence line. And so we were trying to make them a little bit more hospitable. She put out some alfalfa, a little bit of just trying to give them a place to go. I'm sure they had a place to stay, but she was trying to do something nice. And then one night, I happened to notice that there was this black and white cat sitting outside, right outside the door. And I was kind of, shooing it away. First of all, I am allergic to cats. My eyes swell up when I touch my face after I pet a cat. So I wasn't exactly looking to get anywhere near this animal. And then I shoot it away. And then that night, Bailey's mom had come over, and the cat showed up again. And she's like, "Oh, we got to go get it." I'm like, "No, that's the cat that was trying to chase the rabbits. I was trying to get rid of it." She's like, "No, we got to bring him in." I'm like, "No, we're not. No." Because for one, the lease of my townhouse specified no animals. I guess there was like a $50 charge you could pay to have one, But for the most part, no cats, no dogs, no nothing. So she proceeds to traipse off into the snow to go retrieve this cat. And eventually he kind of like wanders up into to my kitchen area. And I said, well, Creighton, now what? She's like, well, we name him. I'm like, no, we're not going to name him. We're not going to keep this cat. End of story. I kept the cat, by the way. I took it to the vet, got it all fixed up. You know, it was emaciated and was, you know, had worms and all this other stuff. I mean, the first night was like, the poor thing probably had no food or drink in a while and proceeded to just blow up the litter box that we had got. And so now I had a cat, and we named him Oscar. Oscar was the most chill cat in the world. He was just he was like part Maine Coon, part Dodge Dart. I mean, this thing was huge, but he was such a lovable thing. He was so chill, barely made a noise. He just didn't like dogs. And I had that cat for, 10 months before we ended up getting another one. Yeah, because of course when you have one, you have to have two. And that's when we got Emmy. And of course, if you've been a friend of the channel from the last, 10 years, you know who Emmy was and how Emmy was the greatest queen cat of the world. What we didn't know was that one day we happened to run into a lady who lived across the street from us. And she happened to say that, oh, that cat you have in your window looks a lot like your neighbor's cat. I'm like, what? So apparently, the story goes, the guy next door, his family got him another cat. Much to his dismay, I guess. But the cat ended up getting outside, and then I got him, and I kept him. I don't know. The guy never came and asked, and he never once heard of anything about this cat not belonging to anybody else. We just happened to keep it. Oh well, mine now. And I became quite attached to Oscar. He was, like I said, he was a chill cat. He was awesome. Loved him to death. And then, of course, like I said, Amy came along. And then we moved. We bought a house and got married and had Bailey. But before that, we happened to rescue two more animals. Willow and Lucy were twins from a litter. They were tabbies that were at the farmer's market, dropped off by the mother. So the mother was dropped off and had the kittens, and we managed to adopt them. Now, I've got 4 cats. Now, the reason we had 4 cats is because we did not want 5. Again, I'm allergic to cats. I was kind of told we weren't keeping these cats, that we were going to put them up for adoption. Took them to the vet, got their shots, everything. And now it's like, well, I'm out $300 and we're just going to give these cats away? And then nobody's going to pay for them, so I ended up keeping them. So now I've got 4 cats living in a 3-bedroom house, and I'm deathly allergic to cats. About 2013. This is about the time where things started to fall apart in our relationship. And eventually, it was going to be apparent that we weren't going to be living together anymore. I was keeping the cats, of course. But at the time, Oscar was going through a rough patch. He had a tumor somewhere inside of him that was sort of pressing on his stomach and his digestional his gastro, basically his GI. He unfortunately started to lose a lot of weight, and then he began having issues with going in the litter box. He would struggle, he would grunt, he would just, strain, and then he would throw up. The tumor was inoperable because of the location of it, but he was still okay otherwise, still eating and everything else. So I didn't see a need to change course on anything. Unfortunately, the summer of 2014, that all became a different story. I was doing a show. It was how I met Megan, actually. She came to see me in the show. And Bailey and her mom were still living with us, me, I should say, and the cats. But pretty much on the weekends, she was, going out to, hang out with someone else. And I was left home holding the bag. Again, these were all prearranged, and everything was, there's nothing weird, nefarious here. No underscore of anything. This was the arrangement we had come up with. They decided to go on vacation while I was working on this show, and it was kind of rough taking care of Oscar and doing the show, for the simple reason that he required a little extra care because he couldn't really do a lot of his own feeding and whatnot. So I happened to be at the worst possible point of my life, taking care of a sick cat and just running myself ragged for a few weeks. And he got to the point where he wouldn't even eat or drink, and I had to force feed him pretty much to keep him alive. And then one night he made the decision for me, and he passed away. Probably had a heart attack at that point. It was rough. It was very hard. I mean, Bailey wanted me to keep him alive till she got home from vacation. I said, it's not up to us, honey. It's I can only do what I can do. And I felt horrible that I couldn't keep that promise. That was 2014. In 2016, actually 2015, I began to notice a bump on Emmy's back hindquarters. And that turned out to be a tumor from an injection site. Spindle cell cancer is like where they would get vaccinations, and it's like 1 in 10,000 chance. Of course, that's the one time I get lucky with anything, with those kind of odds. I couldn't afford to get to have the surgery and do all the things for Emmy. I just had to play it out. And eventually she started to have a larger spot on the outside of her hip area, and eventually it opened up, and I would pack it twice a day. I would treat it with antibiotics and steroids. This went on for a couple of years, and then over the 2017, like Martin Luther King Day, unfortunately she had taken a turn, and I had to have her put to sleep. Bailey wasn't aware that this had happened until she came to see me, and Emmy wasn't there, and I had to have a long conversation. And then there, if you've ever watched the early GTA videos, we've talked about that. That was beginning of 2017, the end of 2017, New Year's Eve, out of all things. Willow had a problem. Willow, who was like the one cat I really didn't trust out of the bunch. She'd just as soon as, love you and then tear your face off. She developed lung cancer and eventually had a stroke and had to be put to sleep. Again, cancer. Don't know why that was, a thing, but it seems to be happening, a lot with animals in my house. So, that took care of 3, and that left me with just the one, Lucy. Now, Lucy was pretty much the most problematic cat out of the bunch. She was the last one to be caught because she decided she was going to play hard to get when we were trying to retrieve them at that farm. Also, she had a thing about the litter box where she would continue to go on the floor if she didn't like the way the litter box was. We thought that she was, we actually blamed it on Oscar because a boy peeing, marking, that sounded like typical cat behavior until we caught her doing it. She's the reason why I had to pull up the carpet in the basement, and she has been, that's not the only thing problematic that she had been. In 2018 or 2019, we were sitting here one night, and all of a sudden I see her start running up and down the hall, tearing ass, like I thought she had something stuck to her. Sometimes they go to the bathroom, they get something stuck to them, it pulls their hair, and they freak out. She then ended up in the kitchen where she spun around, and just in a circle, and then fell on the ground, and then started to seize. And she peed herself, and we figured out she was having seizures. So we put her on medication for the seizures, and everything had been fine. Until about late 2020, early 2021. Happened to notice that on her backside, there was a little bump. We took her to the vet and found out that she had a tumor. Perianal tumor, I guess. I wasn't taking any chances this time around, and I had a little bit of money that I could take care of her. So we had surgery, and doctor removed it. Everything seemed to be fine. At this point now, she's 16 years old. And everything seemed to be, actually 16 or 17 years old at that point, and everything seemed to be fine. Within 6 months, the tumor had grown back. And unfortunately, I couldn't afford to do surgery again. And I didn't think that it was a good idea to continually put her under for surgery at her age. So we decided to just play it as it lies, as we've done in the past. Eventually, the tumor burst open, and it has been causing, more and more problems ever since. Eventually, she started having issues in the litter box where she would just drop everything there, or get far away and then drop it by accident. She didn't mean to do it. It happened. This past weekend, and the last 2 weeks, she started to have issues walking with her back legs. They seemed to be giving her some trouble. She couldn't jump up as high anymore, anything else. I was guessing that the tumor began to press on the nerves or the muscle in her legs that's causing her the issue. And I also believe that the tumor is pressing on her digestive tract, because she's starting to vomit when she, sometimes eats. And I'm also guessing that the tumor growth on her backside is getting to the point where it is obstructing her ability to have a movement in the litter box, because she hasn't gone. I mean, she's peed, but she hasn't done anything else. And I think that that's an indication that we are at a point where I have to make a decision. Out of everything else that's been going on, I thought that she would be the one that would outlive me. Now, we have another cat. That's, Meow. Meow wants only to love Lucy, but she won't have anything to do with him. And I think that it's time to address the issue with a vet. So we've scheduled an appointment for the day before Thanksgiving, which is technically would be 2 days before this video airs. I don't know what's going to happen at this moment, but I'm pretty sure that this is it. I'd always wanted her to go in her sleep and not suffer, and to not have to make a decision for her, because I think it's the worst thing in the world. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to stare at an animal who can't tell you otherwise that there's something wrong. They can, but they don't always. And make a decision to end their life, regardless of whether or not it's the right thing to do. It just feels like you're snuffing out something that could otherwise tell you, no, wait, I'm okay, or wait, you just need to do this, or some other indication that you don't have to make this decision. And I also hate the idea that I'm going to have a world where Lucy doesn't exist anymore. She's been part of my life for 18 years. I mean, it's like raising a child to the age of voting and to the college age. Imagine having and I know that it's not a child, but it's might as well be at this point. Imagine having a child go off to college and losing them. Imagine even still that it was an expected outcome. There's no preparation for it. There was no preparation for it when we had to do it with Haley, Megan's dog. We had somebody come to the house and take care of things, and we said and held her as she went. It doesn't make it any better. It just makes it a little bit less scary for the animal. I just don't really know what to do other than what I am doing. Lucy's been a real pain in the ass for a lot of those 18 years, but I love her all the same. She's the last one standing. She was the last one in. She's the last one out. The old brood. And it closes a chapter on a different part of my life that it was the last tie I had to that world. I mean, I'm selling the house that we had. No other animals exist from that life. She's the last one to go. Now, it's not that I'm not wanting to explore having a new life and live that life. I want that. I mean, this has been one of the greatest things that have ever happened to me with, the way my life is now. But it's sad to watch that go away, and it's everything all built up into one thing, not just losing an animal, but losing the rest of that piece that I have. And I know it's the right thing to do if it's time. I know it's not great for her to have to live in pain and discomfort like that. It just doesn't make it any easier. And I'm sure we've all had to go through something like this. And I'm sure it's different for everyone. But for me, I cling to those things. I cling to having those relationships because I value them and I value that existence. And not having that anymore upsets me. So I will miss Lucy. The coda on this is that Oscar was the first cat that I had. And Meow is going to be the last one probably because I am allergic and, it's time to not have to deal with that anymore. The thing about losing a cat like Lucy is that I used to say that we had 3 cats. We had Oscar, we had Emmy, we had Willow, and then we had Oscar's cat, Lucy. Because it was always like Oscar was the betrothed. Like Lucy loved and adored him and followed him around everywhere. When it would be time for dinner and Oscar had to be, rounded up, Lucy would go get him. Lucy would say, "Come on, let's go get it for our dinner." Because we wouldn't feed everybody until they were all there. And she laid with him and she snuggled with him and everything else. And he put up with it. And I think he at some level was okay with it. But, he was like, kind of like didn't want to be bothered. He was just like, get away from me. I don't want to be bothered. But she was his cat. And hopefully, if you believe in that sort of thing, she's going to go find him. And she's going to run. And she's going to be free of pain. And that's what I want for her. I want her to be safe and warm. She's always cold. Wants a lap. Sticks her head right up against the fireplace and tries to burn it off because she's so cold. And I think she's going to be running and she's going to be just playing. And she's going to enjoy that time with him. And I will be happy then. Regardless of whether it's true, I'm going to believe it. So for everybody out there, please take care of yourselves, take care of each other, take care of the planet, take care of your pets. And we'll see you next time. Have a good one. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
We're going to go renew our vows. It's been 2 years. Our anniversary's this coming weekend. And because our wedding was at the height of COVID, we didn't get to have the wedding we really, really wanted to have, but we, got the wedding we needed, and now we're having the party that we wanted. So we are going to be heading up, and I'm going to be taking some couple of days off, and I'm taking some time off from work, and I need a vacation. But not to leave you guys in the lurch. We're going to do something real quick here. We are going to start making preparations for the last final push. I've got 119 dwellers, and I've turned on the broadcast center. and we are going to make the push towards the end of the year to have 200 dwellers. Pretty much everything is where it needs to be, and we are going to be heading that direction. And of course, there's going to be the Christmas quests and all that. I'm sure a couple people out of that, but we're going to finish those off, and when those happen, and then we will pretty much go out and do that thing. Oh dear! But let's go do a really quick quest. Finish this off, and we'll talk about these things. Discover the location of Vault 144. So yes, we are going to be making the push towards the end of the year to get 200 dwellers. We've already got 1 million caps. We've unlocked everything. I think we've done about as much as we can, and I think the end of the year is going to be the end of Fallout Shelter for a while. So sorry to say. Let's see here. Well, I didn't do so well. But yeah, it's time. I mean, we know that there are probably a lot of more things out there that we haven't discovered, haven't picked up, and those things will happen over time. But we are pretty much, there's no new ground to tread. And now, of course, if there is a new update that comes out, I mean, we are still on 1.15, even though we've been through Halloween and Thanksgiving. We will put it out there now. We are going to run through, and of course, January there will be the end of the year or end of the world party or whatever quests. So we will finish off those, because I don't remember what the first quests we did were. I think the Book of Love maybe we did for Valentine's Day, possibly. So we have got the we've got the last few quests to do that are holiday themed, but we are going to focus on getting the vault set to where we really want to have it, like I said, with 200 dwellers, and then get people in places we want them to be in, so I can have an entire top line of level 50 dwellers. All right. Oh, we got another new weapon. Level 50 dwellers wearing the right proper uniforms to take on the onslaught, and we should be in good shape to handle any threat the wasteland throws at us. It's not going to be hard. I mean, we've already established that we have got this under lock. There's no new things under the sun as far as the game is concerned, and we've already pretty much done everything we can do. I hate to say that it's that time, but it kind of is. We have we've had a great run for this last year, and I really appreciate everybody here. We'll play some more things. I've got a lot of things coming out, and like I said, we're talking about other games, of course, which I hate to do, but there are a lot of other things coming out. I got a specialized series coming for one of my older games that I played that is, going to be up to date because new updates came out on it. I hate to say this, but I don't know if I really want to even tempt fate with it, but we do have New Vegas. We're playing 76. I also picked up Morrowind. Do we really want to take on Morrowind? That would be hilarious if we did. Oh, and what happened there? I lost bit of control. So yeah, but again, where was I at? I completely forgot what we were talking about. That's how bad the brain is right now. We have all these things we want to get done, and like I said, Morrowind is one of them. I have all these games I want to play, and I don't have any time to do it. I also picked up Outer Worlds, because there was a big sale on Steam for that. Would like to get into that. Again, these are games that are not new. I don't get them really new. And, all these Bethesda games or Obsidian games or all those, the same properties, they all kind of have the same, look and feel. in a sense. But, you know, see what... Oh, come on. Get it before he gets to call anymore. There we go. And also, just the technical difficulties I've had over the... It's been making it hard for me to record and play these games, because I just did an entire hour of playing Fallout 76, and for some reason, none of the audio picked up. I had to go back and re-record all of the audio. So, my process is kind of flawed in a sense. I get that. My equipment, you know, that's on me. That's on me. The quality of the technology and everything else, that's on me. That's not anybody else's fault, but I'm a one-man show. And I hate to say that the quality is going to, like, go downhill now that I've got all these people following and watching. But, I tried Drusilla. There we go. Been worshiping death because of a typo. Yeah. So I had to re-record all of that audio, and that took me... It was Monday. I took off because of the, you know, everything's going on. I took off this entire week and the first part of next week for this, and I recorded, like I said, an hour's worth of Fallout 76. Get it to production, to publishing, to, you know, do all that stuff, and I find out there's no audio. And I'm like, okay, so great. All the conversations I had, all this, I'm like, why are you standing there looking at this wall for 20 minutes and you have no, you know, dialogue? I'm like, what the hell? And it was like pretty good stuff. I mean, you know, good stuff for me, but still, it is what it was. So I had to go back through and splice it all down, and I managed to, you know, managed to knock down the video to about 25 minutes, but still, it creates a harder process. All right, legendary outfit recipe, theme recipe, and Nuka-Cola Quantum, and caps. All right, we're gonna bring him back in. Use up that one Nuka-Cola Quantum that we got, because why not? Sell our common items. Get rid of this stuff that we don't need right now. Collect heavy vault suit, P7s. And that's the other thing we should really be thinking about, is that it's going to take a long time to do it, but I really should work on putting in maybe more. Maybe I can put in more outfit workshops. I think you could. Yeah, I've had multiple outfit workshops, but get an entire line, and instead of putting everybody on the top floor right away, get a whole line of outfit workshops and get everybody fitted out with +7s, because right now we've got +5s on most of these people, and that's going to take a time. So yeah, there you go. We don't have any big huge things to look up right now, but we're going to get them back out. Extreme outer pharynx. Never seen that one. Interesting. I got to be level 50. We should probably try that one. We should probably try that, just to see how it goes. Maybe we'll do that next week, as we get into our whole Christmas holiday season. Everything. I don't know exactly what day they drop the new themes and all that for, you know, the holidays, but we will be sure to pick it up there, because there's actually a lot of Christmas stuff to do. But yeah, so we're gonna get everybody kitted out and do all that. We're gonna try to get them done before the end of the year, hopefully. Well, like I said, we'll probably go right into the beginning of the year, and then we're gonna be done. So start the timer. It's going to be happening. As it is right now, we can go up to $144 with what we have, so we're going to have to build more rooms. More rooms means everything else, but of course I'm going to be finish off the one of the, you know, some of the let's see, we're on part 2, quest 5, and we do know that as we get to the end of the Horsemen of the Post-Apocalypse Part 3, we do get Mr. Handy, of course, because I did a video. It told you all about all the other Mr. Handys you can get from doing quests. So if that's you know, something you want to see, go check the videos. You'll find it, and you can see that as well. Because, well, I got an extra person here now too. Yeah, I don't have any kind of a... No, it's feral ghouls. Feral ghouls. Ferals al Ghul. I should be able to make it Can I make it 2 with these 3 people? Come on, let's do it. You got it. You got it. Do it. Do it. No, not quite. He's going to walk in this room and just fall over, I bet. Yep. There you go. Almost had it. Almost had it. Alrighty. That's it for now. The official start to the end of the year and the end of Fallout Shelter 2022 is now. And we're going to get there. And then we'll figure out something else to do. If you've got an idea, just throw me in the comments. Tell me if you want to. What do you want to see me do? You know, what kind of game? If I have it, I have it. I still like I said, I'd like to go back and do some old stuff. You know, we did Myst a while ago. We can continue down that path. We can go do some other old games. I can find something else. We've got lots. I forgot all about an old game. Oh, we should play that one too. Telling, I like a conversation like, yeah, come go watch me play with my toys. You know, nobody cares about that, but I hope you do. I have to apologize up front. I was trying to get. Oh dear. Well, I apologize for that too. I was trying to get some things done ahead of this episode, just like, you know, going through the motions of stuff, getting things set up, you know, clearing out some things, this kind of stuff, because we were going to try to get to 200. And there was a quest out there that I did. It was called Extreme Interference. And apparently it is a quest that is associated to the 25th anniversary or 1.15 update. And I mean, it's the new stuff, because and I didn't even realize what it was when I clicked on it, but as soon as my guys showed up at the Robco plant, I knew that it was something new. It was not the old stuff. So I'm really mad because I went through the entire quest and forgot to even just hit record, thinking that it was not I didn't know what it was, and I don't even see it anywhere in my what I've done. Like it's not in any of that list, because here are the last quests we did. Who's carving the turkey? We did that. Rescue the cook, and I did that. The Horseman of the Post-Apocalypse Part 2 offline, and it wasn't even there. And it was a pretty short quest that was kind of funny and cool. And I'm kind of hoping, and I'm going to do this short video, and I'm hoping to get the other 2 vaults that I have, the 2 older vaults that are still on this BlueStacks install. That one, I haven't done the searching in the dark quests. I'm going to go run through those real quick, and I'm going to come back and see if I can get the other one to trigger as well. And I don't even know how I got it. This is how bad it is. I don't even know how I got that quest. I may have to go back and watch old videos to see if it came through. But it was another quest that involved you going to the Robco plant, shooting up some aliens, and then there was a alpha or boss alien at the end that just shouted gibberish at you, and we got some stuff out of it. And I don't even know what we got at this point. We might have gotten another Ripper, or might have gotten another Gauss rifle. Not sure. I didn't get any outfits or anything like that, so it wasn't anything cool there. But it was just fun to do another quest. I'm like, hey, there's new stuff. There's new stuff that hasn't been there for like 5 years. That's the kind of the cool things we wanted to keep showing. So that's kind of where I'm at. Now you can see that all of the themes are gone now. I've got these other themes here that I haven't unlocked yet because I don't have enough pieces, or I haven't crafted them yet. The party one's unlocked. I don't know why that's not showing, or was already showing before. It's the same with the diner or the cafeteria. It is back to normal because Thanksgiving is over. But we will be heading into Christmas time. And that will mean that there will be the Christmas themes happening. And if we haven't done the Christmas quest, we'll do the Christmas quests. So we'll do those as well. And again, like I said, I apologize for missing that one. Man, I really wanted to do that on. I mean, it was a very short one. I probably would have had just been able to run through it real quick. Not a problem. But it was something that was there, and I totally missed out on it. We are still, like I said, we're moving towards getting 200 dwellers in. I'm still. Here we've got some new items to unlock that we found, but we don't have enough to build some of the vengeance or anything else, so we still have to We still have recipe that we haven't unlocked yet. Oh, I know what I got. I can tell you exactly what it was. It was one of those long rifle things, and it might have just been the recipe for it. Let's see here. This is weapon plant. So whoops, come here now. The recipe for it was, it's not showing. It's not here. It's not here. It's probably one of these ones down here that I got the recipe for. Oh, come on now. Those long ass, like, where the hell are you? Oh my gosh, there's so many things here. Not there. Shit. I don't think it's here either. Well, bugger. It's not there. Oh, there it is. Alien Disintegrator. That was it. That was the one we got. It's a legendary weapon, actually. Yeah, so I'm going to make that one as soon as we can. As soon as I have all the parts for it, I will continue to get that going. We got, like I said, we got some peeps out in the wasteland doing some stuff. I've got some people here waiting to get in. I'm giving it a little bit of time until I have This is starting to get a little full up here. There's 4 people there. I don't want to start like overloading everything, so I want to get them over because I do have a big, huge bottleneck right here, and I cannot. I might redesign some of this. I mean, I've got the caps to do it. Who knows? But we're gonna get we're making that final push to get all of the dwellers and to set the vault exactly where we want, because we got all this crap here down here. These rooms that are just mismatched and everything, and we are. We're not where I want it to be. It's never where you want it to be. You can't have it's never perfect because you're always reordering things just because of the way things are happening. Like I said, we've got all these people still going through, and they're not even in rooms yet. So I also want to finish off the last of the quests that I talked about that had Mr. Handies, because I need more Mr. Handies, apparently. I don't have enough for all these floors. And, we're going to do that. So let me take some time. We'll come back in a minute, and if I get it, I will do it. If I didn't, we'll figure out something else, and we'll come back and see how that goes. So it'll be instantaneous for you. It'll be time for me. So we'll see you in a bit. Okay, I did a quick check, and I cannot find. I've been trying to get it to kick on the other vaults, and they're not kicking. So I don't know that. I really, like I said, I really don't know how I even got that quest to begin with. I still haven't gone back and checked yet. Still don't see any indication of it being something I had to get on another quest. That is just, you find somebody calls you from because I had 3 people, not just one person exploring the wasteland. Weirdest thing ever. I'm so sorry. I really wanted to have that to show y'all. If it comes up on the other things, I will insert it in another episode later on, hopefully soon. But since we have some time and we have some caps, let's go ahead and just start doing some things around here, because we have some time to kill. Why not? And we have caps to spend. Let's get rid of all these, because I'm going to make that back real quick. I mean, I'm 19,000 down, but I will make that quickly. So yeah, we don't care. When you get to this point, you can just do these things, and yeah, I don't even know why this is even a thing anymore. They should make them like more expensive than 650 caps. I mean, come on, 675 caps is the most expensive one, and that's like what, 4 or 5 of them. That's really nothing. Oh, can I not? There we go. Okay. Whew, I thought the hammer was going to be in the way. Alrighty. What else should we do here? I was thinking we can kill all these for now, and we'll redesign if we have to. And let's see here. Oh yeah, I gotta go from the other direction. Alright, not a problem. I've got 4 people waiting outside right now. Once the I've got 3 people here. Fairly, we'll check. Like Sim say, once they get out of there, we're close, but we'll get them in there. I was also thinking that maybe this will be for any Science labs or science centers and hospitals do 3 and 3, and then just do a storage next to them and be able to do that. Same thing with any of the residences, which we are up to 144. We got to build probably at least, let's see, at least one more for that. Oh, hello. These are all level 1s. These are all going to take a while to get up to 50. I'm not going to worry about them being up to 50 as far as a goal. We'll never get there otherwise. Unless I send them out into the wasteland, like I did when they reach about level 25, and then just send them out in the wasteland with all the things that they can carry, and let them level up that way. A couple of days later, they'll be back fully capped out on level 50. But like this one right here, barracks, I should extend that, make it 3, like this one. And then we can I would put it right here, put another storage here, and then put something else. I haven't really planned it out yet. Let's see here. We got one, two. Yeah, that's all working right. So let's do this. This is a bear. Okay, let's do this. Let's build this out right. Now I did this for a particular reason. I put the radio room down here. I was trying to keep these rooms separate, so if something happens and there's nobody here, it'll be self-contained. Like rad scorpions, yeah, it won't work. But like a fire breaks out, or rad roaches breaks out, or like mole rats break out, they would stay there. They wouldn't. Well, here we go. That's something. They wouldn't spread to the other rooms. Now, rad scorpions, they come in, they go somewhere, and then they switch to another room. It's not even a case of spreading. It's like they can tunnel, which I don't understand why they didn't do the same thing with mole rats, unless mole rats were created first and then later on scorpions came. I don't remember that. Yeah, so I think now that I've got a little bit of a cushion here. Let's go ahead and build the living quarters in right here, because there's a 2 and there's a 1. So at least this way, they will be right next to the power room, which doesn't really matter. Destroy that one. And 146. They only added 2 more people. Well, I haven't actually. Hold on. Yeah, I see Bottle and Cappy. I'm not paying attention to them right now. I don't need to get caps from them. We're up to what, 150? 158. So this will take us back down to 146, I believe. Or 140, yeah, 146. Alright, we got that going on there. Storage room there, storage room this way. I feel like storage, I mean, storage is a problem because of what I want to keep hanging about, especially with the new stuff. Hi, Bottle. Yeah, I get caps from you. Gotta push up my Nuka-Cola quantums. I'm running out. Although I have 2. Perform 26 critical hits and craft 14 rare outfits. I don't think I'm going to do that one, though. I don't think I need to, because the rare outfits... Let's throw one of you over here real quick. Hi. Such foolery. It's not tomfoolery. So the new ones are all rare. They're not. See, like NCR Ranger outfit. I still gotta get that one. But they're all. I don't. No, I'm not gonna do that one. Not gonna do that. Let's kick that one out right now. Upgrade 5 room. Well, shit. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Whatever. I see you. Bastards. Yeah, they get you. Oh, well, I missed him too. Alright, but look at this. I mean, all the bonuses you get from having maxed out rooms with great people, and you recoup any loss you make, or any loss you suffer building new things real quickly. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about that. So, okay, we got here and here and here. We're still, look at our, I haven't thought about power, consumption or water or food in so long, because we're in such great shape because of all all the things we have going on. I mean, we've got, and well, right now because Bottle and Cappy there, we're at 99%, so we're getting bonuses while this happens. We are kind of at a disadvantage that we don't have enough Mr. Handies going around. I mean, we got one here, so we can get one there. These are all taken care of. We can do one there, one there, one there, and there's like four or five Mr. Handies that we could still get. That we are, and I might want to consolidate. I might want to just start consolidating a little bit too. Once we have 200, once you have 200 dwellers, you figure 200 dwellers, rooms that can hold 6. That's like what, 32 rooms, something like that. 33 rooms. Hold on, I gotta do math. My brain don't want to work right now. All right, calculator on my phone. 200 divided by 6. Yeah, 33 to third. 33.3 rooms you can have. Now, granted, you can't do 6 all the time. So let's say 33 of those. So it's going to be actually like 22 and 11 at that point. So it would be, yeah. So, I mean, we could probably get away with maybe like 10 or 11 Mr. Handies, I think. But again, we're probably not going to have them all. I'm not too worried. Like I said, I'm not extremely worried. So, okay, well, we got one going on right now. We got a lunchbox run. We've got 2 lunchboxes here. Well, let's finish up. I'm holding on to these lunchboxes, and I'll tell you why. Because we are coming up on Christmas, and we do not have. We have like one elf outfit and no Santa Claus outfit. So I'm going to hold on to these for now because, I mean, what? It's the 8th. It is the 9th of December. I think the new stuff comes out maybe in a week. So I'll hold on to those for now. And we will, we will open those up later on. We'll get more. I mean, every 7 days I get another one, of course. So, yeah. Sorry. I mean, like I said, I'm just trying to like get things in gear and get ready. I have a little bit of a holding pattern going on, but like I said, I have this kind of set up. I know I'm going to put the hospital and the science centers next to a storage room. I'm going to do storage rooms that are just going to be like 2 blocks long because I can keep the other one. Doesn't matter, you know what I mean? And I don't really put anybody there unless I need some place to shove somebody and they're level 50 and they can't do anything else. I do have, you know what I don't have in here? I do not have the, I have not built the barbershop. I think you only have one barbershop, but you only have one person assigned there. And I don't really ever really use the barbershop because why would I? Some of it's cool, some of it's fun, but don't really have it. I mean, unless you have like unless you're going to get a Mr. Handy for, say, giving, $10, $12 a haircut or something like that, or changing their appearance, there's really no sense in doing that. So, there's a line outside the door waiting to see Santa, because it is that time of year. Yeah, we got the music going. Silent Night there. Yeah. And we got, look at the ham, the roast beast. And what is that? That's bread? Oh, I love me some bread. And he's chopping up some ham. And there's a gingerbread on the wall and a wreath. And oh my gosh, it's that time of year, folks. We're going to see the presents dancing from the corners maybe and into the middle and bunk on each other. And everybody is ready for the holidays. Are you? I am not. No way am I near ready for the holidays. We got, too many dwellers waiting in line. We're going to go do some quests. Because it is time. It is time for the holidays. The quest line for the Fallout Shelter for winter. We're going to do all those. Have a little chat. So yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't get much done in ways of trying to get things ready. I don't know what I want to do yet. I really Haven't figured it out, because what I figured out was I have all these people. What the heck? Oh, here comes Bottle and Cappy, like more spreading more cheer. I've got all of these people in the training room still, and I want to kind of. I know I have a lot there. I just don't know what I want to put out. I think we're going to need some more food. I think that's going to be one of our main things. But we'll see. But for now, we got Caps Run Game Show Gauntlet. Set them up. Here we go. Vault-Tec saves Christmas. There we go. We'll get them out there. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Have fun. We'll see you in a bit. While we're waiting on them. Can we now? Yeah. We're going to just let them stand outside in the cold and shiver for a while. Actually, no. Oh, dear. Well, because the Deathclaw's going to get them all. Snackies. Snackies for the Deathclaws. Shit. So, Vault-Tec saves Christmas. Quest number 1. It's limited time. Spread some Christmas cheer. Santa's gone missing, and we can only bring him back by spreading some Christmas cheer. It's Santa's helpers. Let's take it on. So, it's the week before Christmas, pretty much. Well, it's the 10 days before Christmas. And I am not ready at all. Yeah, no, not at all. I got a lot to do. I still have some shopping to do. But, oh, you're not Santa. No, we're not. This is the worst Christmas ever. Well, we're Santa's helpers. Now come inside and sing carol with us. Oh, there we go. We got him to talk to us. And they gave us an outfit. That's great, because I think we may need those at one point. Who knows? I forget how this goes. We haven't done this for quite a few years. These are not new to us, but the brain does not remember. Water chips? Oh no. Yeah. Bribery. Yes. Overseer Nicholas said, "Warm Vault, welcome to you. Ha ha ha. You deserve something special. What can we repay you? Cold?" Okay, so here's the thing. Usually, I would say, give us. We want the best weapon you got. Holiday cheer means we can use some new outfits. Cold hard bottle caps are giving in its own reward. We don't need anything. Typically, I would say, what's the thing with the Jimmy the Junk, the crafting stuff? But I'm wondering if we ask for a holiday outfit, or should we do giving its own reward? We don't need anything. So I think pretty much we know the reward is probably a lunchbox. So it's going to be, let's see here, lunchbox and a random weapon, lunchbox and a random outfit, lunchbox and 1250 caps, lunchbox only. Let's see let's roll the dice and get it. And see what that does. We got some crappy. It's okay. It's okay. Oh well. No damage, no nothing. We're good to go. We go back to the vault. We're good. Okay, we are bringing them back in. Let's get them in here. Come on in. And we'll send it back out. I feel like I'm a little flustered because I don't know what it is. My brain I'm not focused. I'm sorry. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Yeah, they're coming in. We're good to go. Let's send them back out. Christmas at the Raider Camp. Let's actually read this thing. Sorry, Christmas at come on. Spread Christmas cheer. Christmas at the Raider Camp. Yes, even readers need a little holiday spirit. Well, we'll give them. We'll give them some spirit. Yes, we will. There we go. Okay. We'll let them do their thing. So yeah, I'm a little bit just off kilter for some reason. I don't know why. But we are doing the holiday quests, and but by the way, I never did get that one we were talking about. And thank you so much for saying it's okay. We believe you if you don't show it. I like that comment. That was awesome. Yeah, that was a great comment. I don't know what happened to it. I don't understand where it went. It was a single stage quest. It should show up here like all the other single stage quests. Like, you know, Mystery Vault 66, 666, Mystery of 789, all that stuff should be there, but it's not. Don't know why. No matter. No matter. But let's get out there and do it. Speak to Boss McScrooge. Nice. Okay, a little bit bigger. We have a little bit more time to talk. So, of course, we all sit around. We watch our holiday films. We watch our holiday TV shows. We do all that stuff. We kicked off December, of course, as y'all know, with our vow renewal. Myself and Megan. And it's kind of interesting how everything played out. We I don't know if we talked about this at all before, but we've been watching the show on TV because, for the simple reason, we wouldn't normally watch it. We went up to meet with the coordinator at the location, and we were like, here's the pastry chef, gentleman by the name of Herschel, and here's what do we want? We want this very simple, very plain. We're not looking for something. We have a little bit of floral going on, and he just looks at us like that's it. That's all you want? Are you sure? I'm like, yeah, we're kind of cool there. And then we hear that, oh yeah, by the way, Herschel is a contestant on the new season of Holiday Baking Championship, which starts the Monday after we're there. So like 6 weeks ago. And we're like, what? Are you kidding me? You gotta get out of town. And we looked it up and like, yeah, guy, he's on the show. He's going to be watching it. So, and we don't typically watch these shows because we just kind of like, they kind of get on our nerves. These baking competitions. I used to watch religiously with Bailey. I used to watch Cutthroat Kitchen, but we really typically only watch the Holiday Wars kind of thing, on occasion. But we give it a chance, and we watched the first episode, and he comes out, and we're watching him make it. And they had this competition. It was candy cane. It was like pie versus cake, and he had a candy cane cake versus somebody else to make a candy cane pie, and they judged them based off of which is better, the cake or the pie. And then the team that did pies gets like some sort of advantage, and the team that doesn't win, like the team that gets cake and the team that gets pie, whoever wins the advantage, the other team is like not immune and can be kicked off. So we're sitting there watching, and we know this location. We know this. It's Bedford Springs in PA. We know this area. We know the staff there. We've gone this route before because we were supposed to have our wedding there 2 years ago. And we were sitting there watching. We're like, he gets candy cane cake, and he starts making the cake, and we're like, oh, you watch. He's going to open it. You're going to cut that cake open. It's going to be checkerboard inside. You watch. And we watched, and boom, there it was. It was like this checkerboard cake. We were both sitting there going, we screwed up. We totally screwed up. We should have asked for like this and other. I mean, we had greatness in our midst, and we squandered it by just saying, just do a pinstripe and keep it simple. And we watched religiously each week as he was on, and oh my gosh, he's the nicest guy in the world. And then we had the event, back in beginning of December, and woohoo, gotta spread that cheer. And we go to the event, and they wheel out the cake, and everybody's sitting there, and there's a shot. I saw the pictures later. It's hilarious. But there is, I say, by the way, this is our pastry chef. This is Herschel. Hey, everybody, go watch the Holiday Baking Championship on Monday. This is the following Monday. He's on it. He's competing. He's still in it. It's like week 6 or whatever. You got to go watch it. And he's just like, oh, why did you do that to me? Like, why did you embarrass me like that? I'm like, I'm sorry, dude, but you totally deserve all the praise you can get. We tasted the cake, and it was spectacular. And we were, we stayed the night, and the next morning we came down to get stuff, and we were talking to him, and he's like, oh yeah, gave us a little bit of an inside clue on things about those shows. Like they take things out of context, and they rework it. Like they have you say this line, and then they put it in later, like over top of something that has nothing to do with what you were, originally told, just to like add drama. And he also said that they had like grief counseling there too for like people who get kicked off. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And then he let it slip. He says, yeah, when I was eliminated, I'm like, so you do get eliminated, and I feel bad, and like crap, you get you don't you don't just lose like the next week, right? He's like, oh, no. Santa's watching you. Be nice, we won't give you presents. We'll do that one because we got to spread the cheer. But we're crap. Like he didn't win the whole thing because he made that admission, but we didn't know when he was going to be leaving. So we get back that weekend and we watched Monday night, and at the end of the 2 hours they eliminated 2 people, and he was the second person they eliminated. So we were sad because it's like he didn't deserve to be kicked off in a sense, but I mean, the people that he was competing against were pretty good, so I will give him that. All right, let's see here. Still another less time to die. How about cash? Let's cash. How about some fancy new clothes? Let's go with the clothes because I don't want to have to fight them. Why do they keep giving me crap clothes though? That sucks. But so it was we were ecstatic over the fact that we finally got the wedding that we had set out to have, even though we had been married for 2 years. We just did a vow renewal there on site. But the pictures were wonderful. The food was the band was phenomenal. Everything was great, and we now had like this kind of like a sense of it's all done. What do we do now? We can just relax. But of course, we've got other things we got to deal with because I got to sell a house. But that's that's actually in the process of being done. So we're hoping by the end of the year this is taken care of. But it's if you ever sold a house before, trust me, it's an arduous process. Buying the house is easy compared to selling the house. But so yeah, we were very appreciative of everything and everyone who helped us, from florists to bands to artists to do the drawings for the invitations and for guest book, and all of our vendors that we had dealt with over the course of since 2019 in dealing with this. We could not have asked for the first wedding was the wedding we needed. This was the party we deserved, and we finally did it. And we finally finished off this quest, and we're going to go back. Yay! Alright!
Ho, ho, ho.
Alright, we're going to bring them in, and we're going to get them set up for the next one, and that's going to be it for tonight. We will come back and do them the next time. We only think we have 2 more to do. Ooh, we need to put some things out on here. Hold on 1 second. Okay, we unlocked another Ripper, and I don't know if it said duplicate or not, but let's give you a check on how things are working there. Well, in a second, because we're getting attacked by red scorpions. Crap.
Ho, ho, ho.
Okay, yeah, what I was trying to say was we still have a lot of recipe required things here that we haven't done yet. Going to be a while before we get them. We have to find them, I think, because some of these you can't just get them. You have to actually get the recipe. But most of them are things that we are not new, or they're not new things. We've had them before, but like the enhanced alien disintegrator, those things we can either receive or get the recipe for. So we'll definitely keep an eye on those. We're getting more of them, but we're not getting them all. They're coming far and few between, but that's okay. So let's get them set up for the next one. It's going to be Cheer for the Ghouls. Cheer for the Ghouls. Spread Christmas cheer. Get another lunchbox. All right. Yes, let's get him out there. Go ahead. What does it say? It says, everyone forgets that poor ghouls need holiday tier 2. That's correct. Alrighty. They're on their way. Have fun, folks. We'll see you next time. We've got some quests we're going to do, and we're going to do them now because we got 2 more to do for the Christmas holiday quest, Santa's Helpers, or Vault-Tec Saves Christmas. We're going to go ahead and do that one. So let's go do it. Yeah. Cheer for the ghouls. Speak to the ghoul leader. We shall do that, and it's in a nice little compact cave system. How about that? Mine. It's mine. Mine. Oh. So far, this is the only way you can go right now, there, dude. So last time we talked about the whole wedding thing and everything that was going on there. This time, I want to talk about you and the future of this series. Hold on a second. You're Santa. You're here. Santa didn't forget about us. We've been very good ghouls this year. Of course, he'll be here real soon with a ho ho ho. Yeah, don't know that he will, but just thinking. Aw, they gave us a present, another outfit. We've been doing these quests, and we've been doing these episodes now for over a year. We're on, I think, 67, episode 67 this time, so 67 weeks roughly. We've been doing this, and wow. Oh, it's Santa, I think. That's permanent naughty list stuff. There you go. But I've always wondered, what is it? Do you like the way we're doing this? Do you like the stupid stories and the tales and all that other stuff that we tell? I mean, hey there, Smoothskins. Name's Jim. I'm in charge around here. Alrighty. What do we want? What do we want? I want to know. So I guess it's here, guns, lots of guns, fashion nuts. He gets a lunchbox with that. Let's go with the fashion nuts, sir, because we're trying to see if we can get some random things. Well, that's going to be good. But is this something that we can continue doing this way? I mean, do you like the stories? Do you like that? What is it you want? What do you want from me? No, I honestly would like to know. Oh, that's a good one. Because I can continue to do these and just talk about the random things while we do quests, which the quests might not be that exciting. It might be stuff we've already done. We're going to get to the point where eventually we're going to have done all the quests we've done previously, and we won't have anything left on the board. But it's a case of, we're getting towards that point of having 200 dwellers and having everything where we want it to be, and I honestly don't know if I'm even keeping anything entertaining at this point. I'm always concerned with that because I'm sitting here to tell myself, talk to hear myself talk, but I don't necessarily know that that's what anybody else wants to hear about. And we don't operate this thing in a vacuum. I mean, the people who have liked and subscribed and watched the episodes, I can't thank you enough. And you comment, and you obviously you're paying attention, you're listening, and that's great. I love that. So, if there's something you want to see differently, something you want to see more of, please let me know. I know we tried to do a little bit of that what-if stuff, and we only really had one episode because I really didn't have any other ideas. But if there's something there that you really, really want to see me try to do with a Vault, that would be great. We kind of did some different things. We went out and we did the, all the Mr. Handy quests because I figured that would be helpful to people who don't want to have to pay their money to, own money to play the game and get somewhere. Mr. Handies are a great thing to have in the game. So, those kinds of things I'm trying to test out and see what what works and what doesn't work. But, you have to let me know. So please do so. But right now we got to finish this off with rescuing Santa. We got a 5 and save Santa Claus. So you can go back to the ghouls. We got to get, they need to get their presents. But while we were spreading Christmas cheer, someone managed to track down Santa Claus. He's in trouble. Let's go. And yes, let's go get him. Let's go help him. We need to help Santa Claus. Ho, ho. Here we go. The jokes, I tell you. Alrighty. There we go. Gets to it. Fire. Rescue Santa. Rescue Santa. This is a bigger one. Oh, that's good. But like I said, we watched I said before, we watched the Holiday Baking Championship, and the guy that did our cake at the Bedford was on it, and he obviously didn't get into it. Now we're going into the finale, I think. The finale was this week, so I don't know who won yet because I'm recording this prior to that, but hopefully I have my thoughts on who I think should win. But in keeping with that theme, we're trying to find some good holiday movies. Like we watched I tell you 2 good movies we watched. The first one, and not for kids, of course, but Spirited, which was the Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds kind of like Scrooge, and I was actually impressed. In fact, I have a I decided to do a inspired by shirt design called Good Afternoon. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. It's actually a pretty decent movie. It's fun. Um, there's some hilarious parts into it. I will say that. Ryan Reynolds is, he's taken a break, I think, because he's just done so many movies right now, and they're mostly on Netflix. I'm kind of wondering, like, he just got paid. I mean, what else can you say? I mean, I like him. I do. And I think he's funny, and sometimes I wonder, like Will Ferrell's like, sometimes I wonder if like, is he really this, or is this a part of partially an act or whatever? But I mean, Elf is one of my favorites, of course. The other one we watched was the sequel to the true sequel to Christmas Story, which is another all-time favorite that you watch 24 hours in a row on Christmas Day on one of the channels, TBS, I think it is. Okay. And this was the sequel with all the original cast except for Melinda. I think it was Melinda Dillon, because she retired from acting about 5 or 6 years ago. So Julie Haggerty, who was also in another Ryan Reynolds movie, another Christmas movie at that, Just Friends, who played his mom. She plays the mom in Christmas Story. It's a Christmas Story. Christmas is the name of it. It's I think it's on HBO Max. I was more impressed with them keeping to the actual spirit of things, because usually when you get sequels to movies about those types of things, they tend to be self-referential to the point of trying to say, hey, guess what, we're doing a sequel. You remember the original? Here's something from the original. We're making a nod to it. They like hit you over the head with a sledgehammer. And one of the examples we talked about before was the Hocus Pocus 2, which, some of it was like great, but some of it was kind of like, hey, we're in a sequel. Haha. Like, oh, look at the costumes. Everybody dresses up like us. Oh, yeah. Because we do that now. So it's kind of like breaking the fourth wall in a sense. But Christmas Story, Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Thank you, Vault-Tec. You're not Santa Claus. You sit on a throne of lies. Let's dig. We want a pony. We want a pony. Oh, I think that's going to be a giddy up Buttercup. We'll take that. Yep, there we go. That's what I wanted. And we got the outfit too. So awesome. It really kept with the original, like him daydreaming about things, and they hit all the notes. Some of it was a little bit, it was set, in the 70s, so it's been like 30 to 40 years since the original movie's set, and the house is, everything's still the same, and it's all of the magic from the original. But I don't know enough about Gene Shepard's work to know whether or not they used his other stories. The original was based off of, In God We Trust, All Others Pay Cash, which was basically his like musings, his writings from him growing up, anecdotal stuff, kind of like Spalding Gray kind of stuff, but growing up my old man, and they even make reference to that, so it's kind of like comes full circle with Ralphie being Gene Shepard, where he wrote this. I think that's probably exactly how it happened, but he wrote it, and it became how he became a writer. So obviously, then we know now that while the story of Ralphie and the Red Ryder Begun was definitely told from the experience of Gene Shepard, I didn't know if we were supposed to mean that was literally Gene Shepard, but just called Ralphie. And here we do that because he becomes a writer, and so it's definitely he's growing up to become a writer. It's not some other character that's just using his voice as a narrative tool, and it's just some other random kid who wants a Red Ryder BB gun for Christmas. It definitely is, him growing up. So that's kind of cool in a sense. But like I said, I don't know if they based it off of any of other works. It's the same, has all the same, moments about having to make sure Christmas happens and everything else. And there's a lot of great moments in it that were pretty funny, especially the carolers scene. If you watch it, the carolers. they sneak out the back, and the wife is played by I don't know her name as the actress, but she plays Jane Bales on The Goldbergs, which is funny there too. But I didn't realize it was her, so that was pretty cool. And then the other thing we watched, which I'm not going to talk much about because we just decided out of the just corniness of corny ideas, it was the it was not the Hallmark, but it was a Hallmark movie kind of sense. It was made on the Food Network. Duff Goldman's in it. It's a holiday. It's a gingerbread bake-off, whatever, where a girl, she's a big city architect that comes home to save her dad's bakery from ruin. He's a he's a handyman that works in the kitchen, and together they have to save the bakery by entering into a gingerbread competition, house competition. Oh God, it was bad. It was so bad. But if you really want to watch a better Christmas movie that makes fun of all those things, it's called Clusterfunk. It was I think it was last year, or the year before. It's Rachel Dratch, I think, and Amy Poehler. Maybe Maya Rudolph is in it, but it's a send up of all those types of films, and it really is hilarious. And I highly recommend watching that one instead of anything else as a Hallmark movie. But that's just me. That's just how I am. I kind of think if you're going to do a Hallmark movie, why don't we just do it like, let's go original. Let's go Dickensian England, and instead of she's a big time banker or business person coming home to her hometown where she's staying in her mom's house, and the house guest is a hunky flannel wearing lumberjack. Let's set it in England during like the cholera and have them just survive that. How about that? There's a Hallmark movie we need. Surviving past the age of 30 and in the plague. But that's it. We survived this quest, and you survived this video, and we're going to go home. So let's go do it. Yahoo! All right, we're going to bring them in because we've got. Oh, look at that! Look at that! It's a legendary outfit. You can't make them. You can't find them except at the holidays. So we always want to have it. And what is it? It is a 4P, 4C, and 3E. Wow. Okay. Let me get rid of some stuff and let them in. We can sell all some stuff that we know we don't going to need. I'll keep some of this stuff because I have been making the themes. I've got one more theme. I've got one being built now, and I've got one more to go. I have to get parts for it, so I need all that stuff. Other than that, there we go. And they're coming in. We'll send them out. We're going to wait because I'm sure there's going to be another holiday one coming. So we're going to wait on that to send them out. We'll do the game show gauntlet in between so I can get another lunchbox. And I'll do that offline. Don't worry about that. But for now, we've got 6 lunchboxes or anything else to open up. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, look at the trees dancing. Boy, let's do it. Oh, we got a pet carrier. What do we get? We got a husky. What is he going to give us? Ooh, 4 times waste. I think that's. I don't know if I have that one. Trench. That's. I've had it in other vaults. I haven't had him here though. That's awesome. All right, 5 lunch boxes open up. What are we going to get? We're going to get nightwear. We're going to sell that or scrap it. Duct tape, yay. Stim pack, yay. Caps and caps. Alright, what else we got? We got a pistol. We got caps. Come on now. Chemistry flask. We're not getting any holiday outfits here. That's not great. Jesse Murray. I don't know who that is. He's not anybody special. Oh, well, okay. Seriously? Oh, jeez, come on. Continue on. Can we continue on, or we... No. Oh, they definitely will not let me put anybody in because there could be another dweller coming out. Alright, well, alright, hold on. We'll let them in. 6 at a time, yo. 6 at a time. And I'll settle them up later. We're gonna be in trouble. And I destroyed all the other... I destroyed all those other rooms that I didn't need. And now I need them. I think I should turn the, I'm going to turn the broadcasting center off for a little bit. Y'all doing a great job, but we needed to calm down a little bit. Alright. A little bit better. Let's continue. Okay. Battle armor. A gold watch. A stem pack. A caps. And 500 more caps. Okay. No holiday outfits. I'm kind of a little bit upset by this. Caps, alarm clock, stem pack, a kitchen knife. Christmas. What's Christmas without a violent weapon? Caps, BB gun, magnifying glass. Ooh, we got two Nuka-Cola Quantums and rubber Taylor. And that's it for that. What we did get, though, we did get, as far as outfits are concerned, we got the original Santa suit, which is always nice. And we did get at least 2, I believe. No, we have got 4 elf outfits. Probably 2 from last year and 2 from this year. So we're good there. Alrighty. That's good. We'll come back hopefully before the end of the holidays. And we're going to have to do the New Year's Eve quests, or the New Year's Day quests, party at the end of the world. So we'll be doing that next. It is post-Christmas. It's almost New Year's Eve, and we're going to be doing the party at the end of the world quest, I think, next week. But first, I want to get this in. We got 2 more single stage quests to do, which you'll see on the screen. I'm recording this preemptively, just because there's some things going on that I wanted to sort of talk about, but I don't know that I can do it while I'm playing because my focus is drawn elsewhere. So let's get to those quests, and hopefully we can get them done. So, yeah, it is after Christmas, and my gosh, everything's just... So we haven't sold the house yet. I mean, the house is under contract, and there's a guy interested, but the inspections came back, and he wants some stuff done. And he's going after specialized loans, so that requires a lot of nitpicking through things, and they want certain things repaired, and there's certain things I just can't do because I don't have the money to it. But the biggest thing was that the sewage came back, and there's some roots in my line. Well, it's an old house built in the 70s. Underneath the garage, there's terracotta pipe, and I think might be a break or a seam somewhere, and roots got in from another tree, and it's causing me a problem. I live in one of those municipalities where the borough or the municipality has to sign off on the sewage inspection, or they will not release the lien letter, which means I cannot engage in selling the house. Oddest thing ever. I didn't realize that was a thing, but apparently the borough or the municipality can keep you from selling your house. It's an oddball thing, but here we are. And so I'm feeling, like, oh my gosh, we're going to run out of money. We're going to do this. I'm going to have to do that. I got to figure out how to come up with money for repair. And, a lot of it is it's to me internalized. It's a big deal. I mean, we've talked about it before. I had a huge breakdown over things, and I'm still kind of there. I'm still kind of stressed out and all that, and with the holidays and everything else, and just it all builds up. Unfortunately, it's nothing. It really is nothing. I mean, I shouldn't complain about what I have going on, because other people are much less fortunate or worse shape. I just found out that a good friend of mine, went to high school together. We've been friends for a long time. We're almost 30 years out from graduating. Our reunion is coming up next year. And he and his wife, who I was also friends with, good friends. I've known her even longer because we went up through earlier grades together. He had a massive heart attack a couple of days ago. Because I'm recording this, it's 4 after Christmas, but it is the 21st. It's Wednesday the 21st. He had a heart attack early this couple of days ago. He's like me. We're bigger guys. We're 47 years old, 48 years old. So we're our lives are hitting to that point where we are, the rust is starting to show, and the crinks, the crackling, and everything else, and the popping and noises that your body does. That's all happening, and So I mean, they had gone on vacation, and everything was fine. Got home, started having some issues, and collapsed. And his wife, who was a nurse, administered CPR and told the paramedics arrived, and he was on oxygen. He's now sort of in a quote-unquote medically induced coma, like they call it supercooling. They got a stent put in, and it's keeping his brain function okay, because we don't know exactly what happened from, what kind of damage he could have incurred from this. It's rough because we're not like close, like we hang out all the time. We hang out usually like for parties and holidays and reunions and stuff like that. We see each other a lot. We're friends on social media, that kind of thing. Good guys, salt of the earth people, and they're super nice people, and they've done a ton for me over the years, and I can only hope to repay them in some way for their kindness towards me and issues I've had with animals. But it's rough. Megan and I sat and we had this entire just depressing just feeling of my gosh, this is horrible. It's horrible because our friend is sitting there in an ICU, hooked up and undergoing all this treatment, and his wife and son are in the waiting room, and they can't do anything, and it's like they're relying on someone, and you depend on someone as a partner, as a father, as a husband, as anything. I mean, they both individually can hold their own, but together they are a cohesive unit, and they've been together since our freshman year of college. I mean, they got married in college. They're one of the few success stories that I know of, and it sucks to see friends suffer like that. And then I start feeling horrible about having those those complaints about not being able to sell a house, or not being able to run 3 properties or anything like that. And it's just it puts things into perspective, because when is it going to be my turn? How do I prepare for something like this? Because, granted, the guy, he's still alive. Don't get me wrong. He's probably going to make a really, decent recovery after all this. But, not everybody does. And if I have everything in a shambles now, and I'm in perfectly good health, just imagine if this was happening and I wasn't, and then Megan had to pick up all those pieces, because she and I don't tend to share a lot of the same disciplines when it comes to finances or everything else. I have, everything that I have set up, I get paid into one account, and then I have transfers from that account into another account that I will always have money there. I do it each week so that there's always a good buildup of money, so that when bills get paid out of that, I don't ever have to worry about it tanking, and it's all done automatically. Whereas, Megan still calls and gets her balance over the phone, from push button banking, and I, she doesn't do the automatic payment stuff that I do, and I have all these things zipping all over the place, and it's all a mess. And if something were to happen and she had to how do I take care of this? Are we prepared for that? And I don't think we are. And I know that's a discussion that we need to have, and it's a discussion everybody needs to have at some point in their life. We all are going to, sorry to say, all of us have an expiration date. We just don't know what it is. We can't see it on the label. It's when you're twisting a bottle around and you can't really read it. We don't know what that is going to be. We don't know what our lives are going to be like, and we don't know what our health is going to be like. And I've seen people start to reduce the amount of clutter in their life because they're getting older, and throwing stuff out, and either because they're having an issue with their memory and they don't remember things, or they have just the dementia, and they're like, this is acting out of character, or they just really want to reduce things. And I mean, even living in this big house, we tried to get rid of stuff, and we still have too much stuff, and we need to get rid of it, because I don't ever want to have to go through what my other family has gone through with their parents who have passed, and what what Bailey may have to do at one point, or even Megan, or God forbid if both of us go. But it's one of those things where how do you get everything ready to go? How do you prepare for that? How do you put all that stuff down? I can certainly give Megan all the passwords to all the accounts and have everything written someplace where she can access to it and log into things. But just in general, how does she keep the machine, how does she keep that bus on the road going 50 mile an hour so it doesn't blow up? And I have said to her that once we get rid of my house and once we get rid of her house and we're down to one house and I don't have to have two sets of utility bills and two sets of this and two sets of that, maybe it's time to start putting those things down to a more manageable manual machination. A manually manageable machination. How about that for alliteration? But the idea being that, like, okay, let her handle day-to-day stuff, or at least let us put it to a point where it's easily done by both of us. Come to a compromise on how we can do that. Like, yeah, okay, I will have some separate items. Like, I will definitely have my bank account be depositing money into my account, but have it maybe deposit into another account so that she can write checks or cash or pay bills out of it instead of me doing it out of one into another and zipping all over the place. And of course, it wasn't a discussion I wanted to have the other night because I was still just kind of like reeling from everything. But these are, as we come to the end of the year and we come to flipping over of the 2022 to 2023 and the resolutions and all those types of things. Perhaps it is a good idea to maybe simplify things and get it out of the realm of, I always was a set it and forget it kind of person. Like, I don't want to deal with having to remember to write a check or miss a piece of mail or something like that. So I always set it to, so it'll just automatically do what it's going to do. But as I found that I get into trouble then because either when I was unemployed for 9 months and didn't have a steady paycheck coming in and I had all those machinations happening and I was like, what's going to happen there? Or, when I was just trying to take care of all the bills from the, going through a wedding and going through building a house and rebuilding a house and all that. And then I didn't have sufficient enough funds in one place to be pushed in another place, and then it became a big problem and I had to take out a loan and I had to consolidate and I had to do all this stuff, and it's just, there's got to be a better way. And I'm kind of like just spinning my wheels on all this because I really don't know what to say, and I know I want to try to hit a target of how much I'm talking about it, but it's I'm still thinking about my friend sitting there in the ICU, and he, I'm sure that he's got it so much better figured out as far as their finances and everything else, and who calls who and who has to take care of this, and this person's coming this day, and the scheduling of all those things, and but it's different when you are it's different when you are the main or primary source of income and financial stability that to keep this machine up in the air and running. And I got to figure out a way to make it so that it doesn't happen. And the only way I can think about doing that is by untangling all of the wires that I have set up, plugged into different sockets, and redesign it all and make it a little bit more streamlined and a little bit more of an elegant design, and try to get it so that it is not as confounding to other people, because I may not be able to explain those how those things work. I may be in a situation where I'm not able to communicate that way. I mean, I know other people that don't have that ability right now, and it's all just really, yeah. There's a lot of people who are worse off than me, and I don't know why I'm complaining. I mean, I know everybody has their own shit show that they got to manage, and everybody's is different, and it's all important to that person. It's the shit show is in the eye of the beholder. Doesn't matter which way you slice it. Your problems are your problems, and they matter to you in a certain way, and other people's problems may seem from an outside perspective like they're worse, but they aren't really when you realize how much they have to deal with and how much you have to deal with. So, there are things, some of their stuff's easier, some of your stuff's easier, and it's all how you perceive it. So yeah. Well, anyways, we're going to continue on and getting back to it. We've almost got all the themes crafted. We've almost got all of our peeps trained up. We're going to keep doing that, and we will come back next time and do some more quests. We are going through and doing the party at the end of the world quest, as you can see, and we're going to be talking about, a couple of things here. So let's get to it, shall we? Here it is. We're still playing Fallout Shelter in 2023. I cannot believe it. just that I'm still playing it. This last time we're 90. What was it? We're 69 episodes in. Over a year we put onto this, and just quite recently with the update for the 25th anniversary of Bethesda and all of the new items there, we're still discovering things, as you will find out in this episode. If you caught it on the thumbnail, you're going to see it. We got a surprise at the end to show you. But let's take a little trip down memory lane, shall we? Yeah. So I grew up in the 80s. In the 80s, we didn't have the games like Fallout Shelter or Fallout, for that matter, or anything like this. We did not have all the cool stuff these cool kids had. In fact, a lot of my friends and I didn't have this the coolest stuff then either, which would probably in, let's see here, between 1984 and 1988 would have been Nintendo or a Commodore 64 at that time. Yeah. I had an Atari, and it wasn't even a real Atari. It was the Sears branded Telegames thing that came with Land, Air, Sea Battle. It didn't even come with Combat. It came with Air, Sea Battle. And didn't even have a computer at that time. Didn't get a computer until many years later. 1985, 86-ish, I got an Apple IIc, which an Apple IIc looked like a newer typewriter, electronic typewriter that you could actually just plug into a TV. You didn't have to have a monitor. And you put a disc in and you turned it on, and then you could type run, and you would get games on a disc. You didn't have a mouse, or you didn't have a window like Windows, like you scroll across the screen and click on something. You had to actually type in commands. And even then, that still wasn't the coolest thing ever. The coolest thing ever at that point was, of course, the Commodore 64. And the Commodore 64 was the big blue screen thing. They had to type in load, quote, game, quote, comma 8, comma 1, run, whatever, comma 8, comma 1. And you could play all kinds of games. And it had better graphics, I think, at that point than like the accepted TRS-80s at that time that I had in school. The biggest thing we had for the TRS-80s was pretty much text adventure games. But so there was always that one kid in your school or in your group of friends that had the coolest of games, the Commodore 64. He wasn't even that cool of a kid. It's just that he had the coolest toys. And you'd be out playing on the playground or out playing your games with everybody, and he'd be like talking about it. He'd like, oh yeah, my mom got me this game, blah blah. I'm like, what? What? Wait, you have this game? Oh my! Well, we have to go see it. So then we would drop all the toys that we had, like the sporting equipment, like the baseballs and the pads and all that stuff, and we'd run over to his house because his parents worked or whatever. And this kid who we deemed as being the coolest kid around, who we all flocked to, because he had a Commodore 64 and a bunch of games in his bedroom. So there we were, all huddled around watching him play, Impossible Mission, or the G.I. Joe game, or Balderdash, or Beachhead, Raid Over Moscow. All these are the kind of games that were like, cool back then. He wasn't, he wasn't expecting this kind of people in his room, in his house. He was like, we're going to play baseball, dude. What happened? And here we are saying, no, dude, you're the cool kid. You've got the games. Show us your games. Come on, dance monkey, be our puppet. So we kind of abused him in that sense. We used him for what he had, not because of who he was. And that kind of like made it sad, because it's like that would be that one guy that would be like, well, let's go out, and he doesn't get a lot of time socially interacting with other people. And then the moment he gets that, the moment he can be interacting with them on the playground and doing all that stuff, we want to go back to his house and watch because his parents weren't home, and we'd be sitting around around the computer with our Faygo Red and Doritos and spilling it all over his grandmother's homemade or handmade, I should say, Afghan, and causing a problem and being a general ruckus. And then we'd scatter like roaches when the lights came on because his parents showed up from work one day. And then, we wouldn't talk to him about anything else. We wanted to do that. So it's like we were kind of like assholes in that sense, that we would, abuse him in that manner. It was really kind of sad. But he had that thing that we didn't have. I remember, quite frankly, I didn't mind so much with that because I liked video games. I didn't mind kids coming over and playing video games. Now, granted, a lot of times with a lot of the games I played, they were always one player. I didn't have a close enough in age sibling to have two-player games on things. Like if we played a game on the Atari, I always got my ass kicked because my brother was 7 years older than me at that time, and I was, under the age of 10. But going into my teen or early, late childhood years to early teen years, he was in high school or in college, so I didn't have anybody else. So I would probably get mostly games that were a single player. So I didn't have, so I was going to be that kid where people would gather around and watch. But I didn't really mind so much. I mean, my parents might have minded at that time. I don't know. But that was our childhood. That abusing that one kid who had all the cool toys. And the funny thing is that kind of behavior, that kind of I don't know what you want to call scopus. What do they call it? Fetishistic scopophilia. The idea of watching other people, watching life, that getting off on watching other things. Like if you've ever watched the movie Rear Window with Jimmy Stewart, where he's laid up in a wheelchair in an apartment, and he looks out at his window at the apartment complex across the street, or the neighbors across the street, and he watches a murder happen, and it becomes something he obsesses upon. That's fetishistic scopophilia. It was a term I learned in college. But that idea that we would just get something out of watching somebody else do something, watching them do life, is a weird concept, but yet we did it back then. In fact, we did it in the arcade too. I mean, I would go into an arcade and I would lose $5 worth of quarters within 5 minutes, and I'd be like, okay, I've got another hour before my mom's coming to pick me up. What are we going to do? We just watch other people play. We didn't even have quarters to put up on the bezel to or the beznet or whatever it was to play the next round. We just sat there and watched them. We would just sit there and watch somebody like get the high score in Galaga or Double Dragon or something like that. That was weird. And as much as I feel that was normalized back then, at the same time, I have this weird thing that I think it's kind of stupid today. And yet I'm part of it. I'm a part of that idea, because think about what a YouTuber a gamer who's a YouTuber is. You're playing video games, and you're asking other people, and you're inviting them into your area, your gaming arena, to watch you do something. And that's a bit weird in a sense. That's kind of odd, don't you think? Now, back in the early days of YouTube, when it was just funny fails and cat videos, we didn't have video gaming. But video gaming didn't come out until about 2006, 2007, something around that time, and it didn't get huge until like Minecraft. Minecraft was like the biggest thing, and then you had all the other games come online. In fact, I remember there was an early days of that golden era of YouTube and the gaming community where you almost had to get permission from a developer in order to record, because there was this weird gray area of no man's land of copyright and IP infringement, where like if Nintendo didn't let you do it, I know that, but like to film or to record gameplay and put it up onto a social platform, that was kind of like, ooh, that's kind of weird. How can you do that? And then we sort of like just got away from all that. And now we do it all the time. Now we just everything. And there's different slices of that community on YouTube. There's the gaming community where, hey, you watch me play, we talk, we do this kind of thing. We have this I call it sort of a podcast kind of idea, the Angry Cast, where we talk about things as well as we do gaming. But there's also like the how-tos and tutorials and gamer tips and pro tips and all that stuff, and achievement hunting and all that kind of idea where you're like showing people how to do stuff. I've done it too. I've tried to like diversify the gaming side of this to do several different things to sort of see what works. Right now I've got it, not like I like to talk about other video games while I'm playing one other one, but I do it all the time. I disclaimer it that I don't want to do it, but I do it all the time. But here, I just finished up doing a series for another video game where it's like an entire how to become like, insanely rich in the game without having to do any of the game. Without having to play the game. That kind of idea. So we do that all the time. And a lot of my initial, what I'm trying to pinpoint in on for gaming on YouTube is just my experience. Like I try to be funny about it, and I know I'm horribly not funny at it, but just the idea of being reactionary to things like, oh my gosh, I'm experiencing things, which is kind of like where I like to observe and I like to watch, and I'm like watching the game and you're watching me watch the game in a sense. Kind of like with Fallout or Skyrim or all those types of things. So there's all types of ideas behind how we do that, but then there's also this weird other sense of gaming, where it's like, I just experienced this. It's like we had this what I don't even know the hell the name were, the two brothers or whatever. It was reacts. It was reaction videos, and it would be people reacting to other videos, and I thought that was kind of dumb. And then I thought it was also horribly dumb where you see people react to other people playing video games. So it's like now not only are we marketing videos on YouTube as, hey, I'm playing a video game, but now we're also marketing videos of somebody reacting to somebody playing a video game on YouTube. So you're actually watching them. And I actually sat there with a cup of coffee and watched someone who claimed to be an expert in a particular time of game watching another channel who I adore because the sarcasm and his entire way of approach. Let's game it out, Josh, a developer's worst nightmare. Watching him play and break, basically play, test, and break a game, and that's his whole shtick. It's just like, how bad is your game programmed? How bad can I break it? Because if you give me an exploit, I will exploit it to its fullest potential. And then you have somebody who sits there and spends an inordinate amount of time playing the game legitimately, watching this and going, well, pause here, let me talk about this, keep playing. So you got about a 30-minute video with about 10 minutes of actual original content where every time he pauses, he talks for about 30 seconds and then he continues. And it wasn't even, and this one was, I'm critical of it, not because I think I'm better than anybody, but I'm critical of it from a standpoint of the guy didn't even really deliver original content in a sense, because when he was watching the video, he actually didn't even edit it to the point where he let the commercials play. I mean, seriously, the ads in the game, the ads in the video that he was watching played through his video watching that video. That makes any sense to you? He literally sat there and just played the video off of YouTube, and the ads came up, and then he would fast forward through it. He didn't cut it out. He didn't edit it. He didn't do any other extra work on that content in order to produce or deliver original content. Now, he might have an entire video gaming channel devoted to playing that game, and he might show that, but this is like, it seems a little bit opportunistic in a sense, because he was obviously going after a very high level channel that does this kind of thing and does it very well and very successfully, and he just pretty much absorbed their content and he put it on his channel as his own, a derivative thereof or fair use of, by just commenting every few minutes about the video and not even taking any of the commercials out of it that was already on the original video. I mean, this is kind of like insane. And I'm like, wait a second. We've come full circle. Not only are we paying to watch, because we have ads in them, we're paying to watch somebody play a video game. Now we're paying to watch someone else play a video game while you comment on it. And then not only do we see their ads, we're probably going to see your ads. So it's hilarious that, that one kid back in the day who was like, you all sat in my room and watched me play video games, and now I can make you watch them and I can get paid for it. Isn't it? It's kind of weird. It's kind of funny how that all works. But yeah, I thought that was just an interesting observation, and it spawned an entire story about my childhood. So sorry for that. It's sort of like roped you into that. Yeah, we are almost through this entire thing. This is like a single stage area where you go into the Red Rocket, and if we've done the party at the end of the world, the New Year's Eve, New Year's Day quests before. There are sprinkled in some items from the new update in them. I will tell you that, because I did get a recipe for the one of the newer weapons, the legendary weapon. I didn't unlock it yet. It's still in the crafting room, not unlocked. So that's, hey, there you go. And I don't know whether or not I got a pet carrier from any of these quests. I can't think about it at the moment. But I do know that the I do know that the thing. Oh, there it is, right there. The enhanced plasma caster. I got that recipe. So yeah, that came from old quests with new content. So yeah, we're still doing that. We're still getting that. That's great when that happens. But it's not exactly like we're getting a ton of it. And like I said, I don't remember if I got the pet carrier from this particular quest line or if I got it through some other means offline where I did anything else. So it's kind of like, hey, let's watch and keep going because I do want to show this to you because it is a new item. It's not an old item, and I can't wait to use it. So I think we got 2 more quests in this one. Yeah, and it's just funny. This is the quest where the overseer's son and you were out drinking. He gets kidnapped and forced into marriage. Basically it's The Hangover. It's basically the plot of The Hangover in Fallout Shelter. So there you go. Yeah. So on top of that, we've also just to let you know, we have crafted, and we're in the process of crafting the last item. We have crafted all of the themes. We've got from this entire Christmas and New Year's quest, we got at least 2 more dwellers. You will get Jack at the end of this quest line, and we did get the Santa Claus guy from one of the other quests as well. So there's that. So we got 2 more. We're getting closer to that 200, but I still have so many people stuck in the first room that I have to wait till they get done. So of course I'm lowering my when you keep people standing outside, it does lower your overall happiness percentage. So now I think I'm down to like 83 because each one of them count as 50%. So if you do the math on that, and if you have a high percentage of happiness within the vault, and then you have 10 people standing outside, you get a factor in the average of 10 of those 50%. So it's not good. It doesn't do good for your odds. So it may not be I don't care personally, but it does affect the bonuses that you get, and it does affect the when you clear resources. It does, especially if you're doing them automatically. It does affect those bonuses, which is if you're like me and you have 999,000 caps, you don't care because you're not about the caps anymore. You're just we're just doing quests at this point. So that I will say that. But back to this other idea about the end of the New Year's Eve and all this idea. I hope everybody out there had a wonderful and safe New Year's. I will say a couple of things as far as current events. The last video we talked about my friend who had a massive heart attack and was in the hospital. If anybody out there happened to in their own time or please, thank you, whatever, have some sort of a thought or prayer for him, however you choose to do that. I thank you. I'm sure they thank you as well. I will say that he was put into the rehab facility this week, and he's being discharged. So he's got full. He's going to have a full recovery ahead of him, which is great for someone. Hey, we're 48, we're 47 and 48 years old at this point. This is not something typical for us. We get to that point in life where things are starting to be taken from us more than they're given to us. So I will say it's great to hear. On the flip side of that, and I haven't followed football for quite some time. I kind of gave up watching because I was a diehard Steelers fan. I was a diehard Steeler fan. I would live and breathe and bleed black and gold, and I've been that way all my life. After like Troy Polamalu retired, and after the sort of the decline of the Ben Roethlisberger years, and basically just in general the way people were being treated and way. It was obviously there was accountability based on profitability. And I said, you know what, I'm kind of done with this. And besides, not only that, but I would let an entire Sunday dictate my mood where I would lose 3 to 4 hours watching a game instead of enjoying my weekend with the rest of my family. And if they did great, I was fine. If they lost, and I was like, throwing stuff around. And then I could see that's like hereditary. I could see my dad was the same way because he was a big diehard Steeler fan all his life. So giving that up and not giving a crap about what's happening in the NFL has been sort of a blessing for me in terms of reclaiming time into my life and my well-being and everything. And I think that's probably not a bad thing if it's something. And if you do care and good for you. If you do follow and you enjoy and you do all that, then that's your thing and you choose to do it. I'm doing what I choose to do. But I happen to be watching nothing related to football. We were watching because we lost Barbara Walters, being an actor, being in that sort of entertainment vein of things that I care about in my life. Losing Barbara Walters was kind of a big thing because the 10 most fascinating people, the Oscar specials, all that, and her being a journalist, and I grew up with her. It's like her and Sam Donaldson and Tom Brokaw and Dan Rather and the late Peter Jennings, who I loved. Losing one of that pantheon of broadcast journalists, that's kind of a big thing for me. So I happened to be watching that special on Hulu the other night, and then my friends were talking about, I see on Twitter, I just happened to open up Twitter and look at it during a commercial, and there was all this talk about the game and what's going on, and I'm like, well, what the hell's going on? And I happened to turn on ABC Monday Night Football, or Tuesday night, I don't know, it was just whatever it was, but it was it was Tuesday night. It was the Bills and the Bengals, and I couldn't believe it. This whole issue where they were still considering playing the game after the Damar Hamlin injury. And if you don't know what happened, so Damar Hamlin, he's a second-year guy out of Pitt who's been playing for the Bills, number 3. Went to McKees Rock, so he's local hometown hero for us. If you are, I went to Pitt, so I have that sort of connection in that way. That's the only relatable moment I can say. Oh, I went to Pitt. He went to Pitt. He tackled somebody, and he tackled him, but he's more like he got tackled, the way it looked on tape, and he stood up and then immediately collapsed. He basically had a cardiac event, and I kind of figured that's what it was, but I wasn't sure if it was something congenital that just reared its ugly head, which you wouldn't think would happen, but it can. But also, I was, afraid he broke his neck, all these types of things. But he was down on the ground, and they had to do CPR on the field, and they were going to play 5 minutes later, and the players and the coaches said, yeah, no, we're not. And this is the kind of thing that sort of got me away from football, was this, hey, the game is important, and it's profit, and it's money, and we need to produce this. We have a responsibility to our shareholders, a responsibility to the marketing people and people who sell the stuff, and responsibility to fantasy football and DraftKings and all those things, and Vegas and all that. And they're like, no, you don't. You have a responsibility to the people who you employ to play this game, and I don't think that they're taking care of them the way they should in terms of what's marketable, what's money getting for them. And the coaches and the teams deciding that they weren't going to go into that and say, you know what, no, we're done playing for tonight. One of our own are out there fighting for their life. And he was. He had to be revived on the field, and he had to be intubated and had to be put into, I guess, what you would consider the cooling. It's the same as my friend who had a cardiac event, who had a massive heart attack, in order to cool the brain and save brain function. When he was in the ICU in Cincinnati, that's a scary thing, and far too often do we politicize what these players go through and what they're doing, and they're just as important as anybody else. If you feel that you are in a position and you're being abused, or at your work, as a worker, as an employee, if you feel that you're not being given the right sort of treatment, but you watch the NFL or any other league and you say, well, those players are just overprivileged elitist bums that should be okay with, yeah, they're being paid, they're being compensated way more than you are, but think about the career that they're going to have. And think about after their career. They are going to be playing for a very brief amount of time. Ben Roethlisberger just retired. He played from 2004 until 2021. He played almost 16, 17 years. Yeah, he played a hell of a long time. Now, granted, he's a quarterback, so it's a little bit different story. But what is it to them after that? What can they do after that? They don't have a career after that unless they go into broadcast, to journalism, or to back into coaching or teaching or anything like that. They make their money and they're done. So that's their thing. So I think we should give them a little bit more benefit of the doubt when it comes to their well-being. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So hey, We are back. We are back into the vault. We've gathered up all these duplicate fragments, which of course it doesn't matter anymore because we've crafted them all. In fact, we've got the one going right now. I think we got about 2 days left, possibly. Let's see here. Yeah, no, 4 days. I'm sorry, but we can upgrade this and get it done because 120,000 caps. What do I care? we'll just do that and then we'll be done. So that'll be the last one that we're gonna craft, and then we'll probably go back to the party ones because I kind of like the party ones. And of course, when the holidays happen, we'll let them go through. But let's go ahead and open up the stuff after we send our group back out to get them on the road. I don't think we have any other holiday quests, so we'll just do the game show gauntlet because, of course, it is a lunchbox, and that is where we get all the fun stuff out of this. I did not heal them up. Ooh, crap. Oh well, they'll be fine. I didn't heal them up after the last quest. I don't know why I didn't. Oh well, let's go open up our stuff and see what we got. Okay, we've got, like I said, two of these. I think he looks familiar. I think we have him. It's a 2.5 stranger chance Toiger, but this is the big one I wanted to show you. Guess what? Look at this thing. I have never. Okay, we had pets, we had cats, we had dogs, we had parrots. Now I've got an alien drone, and that's from Fallout 76, that alien drone, and it's a +4 damage, and I cannot wait to use him and see how he works out. But let's keep going. Opening up the rest of our we got Agent Provocateur. We don't care. We'll sell that probably. We got a quest for that. The Gold Watch, caps. Objective, not quest. Water and Republic robes. We'll sell that because that's also for the objective of selling so much stuff. Let's see what else we got. We'll get rid of that. BB gun. Oh, look, we got some Nuka-Cola Quantums ×3. And what else we got? We got a trifold flag, and we got caps, and we got Jennifer Harvey, another dweller. Oh boy! And then what's our last lunchbox going to show us? Wonder Glue, and another BB gun. We'll sell that. Stim pack and caps and caps. Okay, awesome. Awesome possum, which I should have not done that because, oh well, it's fine. It doesn't matter. We play and we lose caps left and right, but we're going to switch this puppy out, this kitty out for the alien drone, and we'll see what happens the next time we do that. We'll see how well that works the next time we have another attack on the vault. So we are going to start bringing some of these peeps in because everybody in the first room that was doing strength training has now finished their strength training, and they need to be moved into the next room, perception. So that lets me bring some more people into the vault, and that'll take us probably up to about 131 dwellers. We're still on track to do that. That'll be fine. Oh well, no crap. Come on. Okay, I got 5 people in here. Let's get this Mr. Santa Claus in here. Eat Santa Claus, little buddy. What are we doing here? Let's see. We got a quest that I found. Called, hold on a second. We're doing Game Show Gauntlet, but I found another quest, which we'll talk about in a second. Brotherhood of Feels. Brotherhood of Feels. I don't know where I found it, but travelers are told of a small squad of ex-Brotherhood of Steels type setting up a kind of a commune in an area. Apparently they've got some survivors, ghouls, and raiders all living in supposed harmony together. Go investigate. We are going to go do that. We'll send our usual peeps out there. Get them up, get them going, let's go. How you doing? And then we will do that quest, and we'll talk more about it once we get in there. So we'll see you then. Hold on. Contact the soldiers. Yeah, this is a one I didn't know they existed. You got to be level 50 to do it, and I can't. It's Robco, so it's definitely a new one. So yeah, cool. And it has that blue border on the card for when you look at it in the Overseer's office. So it's a single stager, and it's not like all the other ones. And I can't find another. Now, there was another. Somebody came in one of the comments on one of the videos and said, can't wait to see you do Almost Human or Only Human, and try that one out. Now, I thought they meant either Almost Human or Only Human, the other one, because there is a synth-related quest line. It's a multi-stage quest line that I have done before, but apparently this is a different one, and I think, look at that. The boy's gonna help with the iBots. Pekka's iBot out. But I think it is one that you find out in the Wasteland. Like it's an encounter. So I'm going to see if I can try and figure out how to make that one happen. Now I know that at certain intervals of time things happen. And you'll see it in the log when people go out to the wasteland. Like, oh, they've reached because I think we said the armory or whatever was or the base was nerfed a little bit now, where you used to find that, you used to find all kinds of cool stuff there. Now you don't. So I don't know if there are timed events for when you encounter someone. So if I can figure out a way to determine whether or not that's a true thing, like every day at 5 hours, at 10 hours, at 15 hours, you hit a... hold on a second. Let's get this. Peace, strangers. I'll be ever glad you showed up. We set up this community to help people bring them together. So we got Raiders, we got... Brotherhood, and we got some other thing. Those raiders are just waiting for us to let our guard down. Thanks for your help. What can we do for you? Okay, you can hand over your gear and supplies. We'll be taking everything. Who are you? Where are you living? Why are you living with a bunch of raiders? We come from a nearby vault. Maybe we can look out for each other, trade supplies. So our options are, you can hand over your gear. We'll be taking everything, which is a bad option. Who are you? Why are you living with a bunch of raiders, which doesn't really tell us much. But the diplomatic choice is to maybe help trade supplies. So let's see what they say about that. We'll take all the help we can get. You've got a deal. Okay, cool. Ah, shit. Let's see if that's gonna work. Let's see what happens there. That was odd. It just crashed on me. Let's see what happens. Okay. Nope. Shit. Is it gonna crash again? Because I got closer. This time it only loaded up inside the room. Before it was loading up down to the lower level. Let's try a different approach. Let's see what that does. Okay, so whatever that third option is, it broke the game. Let me see what happens here. Hold on a second. So, okay, I'm loading it up on my phone at the same time. So apparently, it already went with sorry, I'm trying to get my phone to play by, to see if I can get it to kick that quest out, and we'll check it. We'll check it and come back later. It loaded the game already after we had beaten that, the requirement for the request. So I don't know what the third option was going to give me. If you happen to know, or if I can find out, and I'll let you know if it does. It lets me do it on my phone. Yeah, we definitely got the suit. That was the main part, and now we still have more crap to go through. Okay, there is the quest in my phone. So sorry. Give me a second here. Yay. Meanwhile, they're taking care of things on their own. Okay. So we'll get my phone's going to load up. When I edit it, I'll throw something in there about it. So there we go. That's good. All right. Yeah, so that was interesting. So yeah, what I was trying to say before the world completely ended was that I'm going to try and figure out the timing on where you can get these messages from the wasteland that you've encountered something, and see if I can use that to time... Whoops, we went the wrong way. Time to play, and see if I get that quest, which, But then it shouldn't be one of the ones you find in containers. It shouldn't be one of the ones you find in the quest. I think it's got to be, and I don't know. And if that person's watching and they want to comment on it, I don't want you to spoil it, of course. I know you were very interested in seeing what I do with it. But if you knew how that quest was obtained and can help me point me in the right direction, maybe that would be okay. I mean, don't know. But So, all right. What do we got going on here? Okay. Oh, a rad scorpion. So yeah, there's that quest. Still never found the other one, which was probably like this one, where it just showed up out of nowhere. I just happened to be aware of it this time. I happened to be going in, and I saw that quest was sitting there, and I'm like, I better go research this one because I don't remember it. And I checked all the YouTube videos I could find, and I did not see it anywhere. And the fact that now that we see that's the Robco factory, that's definitely new content because there are no iBots, there are no Protectrons in pre-115 content. So that tells me, yeah, this was a new one. So they're still pumping out new quests. That's pretty cool. I mean, they're giving you a reason to go in there. And of course, last week you saw we got the last thing we got out of our lunchboxes was the alien drone. I should have brought him on a quest. I should have just. I figured I would get attacked in the vault by something soon enough that I could use it. It was like a +6 damage, I think. Yeah. Okay. Did we miss anything because of everything happening? No, we did not. All right. Contact soldiers. Let's go back to the vault. Yeah. T-51D power armor. Not too bad, I guess. So, I did a little bit of digging into the internet and found out that random encounters, and this is subject to some verification that I may or may not be able to test, happen usually every 20 minutes or so that a dweller is out in the wasteland. So that means I need to keep the game open and playing for 20 minutes at a time, and possibly get a bunch of them. That being said, that's kind of oof. What I might do is to send out 3 or 4 dwellers at 5-minute intervals. 5-minute intervals. Go back out, come back in, and just wait for almost 20 minutes. Come in and see what happens and see if they actually kick off every 20. So it'd be every 5 minutes after that, the 20-minute mark for the first one, 25-minute mark for the second one, or the 30-minute mark for the fourth, and so on and so forth, to see if we can actually test that theory out, because I've never tested it myself. Now, I do know that perception does play into whether or not a dweller finds a random encounter, I think, or luck. Does not matter, because every dweller that goes out there has 10 luck and 10 perception. But I don't know, do we have outfits that increase both luck and perception? Do we or do we not? We've got perception +4 for the T-45D power armor. We've got I'm going to give him a sturdy vault suit. What about, I don't think we have anything else that is just luck and perception per se, except for Piper's outfit. That would give us a +2, but that doesn't really do much for anything else. It's just a +2, where we could get a +5 or a +7 on them. So what I can do then is maybe test it even further by sending out someone with a +5 perception and a +5 luck. I might send him this one. I might want to do perception and something else besides just perception, or sports fan outfit, which is +1 and +4, just to vary up our to see how we can get this to maybe trigger correctly. Confessor Cromwell's rags, P2 L2. So there we have options. So maybe we'll try that next time. Maybe we will do that next time and see how that goes. But we'll wait for that. They're going to be here. I'll get another limits. We'll come back in 11 minutes. Like I said, I'm going to try the one on my phone, get the results from that, and see if it crashes the game when I try to pick that third option, or at least tell you what that third option is, because the wiki, the fandom wiki, has not been updated with the newer content so much, and that I could not find the one quest that I missed, tried to show you everybody. And then this one, only human isn't there, as well as Brotherhood of Feels was not in there. Neither is Luke, Luke the Human, or something like that, which we haven't figured out what his purpose is yet. I think people have been speculating he's a synth. I don't know. We'll find out. So we'll see in a bit. Hold on. Okay, everybody is back, and I did manage to do the quest on my phone, and I chose the last option in the decision tree, and I still got the armor. Nothing else happened, and it didn't crash. Now, the only thing different between that one and this one was that there were more caps involved, but I think it's because those three had more. I think the caps can change no matter what. I don't think that had anything tied to the decision I made. So I don't know why it crashed. I think it's, well, I mean, I can't say for certain, but I think mostly it's probably BlueStacks causing the issue. That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah. So let's. Well, I will. We've got no new other quests to handle, and we said we were going to try doing the 20 minute, or the sending people out for that. So I'll get that set up for next time. Meanwhile, I'll send these guys out for whatchamacallit, because we should get some more lunchboxes if we can. Always a good thing. See ya! Wouldn't want to be ya. What else we got going on? We still got to sell some weapons. I mean, why? I could sell them because, I could use the cash. I blew through everything. I blew through it all when I updated things or upgraded things. Oh yeah, so we got here our themes. We've got all the themes now. Unlock, unlock, unlock. I think I'm still going to go with party because why not? Reload later. I'll reload later because I want to get the diner or the cafeteria as well. Let's see here. Anything else left here? That's all been unlocked. And we'll choose a party for that one. Let's reload it. And it's a party up in this place. Whee! Alrighty. So there you go. We are set to do that. Like I said, I'll have to remember to set out. I think probably maybe early next week I can get that started, so we'll have that going. Like I said, again, I'm going to send somebody out and then wait 5 minutes, then another person out, then wait 5 minutes, and another person out, and do that like 4 times, and that'll get us a good range of people investigating. I need to make sure I put them in the right outfits so that they can trigger, hopefully, those encounters out in the wasteland, so maybe we can find that quest we're talking about, and we'll go from there. Until then, it's going to kind of a short one. I apologize, but, hey, we got some stuff done. That's great. All the themes are made, and that's great. We got more people back in because everybody from the strength room has now moved over to there, and I've got some more people hanging outside. Giving a little pause on that just so I can get my points back up, and we'll continue there. We're gonna send these peeps out on a quest right now. It is the Take Me Out to the Ball Game quest. It's been sitting in our thing for a while. We didn't have any baseball bats. We had to make them. But the Slugger, the Raiders, hosting a baseball game. But yeah, forgot to invite you. Time to throw them out at home plate. Gosh, we love the puns. But we're going to do that. And now we're going to do what we said we were going to do. Find a few peeps, like Ed the Ghoul here. Maybe Mr. Burke. And we're going to send them out into the wasteland for a while. Equip them with some good stuff, maybe a perception or luck outfit, higher luck or higher perception outfit than the 10 that they got from their training, and see if we can trigger these random encounters. Don't have a lot. Might want to give him... What can we give him? What can we give... Well, Confessor Cromwell's rag. It's a P2 and L2. We can just split the difference there. So, yeah. There we go. On your way, get out there and do some good work for the Vault. Because, we shot you dead to rights in Fallout 3. Yes, if you don't know who Mr. Burke was, that's the guy from who tries to get you to blow up Megaton for 10 penny. Anyways, beyond that, let's send out Aaron Harper, who, give him a vengeance. And let's see what we can make him wear. I don't have a... Again... I'm looking more for luck. I'm splitting the difference to see if there's a better one than the other. So we'll give him luck plus 5, and send him out. I think it's the perception. I think if I remember reading correctly, and we talked about last time, that perception is the perk that is needed for random encounters. We'll see. Who else we got? Oh yes, Jonathan Hancock. We're going to give him Sheriff's Duster, because that'll give him some good stuff there. Yeah, on your way. Go. Alright, that's another one out. Another one down. Yeah, I mean, and I'm staggering these every 5 minutes. So what I've done is I've sent out Mr. Burke, waited 5 minutes, came back in, sent out Aaron Harper, waited 5 minutes, came in. Now we're, he's been out there now for 5 minutes. He's been out there for 13 minutes. As you can see, we we could advance it for 30 minutes, but we don't want to spend any Nuka-Colas or anything like that. Anyways, let's go, Mr. Russell. Russell Bush, is that his name? I forget it. I think I mess it up later on. Because yes, I am recording this part over because I was just wanting to get everything set up, and now I'm coming back and doing all the fun work. So how we got? Now we got John Hancock's out there for 6 minutes, Aaron Harper's out there for 13, and Mr. Burke's out there for 19. So we're like 6 minutes apart so far. By the time it takes me to get somebody set up and kicked out, we're about 5 to 6 minutes. We need one last more because now we're up to 8 minutes on Russell Bush, 15, and 22, and 29. So we're going to get a healthy little, spread here of 5 minutes apiece. And it has been 20 minutes since the first guy. It's actually been almost 30 minutes since the first guy went out. Hopefully we get a random encounter soon. It would be nice. Not much else I can do in that sense. No other quests have come up. As far as single stage quests like we were talking about, the Only Human or anything else. So I think, we're going to just play this one out and see what happens. Alright, we got one. No, you don't want to ignore it. We go to the Super Duper Mart. What's this one called? I guess we'll find out here in a second. Food fight! Eliminate the raiders. Usually, these are pretty much 3 rooms. Nothing really that big we got to deal with. So let's see what happens. Let's see. Yep. They all got baseball bats there on the other quest. Too bad. I think that's not going to go well for you. They're going to try to treat me like a printer at Office Space. I think yes, we've used these jokes more than once, I think. Yep. Get them done. Get them out of there. Let's go. Would you now? Would you really? Bit of 6. I see dumb people. Alright, now there's going to be like 1 or 2 rooms below. We've said this before. This one we're going to have 2 rooms. We'll probably encounter more enemies and then someone to discuss things with. And again, I'm going to always try, especially with raiders out in the wasteland who are just wandering around, I always try to become, or use their stim packs in the most efficient way because they only have 25 of them going out. If they pick any up in, like here, in the quest, or on the in the encounter, we can use them, but I don't want to waste them. But I figure if I were to send them out, oh wait, hold on a second. Here you go, stock the shelves, or just to get yourself killed. What are my options here? Well, let's see here. How about this? I'm the district manager, and you're fired. Wouldn't have mattered. I think it doesn't matter. No matter what you do, you're still going to end up in a fight. So, okay. But like I said, you don't want to have him die, of course. And you don't want to just use up all of your stim packs because he's going to run out before he gets to a far enough away location that can trigger some cool stuff in the wasteland. So yeah, we don't want to do that. So we will, try to be judicious with our stim packs and just only use the ones we can. And of course, we're going to actually come out on top because we're going to have at least 2 extra stim packs going into this. So okay, we've done that. We've beat the quest. I don't know what we got. Like what? A microscope? We don't want any raiders. What do we get? We got a microscope and some caps. Well, that's not that great. All right. Well, shit. I had it going for almost an hour. I mean, in the game, not just coming back in, going out, coming back in. He's been out for an hour 18. He's been out for an hour 28. He's been out for an hour 36, and out for an hour and 44. I've had 1 encounter. Now, here's the thing about them. He's got a P5 on, which would be the best thing to get an encounter. But he's got a P2. He's got an L. I was just testing out to see what would happen, and he's got a P2 as well, and none of them have. So the best thing to use is Perception outfit. And it did start after 20 minutes, but nothing else happened after that, and I've been sitting here waiting. So, well, let's just go ahead and take me out to the ball game while they continue to get to level 50. All right, so defeat Slugger, and of course we saw early on what this was. It's a single stage quest that you get with the initial Overseer, and it comes with you have to use baseball bats. So it's best to go in there with some good outfits and some good stats, because they're using guns and you're using wood. Luckily, though, these baseball bats seem to do pretty good on them. Oh my gosh, it's like the printer scene in Office Space right now. So there you go. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting. I didn't know if I was going to continue to get one after the other. And there's only one real good random encounter quest to get, and that's the one that gives you Mr. Handy. And there's another one that you are forced to take a Vault Dweller if you find it. And there's one that you may not actually complete because it's so hard. So there's like 3 specific ones that are each have their own little thing about them that's kind of cool. Otherwise, it's just usually the same old. You go into a location, usually the Super Duper Mart, 3 rooms, 1 at the top, 2 at the bottom. Go through raiders sometimes. Go through those ghouls. Not much else. It would be nice if they had some random encounters for the new stuff. That would be cool. I don't know that that's going to be the case, but we took an attempt to do it. So I would suggest try it on your own, see what you can find, report back, let me know in the comments. We have not gotten any new requests yet. I don't know. I've been checking the logs and I haven't seen anything come through. So there's nothing really new to report in that sense. That's kind of like I said, we're except for the smidges of new content that we get every so often, we're kind of running out of steam here. But I want to keep going as long as we can. We still have some things we want to do with the vault. Like I said, I got those 4 people out there that are going to go up to level 50, so they'll be ready to go into, they're already through training, so they're going to be able to go. I've taken the ones that were in the theme room, since I'm no longer using the theme room. I've built all the themes. I now slept them up into the first residence, so that they can help out with the fight. And unfortunately, I had a chance to beat some Deathclaws. Unfortunately, I forgot too many. I kept moving people up in there. They had pets, so there was too many pets, and the one that actually had the alien drone left. So I didn't even get to do that one yet. That's kind of sucky. I would like to have shown you how the alien drone worked, but hopefully we'll be okay. Home run, time to charge the field. No, you're not doing much of anything, even though you got rifles or shotguns. You're not doing that great. Yep. We will take the spoils from this fight. But like I said, I got rid of that room, so I put more people up in the other rooms. Once we get to the point where I've got level 50 and I've got no place to put anybody, we can start to cycle them into even the storage rooms, because if anything else, that'll prevent me from having problems where rad scorpions show up, or mole rats show up, and or even rad roaches show up where there's nobody around. There's somebody there that can take care of it. I mean, it'd be nice if there was a Mr. Handy involved too, because that's another way of doing it. But if anything else, just having somebody in that room, and they'll be a level 50 with pretty good stats, they'll be able to handle themselves. When these things show up in the training rooms, it's kind of a mess. They are not well equipped for it, unfortunately. Yep. Just a bunch of raiders just getting taken out. We got 3 more rooms. 4, maybe 5, maybe 5 rooms probably. Nope, maybe 3. Nope, there we do. We got something here. I'm Slugger, captain of this ball club. We're the bomb of the ninth, and we're up to bat. You gonna swing this pitch or not? Swinging it, I think I'll hold you to ball. Is there a better choice? Okay, we got two choices. Swinging at it, which I think is a hit, starts a fight, or I think you'll throw a ball. Well, if it's ball 4, we get to walk, right? So, I mean, you know, let's go with that. Yep, we get to walk, we don't have to fight. We got a sports outfit. Hot diggity damn. Oh, we actually see one with a baseball bat, finally. This was kind of a... This was a one-sided fight, mostly, for this entire thing. And I don't know if that's because it's not like the other ones where you are leveled against your enemies, or... I mean, I would think of baseball, but maybe it's just... I don't know, maybe it's just the fact that these guys are in agility outfits, +5 agility outfits, and they're all level 50 with all their stats. Alrighty, that solves this one. I did not take any... Holy crap, did I walk off without taking any? I took a risk. I took a risk, didn't I? Oh my. All of the... I'll have to go back and watch the tape. All of the stim packs and radaways we found were found here. Man, we're pretty pro. Or stupid, one of the two. Alright, that's all we need to do. Let's go home. Yay! We'll let them come back in. We got really nothing else going on. But we're going to call it there. We have to edit some stuff down a little bit. Recording some voiceover for some of this. As it is right now, we've got junk to collect. Critical hits we can still get. Critical hits, when you have to perform a bunch of them and you have Pip, as I do, best thing to do is to go on the game show gauntlet with Pip and answer the questions wrong. Because what that will do is that will make you fight and you will build up the critical hit chances, and then you'll get to use them, especially the ones that have the death claws in them. Where you have death claws peppered throughout the game show gauntlet course. Yeah, so that's how I got 19 of those. That's actually probably about 4 or 5 that I got because I just started answering questions wrong because I've already done it 1,000 times. I knew all the answers. And then because of Pip, I got times 3 for each one, and there you go. So that's a good way to get that one. Oh, look at this. A abandoned cabin. We have to go check. Mr. Burke. Now, Mr. Burke was the one who found it before. He's got the... No, Bushnell or whatever. This guy, he's got the Confessor Cromwell's rags. Okay, enter the eradicate the Radrich infestation. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. I definitely don't know. I know I've not seen this one before. Hello there, lonesome traveler, and welcome to my home. I'm a bit of a pickle and would really appreciate a helping hand. In case of Radrich infestation. Sure. Alright, getting a couple extra things. Already right now, you're still doing pretty good. Come on. This is pretty cool. I've never seen this one before, but again, 1 or 2 or 3 rooms, depending on which, what's the makeup of. And we do get, of course, I think he always attacks yep. Anytime you only have one dweller and you get attacked by a group of enemies and that one is an alpha or a boss, you will automatically attack them first, which is good because we want to get that way. We want to get that one first and get it out of the way, especially when you're talking about ghouls, mole rats, sometimes raiders. Definitely like death claws or rat scorpions. So, all right, we got some Nuka-Cola quantums out of that too. Oh, yay! Okay, go back out. Well, that's great. Okay. Yeah, he was an hour and 53 minutes out there, and we came across the second. That's the only second one we had out of 2 hours worth of being out in the wasteland. I am exhausted. And why am I exhausted? Because I closed on a house last week. Actually, no. No, this week. Sorry, today's Thursday. This was done on Tuesday. This is coming out on Friday. Yeah. See, I'm so screwed up. Anyways, we will talk more about that in a bit. Let's see what we got going on here. I got some peeps here hanging out, waiting to go on a quest. They just came back. Let's get them out on another one. Let's see here. What do we got? We got the Gale. I would love to get these. To get the Nuka-Cola Quantums. I'm not going to do them right now. Let's see. Oh. What is this? Oh, crap. I don't know if I can do this one. Because I don't know if I have the railway rifles. My Middle Pony. I don't think I've ever done this one before. Find a giddy-up buttercup. Will you use it for spare parts or riding in your spare time? Up to you. You're the overseer. Send the dwellers to get one. Let's see if we can try to get... Let's see if we even have... Oh, yes, we do have some. Okay, cool. Let's hope that we have enough. I think we have enough. I think we're going to be good. Oh, my goodness. Yes, we are. Yay. We'll send them out with that, and let's get her going. Have fun, folks. We'll see you in a bit. Yeah. So, also, we got this guy here. He is done with his stuff, but he can't move any over here because I've got 6 people in this room, so we're going to have to wait another 13 hours probably until somebody finishes up their perception training. Meanwhile, we've got our 4 folks outside that were running around. They've returned to the vault. Jonathan Hancock, come on in. Look what you got. Let's see what you got. My goodness. Holy cow. Anything else good? We got... Oh, no. We're going to have to get rid of all their crap. We'll have to do that offline. Because I don't think we're going to get anywhere here. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. We don't need some of these items. Not at all. Not at all. Alright. Yeah, we do have... Oh, we got a plasma thrower recipe. We completed the junk objective. So yay for that, even though it's just for a thing. We're going to get rid of that. And we'll take care of that, I'm sure. What else we got going on here? Holy hell, what did you find? NCR Ranger outfit. Okay, so I thought the NCR Ranger outfit was something new. I don't think it is, and although I don't know when the last time they would have updated it that this was in here, but the NCR Ranger outfit is from Fallout New Vegas. And since I'd never played it, I wasn't sure what this thing was. But it's not bad, a P4, C2. So let's get rid of your stuff. Let's get rid of... We don't need that. We don't need this. We don't need that. We don't need this. We can collect your stuff. Yeah, Mr. Berkey, you're completely... Oh, shit, the room's on fire. Oh, no. Crap. Meanwhile, that's happening. Let's get rid of some space here. So yeah, my week has been fun. As you all know, I was trying to sell my house, and falling back to an earlier episode where I was like in despair on things not going the way I was having some trouble and feeling despondent about everything. We got through it. We closed, and everything was great. It did take a lot of effort on a lot of people's part, and I cannot claim to have done everything on my own, or just Megan and myself on our own. We had a lot of help from a lot of people, and they were fantastic, and friends and family are awesome. Don't be afraid to ask for help sometimes. I hate to abuse the privilege. I feel like I've abused the privilege a lot, and have not been able to reciprocate as much as I could. I'm trying. I'm like, because of all the things I've had to do lately, in terms of trying to get the house sold, I feel like I can offer some services in a sense. Not great services, and I can't claim to be anything good, but we'll talk more about that, of course, like I said. But yeah, it's oh my gosh, if you've never sold a house, it's craziness. So, to catch you up a little bit, I bought the house in 2004. Different time. Pennsylvania, First Time Home Buyers Association. offered you a low interest rate, like 4.25, something like that, for a 30-year mortgage. They go through your life with a fine-tooth comb trying to find anything they can that might be good or bad in order to, because, it's a government-backed loan. They want to make sure that they are making, money off the deal. I mean, they're not going to, have you default or go into, or the house is going to explode or anything like that. So they're going to make sure that everything is up to date and cool. So, yeah, the whole idea with that was the fact that a lot of things had to be done on the house when I bought it. The outside box, the electrical box, was in poor shape. Had to make sure it was up to date, and it had a frayed head on it, and it wasn't like the right, cabling, or it was ever, copper, brass, whatever. And what we found out was that I was not going to get insured had I kept it, not been able to get that fixed. Again, so there's a couple of competing things happening there. One being insurance, one being just the loan. So the owners of the house that I bought had to upgrade the thing. Now, of course, it was a 100 amp. It was an older house from the 70s. It had a fuse box with the screw-in fuse. I had to, use a gas dryer because of the setup, because a 220 line and that would have fried everything. I don't have a gas dryer. I have a electric dryer. So they got the box to go up to 100 amps and got it completed and up to code. And I said, I will fund the difference to have it made into a 200 amp box so that I can run a 220 line and use a electric dryer. So we were able to do that. Ooh, the Red Rocket. More recipes I didn't have. Cool. Cool. Hey there, bottle. Gotcha. So we had the box up to 200. I got a 220 line put in so I could do the electric dryer, and just that was the main huge thing that had to be done. Oh, radon. Radon is underground gas that comes up through the earth and is like one of the, like I said before, it's like one of the leading causes of cancer, lung cancer, in people who are not smokers. Kim, oh my God, why can't I get you to? Oh, you bitch! Like I'm clicking on it. I think it's because it's an emulator. It's not, working that great. So it's because it is. How many do I need to get out there? Freaking 12! Are you kidding me? God, I'm gonna have to wait 22 hours for this shit, or 12 hours for this shit. My goodness. Hold on, please. Okay, we're back. Sorry, we waited a day. I gotta do this Friday morning. Crap, I'm gonna have to do a lot of and I mean, oh God, where the hell was I even at with the conversation before we went? Oh wait, I have it written down. This is how sad my life is. I gotta write things down because I don't remember what I did. Where? Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Okay, well, while we're gonna do that, let's do this. Find a giddy-up buttercup, my metal pony. Yes. Applejack, you seeing this shit? All right. Oh, so yeah. So we were talking about the house. I got the 220 line. Oh, and the radon coming out. We had to put a radon fan in. That's fine. Whatever. 2004, bought the house, and I kept it for 18 years. And I went to go sell it in 2022, and we put the house up on the market on the week after Thanksgiving, the Wednesday after Thanksgiving. No, was it? Oh God, I don't know. It was right around Thanksgiving, because we had 13 showings from that Wednesday through that Saturday, and we had one offer. And the offer on it, they wanted to get it done quickly. They're like, we want to have you answer within a day. And I'm like, let's go through the process here. Let's see what they have to say. We have other people want to look at the house. They offered They are, and the thing was is they wanted to offer me more than I had the house listed for. Now, you're like, well, why wouldn't you just jump on that? They want to give you more money. Understand that he wanted to give more money as an offer because he wanted to defer the cost of the closing into his mortgage, pay for it for the mortgage, and have me pay it. So oh boy, we gotta get this guy quickly. So in other words, I was to pay the closing costs for him, and then he would give me the money to cover it, and then he would pay that money within his mortgage. It's kind of a smart thing. I never realized that you could do that. That's kind of a cool thing. So yeah, but I mean, I wasn't making more money on the sale because I had to pay that out of the, so I was like, oh yeah, here you go, here's the amount, and then you take out that closing costs, and then you're back to where you were, or if not a little bit later, or a little younger. And he also wanted me to provide a home warranty for a year, which are kind of a joke, and I really don't think that they're worth it because you have to show a hell of a lot of negligence on the part of the item that broke in order for them to even cover it. It's not worth it. It really isn't. But, that was fine. So we went through the entire weekend and had no other offers despite 13 showings. So we're like, yeah, I'm going to take his offer. I'm going to take it and let's go and be done. It's because it was guaranteed money, right? Guaranteed versus somebody else that might come in here. And he seemed like he was eager. So I'm like, may not find somebody else who's eager. Then the inspectors came. So the inspectors were for the sewage, for the home itself, and then radon. Come back and said there's a lot of things wrong. Now this is when Megan and I were driving up to the to Bedford for the wedding, and they had all the items to go over. So the big ticket thing was there was a lot of red flag items on the home inspection, which, I mean, okay, fine. I wish I would have had this guy's home inspector when we bought the house we just got that we've been working on for 3 years, because we probably would have been less likely to have just made an offer the way we did. So, there's that. That's just, neither here nor there, too late, whatever. And this guy was getting a VA loan. Now, I know nothing about this person, so I didn't know anything about him or a story or anything like that. I just knew he was a young, single guy living nearby that wanted a house. Okay, whatever. The VA loan, much like that Pennsylvania first-time homebuyers loan that I got, is very, very particular because they want to make sure that you are doing everything you got to do. So, fine. A lot of red flag items. I was like, look, I went through the list of the items. I could see that there were several items that, they seemed to stand out as being a problem. However, none of these were a problem when I bought the house in 2004. Again, codes get updated, everything happens, insurance changes, whatever. But the inspection report did not say anything about mandatory, required, anything else about either them being fixed or by whom. The only thing that was of any kind of big, huge red flag that had to be done, that they said, was that the door between the garage and the house was a wooden door, not a fire door, not a steel door. Well, I mean, again, I don't know when the code would have changed, but, whatever. So I said, you know what, I'm willing to do some of these things, and some of it was stupid, like, oh, your switch plates and plugs were not, had the covers on them, they were open. I'm like, well, yeah, I had the house plastered, I had the plaster done and painted, and I hadn't put them back on the wall yet. We had to get, we were in a desperate mood. I had to get the house up on the market, so we just didn't do those things, but I said I would do them, and I would. So that was that thing. The sewage was what came back bad, really bad. Actually, not really that bad. There were roots in the line, in the lateral. Now, again, we've gone back and forth about what constitutes as the lateral under the driveway or under the house. Should the borough be able to hold a lien on my house because there were roots in the pipe? I don't know, but let's find out in here in a second. Oh, hi there. Wasn't expecting to meet anyone today. We just found this great giddy up buttercup. Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, you are not taking this. Hand over the toy. This is a one-horse town, buddy. Drop the reins and step away. Give it up or it's off to the glue factory for you. Okay, I did look this up. No matter how we answer, we're going to get into a fight. There's no cool resolution, where they just give you everything. But I want to see what happens when you say give it up or it's glue factory for you. Give it up or it's a glue factory for you. Doesn't even make sense. Does to me. But only if you are a horse. So yeah. I knew that there were trees in the yard. I had two pin oaks and two pin oaks and two silver maples, and the pin oaks were encroaching on the drains and the pipes underneath the house. I had to come out and snake it every year. I took out one of the trees. There's the giddy up, Buttercup. Took out one of the trees, and I never had a problem again. So I never even looked. I didn't realize that there were the roots in the pipe. I could show you a picture of what the pipe looked like if I really think about it, if I can remember to put it into the video when I have to get this out. So I will consider doing that. The problem is that they're terracotta pipes, and they were underneath the garage, or underneath the laundry room. So it wasn't even in the garage; it was in the laundry room on the other side of that wall. That wall, I then found out later, was a bigger problem. So I was like, okay, fine. If that has to be done, I'll have to get it done. So I called on the guy that did the driveway. He's done a lot of work for me. Good guy. He came in. He's like, oh, geez. Well, here's the problem. I want to dig up this and find the pipe and then just replace that section because, you don't want to have to pay a lot of money for this right now, and you just want to get rid of the house, right? I was like, yeah. So otherwise, we just replace the entire thing and redo it. Underneath where they found the roots were, it's like right next to the wall, the cinder block wall between the garage and the laundry room. The only problem is that wall was built upon a concrete floor, which was 4 inches thick. There was no footer that went down any further. There was just dirt. That pipe, if you had to clear it out to get to the pipe, you run the risk of weakening the what that wall is sitting upon, that 4 inches of concrete. That's problem number one. Problem two is it was right in a section where there is a junction to the pipes that run underneath the laundry room floor for a drain for the tub, a floor drain, and then there's a bathroom behind that. That problem there being that it's a terracotta junction. It's a Y. If you have to replace it with Schedule 40 PVC, and you don't know if the pipes from the other connections, the other part of the Y, that's terracotta, if it's going to line up to whatever the PVC configuration of that Y is. They may not match, so then you'd have to dig up more of the floor to pull up those pipes and reroute new pipes to connect so you're good. So we weren't doing that. So he started digging up, he pulled up one pipe, no roots. And these are like 2-foot sections, maybe 16 to 24 inch sections. Pulls up the second pipe, a lot of roots, and then we get to the Y. He's like, okay, well, they said they only found roots in this one place. I said yes. So all right, we're going to replace that. So he had to go get what's called a Fernco coupler. Fernco coupler is basically just a rubber sleeve. One end goes over the one pipe, which is the PVC, and the other end stretches over top of the bell end of the terracotta. And then you have these clamps that are like pipe ductwork clamps, like on your dryer vent, where it's a ring, it goes around, and it's got the holes and then a little screw that tightens down. So, Fanny's your aunt, Bob's your uncle, you get that on there, you're good to go. So we got that all done, took him about a week to start to finish, and we had it ready to go. Like, okay, let's get them back in here to inspect and see how it goes. They come back and they start, they look and like, well, we got to uncover the pipe. I'm like, well, he had it covered up because he's ready to, pour it. All you need to do is scan it. So they wanted to see what he did. So I'm like, okay. So I grabbed this little shovel, because I mean everything's in a mess right now. Could hardly find anything. I started digging up some of the pipe. He looks over at and the last thing I want to do is hit any of the concrete, the terracotta, and bust a hole in this damn thing because I just paid to have it done. You break it, you bought it, you can fix it, you can pay for it. So he happened to notice in the corner of the garage there was another shovel, a bigger shovel, and he's like, oh, here's a shovel. I'm like, oh, well, there you go. And he gets him like, that's on you, dude. You want to uncover it? You go uncover it. I'm standing back. I don't give a shit. So he goes over, he starts to uncover it, and he's like, well, why? I've never seen anybody do something like this way. And I was like, what's the problem? He's like, well, first of all, I didn't cut off the bell end. You cut off the bell end of one pipe, you run the risk of damaging that pipe. Then you start going back and towards the drain, and now you're replacing, instead of a 2-foot section, you're replacing a 10-foot section. We're not doing that. Also, that Y was there. He's like, well, why didn't he just go through and dig this entire thing up and replace it? And I knew why he wasn't going to do it, and it was because of that Y. We weren't doing it. We weren't having it. We weren't going to go there, because that would have been another week, and I needed to close. I needed to get done. And they kept wanting to say, well, okay, he's going to start work on the 6th of January. Can we close on the 12th? I'm like, are you kidding me? It's going to take that long just for the concrete to be dried out after he gets it poured. Like, you can figure 2 days to do the replacement and then 3 days to do the, concrete and then drying. It's not going to be ready for us and I have to still clean out the house. I haven't cleaned out the house yet. So, most of it is clean. It's just I want to make sure I get everything else out, because there was things I didn't have time, or I didn't have the methods of doing it. So, I was like, no, screw you, dude. We did it the way we did it. Is it going to pass or not? He's like, yeah, it passed. So, hooray, we're good to go. So, we scheduled to have the closing costs. Now, I was still on the hook to do some things, and I will tell you about those in a minute. Yay! Alrighty, come on in. We'll bring you in. I'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-dee-dee-doo. Excuse me, my lunch. Alright. We got those critical hits with that pip on there. We collected 7 of the 13 weapons. We are going to kick this out. We don't need to worry about that one. Collect 1,000 power. We can do that in our sleep. We don't have to worry about anything on that one. Let us get these guys set up for another quest, shall we? Game Show Gauntlet. There's nothing else new, right? Oh, Monster Under the Bed. I have not seen this one either, I don't think. These cool. Oh, let's get them in here. These ones we've never really seen. Let's get you. Let's get... Where's... Oh, we got a lot of people on break here that we haven't still put them in. Oh, no. I don't want you. I don't want you. Benjamin. Dear Lord. Come on. Benjamin Boyd. And Michelle Morgan. Let's get you back with your right proper. Oh, where's my vengeance? Is it? Oh, everybody else has got them. 1 second, please. I definitely want to get in here and do this real quick, because look, our alien drone is going to be involved. Come on now, alien drone, do something. What are you doing? Are you doing anything? Not really. I don't know that you really did anything, but okay, well. That went... We got more people. More help. That's awesome. Yay. Find and kill the monster! It's just a beast under your bed, in your closet, and in your head. Yeah. So, the items that I had to... remember again, I had to write it down. The items I had to fix. Okay, in the back of the garage, there was a hole where there was just... there was a hole in the drywall, or the, sheetrock, where it was just, insulation hanging out. And I wasn't sure what that was, but apparently the pipes for the bathroom run from the laundry room through that wall up, make it like a vertical turn and go up the wall in between my daughter's room and the bathroom is where the pipes are at, and the elbow was hanging just below that, so they couldn't fill it in. That was probably the worst thing I had to do. No, it actually wasn't the worst thing I had to do, but man, it sucked. So I had to just build a little frame with some 1x, and then find the stud, attach the 1x to the stud, and then put a piece of drywall on that frame that covered up the ceiling. Now they did cut into the cinder block for that, and so therefore I just attached another piece to it, with an L bracket, and covered it up, and then sprayed some insulation foam and said, "To hell with it." The back of the house had some around the windows. Now this enclosed porch that I had was, bane of my existence for this house, but it became a situation where it's like, I got to get it done. There was some rot, water damage, just, years and years of damage. There was holes around this wood that met the brick on the wall. I just said, you know what? Okay, fine. So I grabbed some spray foam insulation and I just filled all the holes and then shaved it off, and there you go. Done. Again, yeah. Should I pay a contractor to do it? Only if I was keeping the house. Those were the two things that were non-electrical. There was a third thing where there was like the gas dryer that I did not have. When they put the 220 line in and they got the 200 amp box put in, they did not cap off the gas lines that went to the dryer. They were just sitting there with shut-off valves, half-turn valves or whatever, to shut them off. I never touched them. I never used them. I never saw them. I never didn't care about them. I didn't know what they meant. I knew that they were the gas lines, but I thought they were fine. Well, they're just like, well, these got to have caps on them. So I had to go buy some Teflon tape and some 1/2 inch or 5/8, I think it was, caps, metal, brass caps, or whatever, and screw them on and be done. Okay, fine. That was easy. Then we get into the electrical stuff. In the attic, there was an attic fan, and there was a box that's attached to that with wires. And then outside of that box, there were more wires. I don't know why the person didn't do it, but my cousin, who was in the Air Force and worked on jets and such, he's an electrician, not by trade, but by choice, not licensed or anything. But okay, whatever. He can do the work. He got up there and started looking around, and he said, "Oh yeah, the box is here. The wires are just not in it. I don't know why." Open up the box, put the wires in, close the box. You're good. Further back in the attic, there is a roof fan. Draws the moisture and the humidity or whatever out of your attic when the air it's a thermostat-driven thing. Once that gets on and turning, it's wired to a post, like a support brace. And again, same thing. Wires were hanging out. Okay, fine. Wires could go inside the box. He did that and got it done. We were good to go. Then we got into the rest of the house. Now, I put the covers on all the outlets and everything else. They said that there were no GFIs on the outlet next to the sink in the kitchen, outlet next to the laundry room, the laundry tub, on the back porch, and in the garage. Well, first of all, the back porch and the garage were enclosed. I don't know why they need a GFI at all. Probably because they're considered an exterior location, but okay, whatever. The kitchen and the basement, I could understand. Totally understand, right there by the laundry tub. So I was not looking forward to that. Above the laundry room door, there was a set of wires that were just tied off with wire nuts and just sitting out there. So, yeah. Okay, I had a meeting. I had to take time to go do a meeting. I don't even know where I was at, but pretty much let's continue on with the idea that I had to do some electrical work, which I am not an electrician, but I said my cousin's husband is an electrician. He did some of the work. Unfortunately, I also had to replace another item, the garage door opener. Now, the garage door, the funny thing about the garage door is it never really worked great, even before the springs broke, and that's what happened. The spring broke on the one side. $28 get you a set of springs. They're not that hard to undo everything, and a lot of it's just friction that holds these things in place. But we got the springs on, and push the button, and it would go up and it would stop. Now I figured out that I think the motor, which is this little tiny motor, is underpowered because the entire thing just did not run to begin with. It never really ran great. In the wintertime, it would get cold and it wouldn't go up. You take everything off of it and just run the chain by itself, it worked fine. You put any kind of tension on it, it started to give some problems. So it mainly is the springs were what were the big problem. That was fixed. It's now just because it's underpowered. Boom. Okay, so the GFIs. Now, in the basement at the laundry room tub, there was a metal box, and in that box there were two wires coming down from the outside. The box was not in the wall, it was external to the wall, on the wall. Opened it up, and it's like a mess. We pulled it out and started putting the wires onto the GFI, and we're having trouble. Couldn't get the wires in, couldn't get anything to work. Once we got the wires onto it and put it into the box, it wouldn't fit right. Turns out the box wasn't deep enough. A GFI is a little bit thicker than a regular outlet that was in there. GFIs are like a breaker, like your power strip or a breaker in your electrical box, where if water gets into it, it pops the breaker and stops it from electrocuting you or anybody else. That's why you have them in your bathroom, your kitchen usually. So I had to go buy a new box. Ooh, death claws! I had to go buy. Ooh, and it's an alpha too. I had to go buy a new box that was deeper, and unfortunately, because those two wires coming down into the were old and like very old. And I was like not really happy with the entire situation. Had to get a dual knockout clamp. A clamp. Now, when you get a box, they have holes that are kind of like they look like coins on the side that are like little indentations, and they have a little lip on them. And that means you can fold them in like a pop can tab and pop them out. And that's where you pull your wires through. But in order to make them compliant, you need to make sure you have a clamp in there to lock the wires down so the wires can't be pulled out, and you can't get anything inside of there to touch the exposed parts of the wires if there are any. Because when you do that, you can create a spark and cause problems. The box that was on the wall was so old, and the clamp was like old. It was like lead. I don't remember. It was just heavy as hell. I pulled that off, and I had to like shove all the wires in and then try to get them all there. Then the first thing that happened was that the ground wire that attaches to a little screw on the top of the GFI snapped off. I had to pull everything back out and make myself more, because the wires coming in and going out tied together at the ground. And then I had it in, but I put it in backwards. And the reason I put it in backwards is that on one side, the top or the bottom, depending on how you have it configured, of the outlet, there is what's called the line. And that's the hot coming in from the power source. On the other side, it's called the load, which is carrying it to somewhere else, either to another outlet or to another appliance or something like that. I had it backwards because I didn't know anything, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. Also, like, the outlet wouldn't work, and I thought I did it wrong, and I thought I blew an entire fuse, and I'll tell you why. And let me get back to the Vault, and we'll talk about that in a second. Okay, we got a pickaxe, we got a fancy formware, we got a microscope, and we got a Nuka-Cola quantum. Yay, monsters in my bed. There's a death claws all the time. They're coming back in. We're going to let them run in on their own. We're going to do a little bit more talking just because it's such a big, huge subject to talk about. What was the entire thing of that? Track down and kill a teddy bear stealing monster. One of the Vault youngsters were playing outside when a terrifying monster stole their teddy bear. Now they refuse to sleep, claiming the monster comes back every night to hide under their bed. We've got to track the beast down. Then the kids' fears permanently. Didn't really see anything but the death claws. I don't know that we got teddy bears. There you go. There you go. Alrighty. Okay. We're going to let them run back into the vault and not really worry about it. The other guys are out going to do another quest, which is the Game Show Gauntlet. Let's go ahead and do that. One last quest. Well, it's a big episode for y'all. Answer all the questions. We'll let them get in. Come on. So yeah, GFI got the wires in and it wasn't working, and I'm like, oh no, I didn't realize I put it in upside down. Not an electrician. Told you that again. Fahaba Island is in Maine. It's in Maine. Yes, foggy, frosty, and frightening Maine. Things I know nothing much about because I didn't play Far Harbor, which I would have liked to, but I didn't. What I didn't realize, though, is like I thought I blew something horrible in the house, and I'm like, oh god, I've made things worse. I've made things so much worse. Let's hope that I didn't screw things up permanently and have to make myself even more problems. Because now this is Wednesday, This was Wednesday. The closing was less than a week away. I went upstairs. I needed to charge the battery on my drill. So I had it upstairs in the kitchen because there was an outlet right there. It's where all my other stuff was at. Plugged in the charger and it wasn't working. And I'm like, well, why isn't this thing working? Why the hell is this, what did I do? Did I permanently do something? I didn't realize this was a good thing. The reason why that outlet was not working was because the one down below it in the laundry room wasn't working. Turns out those two were tied together. That upstairs outlet in the kitchen was on the load side. That's why it wasn't working, because I had the thing upside down. It wasn't carrying the entire thing. So once I figured that out, I was like, okay, wait a second. Let's change the entire ballgame. That one at the kitchen doesn't need to have a GFI because there's one GFI already in place. I just had to make it work. Putting in two GFIs, I guess, isn't a bad thing. You're not going to hurt anything, but it could cause problems later on. Like, you don't know where it's popped at. It could pop in different places. It's better to just have the one. It still functions the same way. It's fine. So I had to focus on the one downstairs. The one upstairs, I just put the cover back on the wall and was done with it. Went back downstairs, and then I pulled out all of the wires, and then I figured out which was the hot. Now, again, I did not know anything of electricity with this kind of thing. I turned on the breaker and I walked back, and I had a voltage detector. And out of the 4 wires, 2 black, 2 white, only one was beeping when I touched it with the voltage detector. That means it was the hot or the black wire on the line coming in. The white is the neutral and isn't carrying a charge. So I made sure I taped that, put a little bit of tape on it so I knew which one was which. Then I grabbed the GFI, made sure I had the black to the brass on either side, and the white to the silver on the other side, and I hooked it up correctly. Had made more slack or for the ground wire, tied it up, put it into the box, and then I realized that it was working because the little orange light came on. Popped it back in, hooked up my little sweeper, and it ran fine. Ran upstairs to the kitchen, looked at my drill battery charger. It was now blinking. Fanny's your aunt, Bob's your uncle. We're good to go. So I got that all back in, covered it up. That took 3 hours. Took 3 hours to do that one outlet, start to finish. Again, I am not I'm not an electrician. That left me with 2 other outlets, the one in the back porch and the one on the garage. One on the outlet in the back porch was easy. I just popped it off. Now, I thought it was going to be a hell of a lot harder because it was an older box and I had painted over it by accident. But I managed to get the cover off, pull all the wires out, put the thing in, tie it all together, plop it back in. There was another outlet next to it. I plugged the sweeper into that so I didn't have to touch anything. And then once I had it all back together and popped the breaker back on, it ran, and I was fine, covered it up. Looks pretty. Good. Garage became a different story altogether. The garage was a 2-gang. 2-gang meaning a box, not a rectangle, but a box, and there's 4 things. Usually it can be 2 outlets. 4 plugs all together, or 2 plugs and a switch. 3 lines coming in. 1 down on the left, 1 in the middle, 1 going out on the right. There was a switch. I did not realize how many things were tied into this outlet. The plug itself and the outlet and the switch, I thought were the only things that were working on that thing, because I knew the back of the house had a light above the wall that was on the roof line that was there. Never really used it. Didn't realize that the sugar. The nucleus. That's right. There's an outlet, or there's a light above the garage door, the man door, and it was tied into that as well. I didn't realize it was tied into that until I followed the wires all over the house. So I was like, okay, well, shit, didn't realize it. Now, the reason I didn't realize it was because I didn't even see that it was a problem yet. But when I pulled off the cover on the outlet, there was one wire coming in, black and white. A second wire coming in the middle, black and white. And then a third wire, which was going out for the switch on, the left-hand side. There was 3 white wires tied together with a notch cut out, like the sheath pulled back, and 2 wires wrapped around it and then taped up. And I saw what they did. They tied all of the whites together onto one line, onto the line. Black coming in on the top, black coming in on the bottom, white coming in on the top, and then halfway back on the white was this length of electrical tape wrapped around, which I assumed was they had shaved off the sheath and they had wrapped the other white going out on the load, and then also the jumper to the switch that went out on the other thing. Ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. So I didn't want to get, like, I texted my cousin's husband. I said, hey, what do we do about this? He's like, well, ideally, I see why they did that, but here's what you should do. And I'm like, you know what? I really don't want to get into Vault. I got to get done. I'm going to just put the GFI in and hook it up the same way I pulled off the other outlet and go with it. Put it back in, got it all done, and I was like, oh, wait a second. There's no way my plate is going to fit on this box, because the plate for the 2-gang had a screw in the middle of the 2 plugs, and then a screw at the above and below of the switch. And the box itself is a metal box and has one on the diagonal corners at your 10 o'clock and 5 o'clock positions. So how the hell do I do that? I can use that. That's great. Speaking of electricity. My cousin says, wait, you need this. I had to go back to the the hardware store and get an adapter cover. So this adapter cover encloses the box and makes it a little bit more of a smaller opening, and has screws for the various items that you need to screw into. So there's a screw it gives you 4 screws on the top and the bottom of the box. That allows me to plug in all the stuff behind it, put the cover on, and then put the plate on top of that. Get that all done, and then I turn the switch, and it works, and it's great. And it was getting dark outside, so I went and I flipped on the outside light to the thing, and it popped. I'm like, oh, are you kidding me? What happened here? Went back, pushed the button in, went back over, turned on the light, it pops again. Realized that when the GFI was in place, the configuration they had those wires in was not going to work. I had to pull it apart, pull all the wires out, undo that white wire with the tape, and pull those 2 other white wires off of it, hoping that I didn't break anything, because these things can get a little bit, the strength can, degrade, and you can end up snapping them, like I did with my ground wire in the laundry room. So, is there somebody else standing behind him, or is just he's swinging a gun around? Yeah, he's swinging a gun around. So I undid it. I got the blacks on both sides, whites on the other side, and I took the white, and then I just took the one and ran it to a jumper, and then tied the switch into that, and then anything down the load on the load side is fine. It's not providing power, it's carrying power. So it was a lot safer to do it that way. So you have white, or black, I'm going top to bottom, and then white going into, instead of that white coming off of there, it jumps between coming off of the white, off the bottom to another junction, and then going over to the switch, and then the switch going out. So then everything you can tie to the load, you can't tie to the line. That's what it was. It was pushing too much through that one side, carrying too much, trying to carry too much, or however you want to call it. But so I got that all figured out, and everything worked fine. The popped the breaker on it, went back, switched on the light to the outside door above the garage, and no pop, no break, no anything. So I was like, that's it. I'm done. We're good. Now, that was Friday. No, that was not Friday. That was Sunday. This was on Sunday. Mind you, we're closing on Tuesday. 9 o'clock on Sunday. I had to go, because Saturday I blew for work. I had to go where we were converting some things, and I was on there for like 8 hours. I rented a U-Haul on Friday. I didn't get to touch it until Monday. We were lucky enough to have a guy help us, and sometimes I think that you tend to, I don't believe in a lot of things, but sometimes things happen the way they should happen in a certain way. And I say that because I didn't get done to 11 o'clock on Sunday night. We started at 9 o'clock on Monday morning in order to get moving. We had everything, all the electrical items done, all the other items I had to do fixed, and that was just get everything out of the house. 9 o'clock, we show up. Hey, new weapon. We show up to work. First thing we decided, we have to get the heaviest things on the truck because we have a help and we can do everything else ourselves at night with him gone because he had to go to work. It's just the heavy things. And I needed an extra set of hands and legs to carry the heavy stuff. And we'll tell you more about that in a second. Let's get them taken care of. Get back to the vault. Yay. All right. Cool. Nice. Good stuff there. Awesome possum. Okay. They're coming back in. We'll let them run in. We don't need to do anything special with them right now. I'm not going to open up the lunch boxes because while they are many, they're not enough. There's 3 of them. We'll wait till we get more. These guys are full. I can't put anybody else in for now, so we're going to just wait and do that. We are, like I said, we're getting everybody through. We're still doing our thing here. I got to place people, and I'll do that offline so that we have everybody where they need to be. We have a couple of people still walking around on coffee break from being outside, so we're cool there. Anywho, just to give you just to tie all this together. 9 o'clock we started, and the first thing we wanted to do was carry the couch out of the house. Couch I got in 2014. The company that I bought it from delivered it, and they put it into the house. I didn't do it. We could not get this thing out of the house. It was huge. Tried everything. Took the legs off. We tried tipping it. We tried turning it. We tried going a different direction. None of it seemed to be working. I was like, look, I don't want to have this thing just get derailed because of this stupid couch. He's like, I have a Sawzall. I said, go for it. I'm not keeping it anyways. It's an old couch. It doesn't really... I have no place for it. It's not comfortable. Yeah, kill it. Just kill it. So he got the Sawzall out. We cut it in half. Took out each piece easily and got it out. Got all the rest of the furniture that we needed to get out onto the truck, and that pretty much was lunchtime by the time we got all that done. Went to the house, unloaded, and then came back. Got the last few things that we needed to get onto the truck that I needed a second person for. Then I told him, say, get the hell out of here. Go do what you got to do. You got to go to work. You needed some sleep. Go. And then it was just up to me and Megan. That was like 4 o'clock, 4:30. We spent from 4:30 until 1 in the morning clearing everything out of the house. And it was just like, shove it in the back of the truck. Just put the boxes in the back of the truck. I had to actually call the U-Haul company before 4 o'clock and tell them that I needed to keep the truck another day because we just were. And again, I thought I was going to have time to put stuff in all weekend long. I didn't because I blew so much time on other things that we just couldn't do anything. So I got the truck because I knew I needed to get the truck and I knew I wasn't going to be able to get it until Monday if I didn't already have it, but I wasn't sure that I wasn't going to be able to use it until Monday because of the way things were going. If that makes any sense to you at all. Yeah, I was tired. So we loaded up the truck 1 a.m. We got it completely filled. We had the entire house cleared. We had like maybe just a couple of things left to take into the car and maybe a couple of things we could throw in the truck, but we didn't put them in the truck now because it was freezing outside and we were afraid that things were going to explode in the back of a U-Haul. So we left them in the house, and I came over in the morning on Tuesday, 9 o'clock, loaded up the rest of the items, and then we had the closing, and it all went like butter. Except for the fact that I couldn't get the stupid garage door to open. Everything I tried to do, it wouldn't open. I was like, well, like, to which the buying agent turned to the buyer and said, "Is that going to be a problem?" And he says, "I don't know." To which I about yelled something inappropriate, and then his mother turned to him and said, "Does your truck even fit in here?" And he's like, "No." So I was like, what the hell does it matter at that point? So, yeah. That being said, we rolled out of there at 11:45. I took the truck back to the house. I was still tired. I had maybe 3 hours of sleep. I parked it in the alley. I unloaded everything into the garage here, turned the truck in, and then collapsed on the couch for the rest of the day. And then we were done. So I will never do this again. I'm done. I'm going to pick a day each year, and we're going to go through and reduce some things in the house and get rid of things we don't need, we don't want, we don't care about. I don't want to do this. I don't want to pass this on to anybody else. It's time to be done. So, that being said, let's bring that back in, just to get it done. Extra long episode here for you, folks. Extra long episode in for you. Alright. Look at all that stuff they're bringing in. Cool beaners. And 13 weapons we almost got. Any more cool... oh, look at this. Reign of Radroach Rodney. This is cool. I don't know where these quests came from, but we'll do them. We will do them. Oh, did I not kill these people? Alright, well, what's the whole thing of Radroach Rodney? Defeat Radroach Rodney and his Radroaches. Radroach Rodney and his army of mind-controlled Radroaches are invading the wasteland. We will do that one. We'll send them out there. That'll be good to go. We'll do that next time. Alright, that's it for now. I'm sorry to have kept you long on this episode. I felt like we didn't really do much but talk about my woes. But it's done. It's happy. And we can talk maybe more about something else in a different post. I don't know. Oh, my. Well, we did it. We got through selling house. And we are back at it now. I just need to find time to do stuff on a regular basis now. But first, today, we're going to go do a quest. We're going to go do the one we talked about last week. The Reign of Radroach Rodney. Hey, defeat Radroach Rodney. I get no respect. Radroach Rodney and his army of mind-controlled Radroaches are invading the wasteland. Let's go do it, shall we? Yes. Yes. Here we go. Kill Radroach. God, I quit. Kill Radroach Rodney. I want to say Radroach Rodney or something like that. Who knows? Yeah, look at this. This is not that big. We're going to, we got some things I want to just kind of discuss. Going to lead in with a very simple backstory on this. Way back in the day, in the 80s, maybe in the late 70s at this point, I don't remember which, there were like 13 channels on TV. And then 12 o'clock, the national anthem came on, and TV went off the air to a snow for probably a good 6 hours until the morning, and then they started back up again. Didn't have 24-hour TV, didn't have cable. You had satellite. I think they had probably had some form of cable back then, but they really didn't have cable as we know it today. We didn't have streaming. We didn't have, in my household, we had, like I said, 13 channels. And then there was, of course, at that time, there was HBO and Cinemax and Showtime and those types of things. But we didn't have them. At least we didn't pay for them. If you were just good enough to get the tuning right, the backs of TVs had these little screws that you could hook things to, the wires to, for UHF, for like an antenna to go out. If you were good enough and you had a tuner, you could dial in like a radio in between stations to find certain things, and you could find possibly the signal for. Oh, this is already really. Okay, well, he's dead already. You can find the signal for HBO or Cinemax, but it would be like this very distorted, like half the screen or up above or top, like would be reversed. Like you'd have half the screen showing the left half and the right half would be switched. The top and bottom would be switched. It would have these big lines, and you go. So for the first 4 years of my life, that if I watched HBO, it would be this in the background, like it wouldn't be like the clear, crisp picture. But I did watch HBO. I did watch Fraggle Rock growing up, and I watched a bunch of other things I probably shouldn't have watched at that age. But yeah, so we kind of, at that time, I guess you would say we were stealing HBO. We were stealing HBO, and then at some point, somebody went up on the pole to do something. I think how the story went, they tried to steal for themselves, and they managed to get the attention of the TV, or phone or whatever people that were in charge of that kind of thing, and they came out and blocked the signal, and we lost pretty much everything. But we got it back. We figured it out. We had it in such a way that we were still doing it, so we could still steal HBO. Yeah, and then my parents built the house in 1983, 84ish, and we moved in October of '84. And at that point, we then were actually paying. We actually paid for HBO. We decided to go legit, as it were. And, my parents had HBO for as long as I could remember from then on, for the next 30 years, for as far as I know. Until I moved out in 2000 or 1999 and had been living on my own since then. And then HBO was, we had you had cable boxes at that point. You had broadband cable or whatever else, and internet and all that stuff, and you had like a TV set box. And people don't actually understand what it was like for us growing up in those times with not having any idea what was coming on TV. We couldn't just look it up on the internet, and if we didn't have a TV guide, you had to go to a channel that was like 19 or something like that. It was a local access. It was the advertising channel, or the A channel, and it showed a scrolling menu of what was on each channel at that particular time. If you wanted to see what was on channel 2 and you flipped to the A channel and it was already on the menu of, scrolled up to channel 3 and it went out of view, you had to wait until it went through all the channels and came back running. And at that point we had probably close to 100 or so channels, including cable. So it wasn't really that great. You'd probably end up missing most of the show you wanted to watch if you wanted to find what you wanted to watch to begin with. But that was, that's how the nature of those things went. This was pre-streaming. This was, we didn't really have, DVDs weren't even out yet at this point. You had to go to Blockbuster or your local video store and rent a VHS tape and then rewind it and take it back. We didn't have. Rad Roach Rodney is not a Rad Roach, it's a person. Oh, I didn't realize. Whoops. I was so wrong. Yeah. But if you didn't have a VCR, you didn't have access, or you didn't have a Blockbuster account, whatever else, okay, fine, you didn't have access to that stuff. You were pretty much had to go buy it, and watch or wait till it came on whatever pay channel service you had, or if it came on regular TV, you could watch with commercials. But that all changed. That all changed in the 2000s with the, with Netflix. Netflix was a company at the time that was, you would sign up for a subscription, pay so much money a month, and you would get a VHS tape or a DVD sent to your home through the mail. And you would watch it, and then you would send it back. Now, Megan was one of these early adopters of the DVD portion of this, and for $10 a month, $12 a month, I think it was, she would get 2 DVDs at a time that she could watch, send them back, and she would get another 2. And, there wasn't like late fees. Like, that was the thing with videos, and if you go to the store and say, I want to go rent Titanic on VHS, and you have to, you go get it, and you have like a 3-day rental, and it takes you 2 days to watch the movie because it's so damn long, and then you still have to rewind the tapes, and that takes another a day, and you end up running late, you have to pay a late fee. The thing about Netflix was you didn't have late fees. You could keep it as long as you wanted to and not worry about running into an issue with owing money back to the company. Same thing with video games too. And how do you we used to do that with the Nintendo games. I would go to the local video store and rent a Nintendo game, and thankfully at that point we had the codes that we could get to any point in the game and have whatever we needed. Like you say, okay, I'm going to end at stage 4, level 5, and I have this many things on me, and have this many lives, and have this, many hearts, and then that code that dictates what each one of those items are, and I wrote that down, and I could take the game back and then go re-rent it again, put in that code, and pick up where I stopped. That was how that worked. But like I said, Netflix was you rented the DVDs, you watched them, and then you took them back. But then they offered a streaming service, which is now everything has a streaming service: HBO, Disney Plus, Peacock, Hulu, Paramount, all of those. But now we have a little bit of a problem because Netflix got a little bit upset that people were sharing their passwords with other people, and they're firing back. And we're going to talk more about that in a bit. Oh, look at that. We got a military circuit board, a trifold flag, and legendary outfit recipe, and 3 Nuka-Cola qualms. That was a pretty good quest. Yay. Alrighty. Let's bring them back in. We can net 2 of that. That'll be fun. Yeah. Yeah. And we'll get rid of this because we don't need it. I'll get rid of that because we don't need it, and collect. And we got a heavy raider armor, which is a duplicate. We already had that. Collect 75. What was it? From containers on quests. What was that? I didn't really. I know I probably saw it earlier, but I forgot what it was. What was that now? Collect from 75 containers on quest, and because we have her walking with Pip, we get 3 for each. So we've actually only been through probably what? Well, a 15, 17, something like that. 18 about. Yeah, we only collect from 18 containers, which is mostly you can do on one quest. Times 3. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, almost 20. Almost 20. Yeah, that's about right. Math escapes me at this moment. Who cares? Hi, they. What have we got going on? Who else is? We got how many we got that are coffee break in it? We got probably 6 that are on coffee break. Yeah, we could do 2 quests at a time. I should be doing that. Let's see here. Ooh. It's magic. A robot retrieval. Find the Mr. Handy box. Hey, this is a quest that if you watched the earlier video of where all the Mr. Handy quests are at, this is one of them, and we're going to go do that one next. Because, yeah! Oh, I forgot that. Oh, are you kidding me? I'm getting lazy and forgetful. I'm forgetting to heal my people up before I bring them back in. Let's get that done. Yeah, so as we get further into this conversation about Netflix, understand that the idea behind Netflix, and sharing passwords is, I mean, we get it. They should be making money. They should have a business. But there are several things that they're doing nowadays that are kind of crazy. And here's the thing. I don't pay for a Netflix account for streaming. Like I said, Megan has the DVD one, and I think we're dropping that because we don't really watch. We don't have a DVD player hooked up yet in the new house. And my laptop is not optical. Doesn't have an optical drive, so it's not like we can watch things on there. So that's kind of a sad thing. But let's get our people out here, and we'll talk more. Out in the wasteland. Nope, you're not one of them. You're one of them. You're one of them. What is your special purpose? And your special purpose? And where are you? There you are. Yeah, go forth and conquer. Go for it! And we're going to set up somebody else as well for that daily quest, because why not? And we'll get some cool stuff. Actually, you know what? No. Yeah, let's do it. Doesn't matter. Forget that. Coffee break. Coffee break. Mr. Burke, do we have things you can wear? Negative. Negative. We'll keep you in your outfits. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Anything better than that? That's it? Okay, well, they'll be good. They'll be good. Have fun! Destruction. Duo of destruction. Oh, rad brood mothers. Probably should have sent out the other ones, but oh well. They'll be fine. Oh shit. 2. We'll do 2. Go for it. Yeah. Hey now. You're an all. Never mind. Find the Mr. Handy box. I think it's the big, huge box in the corner of this quest. I should have checked and seen if we'd already done this one, but I don't know if we had. Oh well. So yeah, let's do this way. So I'm just gonna come off the bat and say, like I said, I don't have a Netflix account for streaming. That being said, I do not also have other streaming services per se. That's all I'm going to say about that. That doesn't mean that I have not watched my full share of shows and movies without having them. Going back into the days of college and going into even just in the last 10 years, I was able to catch up on a lot of things that I didn't have access to. I had cable and for years and paid $200 for channels that were continually taken away from me and no extra content and no extra benefits. So I don't feel so bad because, yeah, I spent a lot of money on that stuff over time, and the money went, they got their money. That's what I'm saying. But, and let me actually, this is another thing. Let me also put this to you and see what you think. This is not per se, nobody in particular. This is just a hypothetical, friend of a friend kind of situation. Someone had gone away for, a vacation or something, and they had a house sitter, and that house sitter had access to a streaming account, and the house sitter used their streaming device that was hooked up to their TV and logged into their streaming account and was watching it while they were watching the house. And when they left themselves logged in, and this person who owned the house was, surprised when they came home and they say, hey, by the way, I have access to a streaming account that I didn't log myself into, and it was not my streaming account. And they wondered if this was a situation where, am I the asshole if I don't tell that person or log myself out or just, continue to use it? And as far as I am concerned with that person, I said, look, you didn't sign into the account. You did not pay for the account. Somebody else did, and I work in IT. If I walk away from my computer and I leave myself logged in and open to anybody will randomly walk up to my computer and sit down, then I should, I can be as mad as I want at them for looking at my email or sending private messages to other people and telling them what, lies or just jokes or making obscene comments. We've done this before in the past in previous jobs. If you left yourself unlocked, beware. You're gonna, your boss is gonna get an IM that's not gonna be. But we all knew what that meant. If you saw an email that was like, or an IM that was like, what the heck, you knew somebody left their computer unlocked. But again, that. Granted, in my line of work, that's kind of like a data breach or a data exposure, but it's not. Hey, you learn, you live and you learn. So I don't have a lot of sympathy for people who don't do that. So I just said, look, they logged into the account. Now, does that streaming service care? Maybe, but that's up to the streaming service to figure that out and do with that information. You're not the one that caused the problem. It's not like a situation of Napster. And that's the other thing. Napster was a situation where, and I'm going off on a tangent here just for the simple fact that Napster was a service that took, somebody took a computer and put a bunch of, MP3s on it. And then they gave internet access to get to those files on that computer and share them. Now, if I was to go on and get those music files from that computer, was I in trouble? Did I possess stolen property? I don't know. But the person who shared it was the person who was in trouble. But again, I lived in the 80s and the 90s where we had, blank cassettes and we had rewritable DVDs and CD-ROMs, and we could burn our own CDs and make our own copies of tapes. And quite frankly, if we could tape them off the radio, how was that, how was that illegal? It might have been, but nobody bothered to come check up on it. I mean, there's this entire thing that, home taping is killing the music industry, whatever. But the technology made itself available and nobody caught up with the technology. I could go to the library, I could rent a DVD, or I could rent a movie, or and I say that they lend it to you for free. You don't have to pay for it. We did it in college. I had to watch movies or whatever for a class, or a video for a class, and that was a video I could have gone to Blockbuster and got, but it was there available to me. And also, people were like, if you have a party, or if you have a bar, and people would have Game of Thrones watch parties, and HBO got mad about that people were like letting people into their bar and selling food and selling drinks and charging people who would come and sit there and watch Game of Thrones on the screens, because they weren't paying for Game of Thrones, they were paying for the drinks and the beer, but the bar was. How do you stop that? How do you stop people from coming over to your house and watching pay-per-view? You pay $20, one person, but now what if you have 100 people sitting in your yard watching it on a big screen in the backyard, like on a projector? And what if people are driving by and watching it? Is that illegal? I mean, there's so many gray area things with this. So, back to the entire idea about Netflix. Netflix is upset because there's password sharing happening. Netflix is upset because people are sharing their accounts with other people, and it's pissing them off, so they're going to put in these new rules. Well, the problem is that we've been bad for so long, I don't think you can spank us. But here's some of the things, and I'm pulling this directly from Netflix. It's like, can you still share Netflix with someone who doesn't live with you? They're trying to get it into a household. So no, accounts are only meant to be used within one household. Netflix will prompt users to try and sign into your account elsewhere to sign up for their own account instead and block their access until they do so. Netflix will not begin automatically charging account holders for that. Then what are we saying here? We're saying that, someone who doesn't live in your household. They're saying people who do not live in your household will need to use their own Netflix account to watch Netflix. Well, if I am not home, if I am on the road, if I'm traveling, if I'm on my phone and watching Netflix on the bus going to work or whatever, I'm not in my own household. And I'm using my account. How is that wrong? I paid for that account. I'm using it. I have that device. I don't understand. But they're saying when a device outside your household signs into an account or is used persistently, they're going to ask you to verify that device before it can be used to watch Netflix or switch your Netflix household. We do this to confirm that the device is the account. So they're verifying a device. Okay, so fine. If I decide I'm going to share my Netflix password with someone else, and I say, you're just going to be persistently using it. So now, okay, fine. You've already just blown away the idea that, we can't do this. So I don't understand what the problem is. Verifying a device. Now, when someone signs into your device, into your account from a device not associated to your household, or if your account is accessed persistently, we may ask you to verify. To verify a device, they send a link to the email address or phone number associated with the primary account owner. Okay, I understand that. That's like two-factor authentication. The link opens with a 4-digit verification code and needs to be entered on the device in 15 minutes. Just like any other thing we do. I have, an authenticator for my work. I have authenticator for other, social media networks, other stuff like that. Once it's successful, the device can use it, and they might ask you periodically to check. That's nothing different. So I don't see how that's bad yet. Now, when I'm using Netflix to travel to a different location, we want you to be able to enjoy Netflix anywhere, anytime. If you're the primary account owner, you shouldn't need to have your device. You shouldn't need to verify your device to watch. If you are away from the Netflix household for an extended period of time, what if I've been displaced due to an earthquake, due to fire, due to flooding, due to something else, due to a pandemic? If I'm stuck in Japan because I've tested positive for COVID for 3 weeks in a row? Okay, fine. You may occasionally be asked to verify your device. One goes back to the verification of the device. I don't think that that's a bad idea. Now, as long as the device used to watch Netflix's internet connection in the primary account owner's household, we will not require. Let me read this again because I screwed it up. As long as the device being used to watch Netflix is using the internet connection in the primary account owner's household, we will not require verification. This is going to get around the idea of VPNs, and they're going to say that it doesn't work on VPN anyways. If a Netflix account is being used by a device that is not associated with the primary account owner's household, the device will need to be verified before it can go back to the idea of having to verify. Okay, fine, whatever. How Netflix detects devices within a household. We use information such as IP addresses, device IDs, and account activity from devices signed into Netflix account. Number of people who watch sometime, and that's determined by plan. So again, I don't see how this is that big of a deal, but what I'm reading elsewhere says, can I still use Netflix while traveling? All of these things are like a 7-day access. Now, here's the one that really, really gets me. How can you prevent Netflix from blocking your devices? Signing into your home Wi-Fi at least once every 31 days on your devices will make them trusted devices, which Netflix will remember and leave unblocked. If your device has been blocked incorrectly, you will need to contact in order to get. So this is what we're talking about. I think IP addresses, the IP address, of things. So I think we're going a little bit crazy over this. I think there's still a way to go around it. I don't think that this is going to be one of those situations where we can't get around these things. And I don't understand, and I think it's just a more fear over not understanding the verbiage that is in these terms and agreement. That being said, I know that Netflix wants to dial back the ability for people to share accounts, but here's the problem. Just like I said with DVDs, with CDs, with Napster, all this stuff, we're going to get around it. The human nature is to buck the system, to get something for nothing, to get around these things. And I'm going to tell you why this is a problem for Netflix. This is a big deal, and we're going to do stuff in the background while I talk about this. This is a big deal because Netflix really pooched the messaging on this, and I don't know if they meant to. I don't really see this as something that as big as bad as people are claiming it is. Here's the basis of it, and this is just what I've gathered. I could be wrong. Somebody can tell me in the comments that I'm wrong, but this is what I'm seeing. Basically, all Netflix has done is pushed out two-factor authentication for signing into an extra device. That's all they've done. Something that we do everywhere. If I log into a banking app on a computer, if I log in somewhere else, I am given a code on my phone. I do that for work every day. When I log into our network, I have to use authentication. When I log into social media accounts, it asks me, "Is this really you?" So, and this is to guard from people doing bad things. Now, in the terms of Netflix or other streaming services, this is seen as them cracking down on password sharing. And, that is a more salacious story to readers. That is more to the, the people of the country versus corporations, that kind of thing. Little guy versus big guy, Wall Street versus Main Street. It's a bigger fight. But it really isn't. Now, and this is why I'm saying that. Netflix really should have just said, to protect your data, we are going to be rolling out two-factor authentication, and here's what's going to happen. And they probably would have been okay. Still, people would have been saying, well, this is what this really means, and probably is true. Has Netflix lost money? Okay, so since the pandemic, when everybody was stuck at home, we couldn't go out to the movie theater, and things started showing up on streaming instead of going into the movie theater, we had a need for a large audience to view things on streaming. We didn't have the ability to go out and do it. So then, if we weren't working, we weren't making extra money, we couldn't pay for a streaming service, and therefore we didn't have, everybody with their own account. We were sharing. And, okay, so fine, Netflix probably lost money. And 2 years later, things are going back to the other direction, and now we're still exploiting this model of using our Netflix accounts across friends and, Netflix and share and all that. And all of a sudden now it's a problem because Netflix is probably seeing that they're losing money because people are going back out to the movie theaters. They're not sitting on these things. And other streaming services are starting to take a bite out of their market share. Things are becoming, and this is one, and part of this is why, and people need to realize this, that Netflix does have their own content, but Netflix also purchases content from other companies, like Friends. Stranger Things is made on Netflix, and Netflix it owns it. But Friends is not Netflix. Friends is another company. And now that Peacock has their own streaming app, and other companies have their own streaming apps, they may want to say, okay, you know what? We've been paying Netflix, or we've been having Netflix pay us to host this content, but now we can just get the content, the money that we were getting paid to have for them, the royalties to that, we can then pass that on to consumers to buy into our streaming platform and put ads on it, so we have advertising from people, and then we can just say, okay, fine, we'll host Friends on Peacock, we won't put it on Netflix, and then Netflix loses money. And it gets expensive for Netflix to continue to move. Stranger Things is not cheap. Stranger Things is pretty much bankrupting Netflix on its own. But how do they quantify that or how they qualify that? They can't. They just say, well, streaming services, password sharing, it's biting into us. We need to change something. Here's the thing. The first guy out the gate always has a great time until others catch on, and then it becomes the second guy. The early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. So Netflix is now experiencing what's happening because other streaming platforms are taking a bite out of their market share, and people are going to the movie theater again. That's the main story here. Is it because people are, 10 extra people are not paying $12.99 a month to watch, Emily in Paris? No. That's not. I would love to see the actual numbers by how much money they're losing from people sharing passwords. How many households and the additional by IP are they losing from people logging in? Because if you have an account that has 4 or 5 devices, okay, fine. If I have a plan where I have 2 devices and I have me and my best friend, and I watch it on my TV at home, and then I give my password to my friend, and my friend watches it on their TV at their house. So now it's 2 devices still, but I'm the one paying for the account. So then my friend goes to log into Netflix and says, I'd like to watch Emily in Paris. They log in. I get a thing saying, hey, there's a login from another device. Here's a 4-digit code. So I then text my friend, hey, here's the 4-digit code. You're good for about a week. And you can coordinate these efforts. And you're not violating any of the rules. Now, are they with your own household? No. But households, the definition of a household, we're semantics at best, but people go to college. And they can still, are they subject to being able to watch Netflix from home in college? Probably shouldn't be if you get technical about it. However, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Mom, I need the code for Netflix. Okay, here you go, hon. We'll see you when you come home for getting laundry done. You want to get laundry done, come home, raid the pantry, and then go back to school for the next week. That's what we're talking about. We're not really going to see a huge drop in people unable to share their Netflix passwords. That's not what's going to happen. But the negative connotation of this entire story, that it is cracking down on password sharing because we're losing money because password sharing, that is what's going to drive cancel culture on this. People who don't understand, who don't live day to day with multi-factor authentication, with 2-factor authentication, people that don't understand that, moms and dads who are just figuring out how to do Netflix now, but still can't make the 12 clock stop blinking on their VCR, can't figure out how to, work their phone, and they have to call their kids on a house phone to figure it out. Those are the people that are going to be like, I can't deal with this, and are going to just kill their account. I only watched, one thing. Blah. They're going to drive away existing customers who are not doing anything wrong because they're going to be bogged down in the minutia of stupidity of not knowing how to do things. I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to have my devices. I'm scared of everything, and therefore, we're just going to kill. Look, you've already given up so much of your data you don't even know. So don't even act like this is going to be the thing that's going to give up your data. This is just another form of security. And if anything else, we know that the security that we have right now is pretty bad. This is probably the best thing to have happen for something that has your data as it is, to make sure that you're not, not who you say you are. But it's going to make it look bad, and they could have handled it so much better. Now, the whole idea, remember back when the whole split between DVD and streaming service was going to be, separate, and it was going to cause and everybody's going to be like, oh my God. Well, I mean, I don't think it really made that much of a big difference. I mean, I don't think anybody changed. I think what we saw is people react the way they're going to react this time around. They're going to just not accept it, and they're going to just walk away for something else. That's what this. I mean, that really is all that this really is. I don't see it. I don't see that this is going to be a big, huge deal for people who are already sharing network. Now, back to the story of the person who was house sitting and used their Netflix. The person who was house sitting and they logged into their streaming account service on that person's TV or their streaming device, and then they came home and it was still logged into that device, that service, and they were continually using it. This is going to affect them. Because what's going to happen is that if there was not, I don't know what I don't know if anything has happened differently since then, but if that person never communicated with the person who was the house sitter and said, hey, I know you were using Netflix on my TV and you left yourself logged in, we've been watching it, do you care? And if they say, no, I don't care. Well, here's the thing. Once these new enforcements are put into place and there's a forced logout of an account, or there's a forced login to an account, or they're just an account that's not persistent, device, then the user will probably get that code or email. And if they don't know that person's been watching it, they're probably going to deny it. And the person who's been watching that, that streaming account service or whatever, is going to say, whoops, we no longer can do this. But again, we don't have a system right now that is entirely dependent on having access to one. We have many. And there are ones that don't even have to pay for. We've gone, and this is the funny thing about this entire situation, is we went from paying, like I said, $200 for cable, broadband cable with very little, with DVR service, and then dropping it because you weren't getting anything out of it and going straight to using an antenna and just watching TV over the air antenna, HD antenna stuff. But we replaced people cutting the cord and paying cable companies the cost of $200 for their services versus spending $200 on getting, let's say, Hulu with live TV, which is can be $100 a month, and then you add in any premium channels like HBO Max or Paramount or Showtime or that stuff, and now you're talking another $30 to $40. So you really are paying the same amount to various streaming services a la carte than you are paying to the cable companies before. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It really is. And what's going to end up happening is that we're going to find ourselves with more jailbroken items, streaming services that are not, or what you're going to find is that these little ones like Tubi and Pluto and all the other ones are going to make a bigger dent into the markets of these other streaming services with and then put ads and offer free, and soon what's going to happen is you're going to have a slew of them all under the same umbrella, and the next thing you know, we're going to all be back underneath the cable companies anyways, because it's all going to end up being absorbed to sell off the losses. It's going to all come back around, and it's going to be same. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. So, all right, well that's it. Let's see what we got left. I think we got some things here to do, so let's go for it. All right, we're going to let them on their way back in, and we'll do that next time, or I'm going to actually do that offline. But they'll be bringing it back in. We're not gonna waste any more of that stuff. Oh, look, I got some things to do here. Let's get them through here. Let's get through, and we have 6 gifts to open up, including a Mr. Handy and a pet. So let's do that. As you saw from the thing, one of the recipes that we found was from one of the new items that we have not probably had access to or made yet. I don't know which, but let's go ahead and do it. Let's see here. Okay, boom. All right, kits, we got the Radaway, we got caps, we got running hunting rifle, wonder glue, and oh baby, expert radiation suit. Okay, not bad. Oh, and actually the Mr. Handy is not going to come in yet, so because it's still out in the wasteland. We might bring them in. Woohoo! What do we get? Gold watch. I'm not even carrying anymore. Rusty. This is kind of like Jeremy Hancock. We got Jeremy Hancock. That's another one. Oh, there's the Mr. Handy. Okay, we did bring him back because we sent him back out to do doggone. Shovel, combat armor, caps, power, and an amplified laser rifle. Not bad. Not bad for some other new people coming in. What else? Oh boy, military circuit board. Yay, we're going to be building some good stuff with that. Caps, wasteland medic, food, and soldier uniform. Not that great. What pet did we get? Was this a Doberman? Oh, we got an alien drone. Another alien drone. How about that? Plus 4 damage. Yeah, I really didn't see what it was doing. I mean, it might have done it. We just didn't notice the animation didn't show us anything. But then, hello, Mr. Handy. I'm at your service, sir. Always a pleasure. Yes. So we will bring them in. These, like I said, these ones I have not seen. I will check through. I know we did. I have done, I believe, the robot one we just did. Because we did have... I had footage for the video that I did, so that's possible that I... Yeah, okay, where... Oh, let's do that. The collection on that one. Okay, there we go. And you, my friend... Let's see. Do we have room in the... I think we do. We do. And that'll make us at 134. We are still... We are good to 146 for now. So there you go. We'll come back and do more quests, and I don't know that we'll get much more done here as far as filling out the blanks on the board because we still have a lot of people going through training. And let's see what they can be making. Ooh, yeah, we can be making power armor, Mark 6 power armor, but I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to make more good weaponry. But we can unlock the... Oh, look, here's what we can unlock. Look at all these things we can unlock. Wow. Hardened pulse rifle, Virgil's rifle, red rocket, plasma thrower. Yeah. What do we got? We can do... We can't do... Can we do a vengeance? We can do a vengeance. Let's make another vengeance. Beatty! I blew all those caps. I did that backwards. Oh, well. We don't care, do we? It really doesn't matter. It's all for gravy anyway. Hello everyone and welcome to today's video where we dive into the world of Fallout Shelter. In this video, we'll be using OpenAI's GPT-3 to generate the script because, let's be real, who wants to do all that writing when you could be playing the game? But before we start, don't forget to check out the links in the description for some awesome merch and to subscribe, like, and please leave a comment. Segment 1. What is Fallout Shelter? Fallout Shelter is a post-apocalyptic simulation game where players build and manage their own vault, a safe haven for survivors of a nuclear war. The goal is to keep the vault's inhabitants happy, healthy, and safe. Segment 2. The use of ChatGPT in Fallout Shelter. That's where ChatGPT comes in. With its natural language processing and machine learning capabilities, we can program ChatGPT to make decisions for us in Fallout Shelter, from resource management to emergency response. ChatGPT can handle it all while we sit back and enjoy the game. Segment 3. A demonstration of ChatGPT in action. Let's take a look at ChatGPT in action. In this scenario, there's a fire breakout in the vault. Normally, players would have to manually respond to the emergency, but with ChatGPT, it's taken care of automatically. Now watch as ChatGPT dispatches dwellers to put out the fire and allocates resources to repair the damage. Insert demonstration of ChatGPT in Fallout Shelter. Conclusion. And there you have it, a glimpse into the world of ChatGPT and Fallout Shelter. We hope you enjoyed this video and learned something new. Don't forget to check out the links in the description of the merch and to subscribe, like, and leave a comment. Thanks for watching. Okay, so, yeah, that was fun. I just did an experiment. Using ChatGPT, I asked it to, what was my, write a script for a YouTube video script about playing Fallout Shelter where ChatGPT is used to generate the script because a YouTuber is lazy. And be sure to mention that you can buy the YouTuber's merch from the links in the description and that you should subscribe to the channel, like the video, and leave a comment. Well, that was interesting. Okay, on this next one, the prompt is tell me a haunted house story where the house has secret passages and appears to eat people. Once upon a time, there was a house in the countryside that was rumored to be haunted. People claimed that the house had secret passages that led to nowhere, and that it had a strange appetite for human flesh. The villagers lived in fear of the house, but the stories only served to attract the curious and the thrill-seekers. One day, a group of friends decided to spend the night in the house to see if the stories were true. They found the hidden passages and explored the house, but soon they realized they were not alone. The walls seemed to be closing in on them, and they heard the sound of footsteps following them wherever they went. The friends soon discovered the house had a life of its own, and that it was hungry. It started to eat them one by one, trapping them in its secret passages. The house would swallow them whole, and they would disappear without a trace. The friends tried to escape, but the house was always one step ahead of them. It seemed to be alive, and it was determined to keep its latest guests forever. Eventually, there was only one friend left, who managed to escape just in time. She told the villagers what had happened, but no one believed her. Years passed, and the house remained abandoned. But once in a while, someone would hear strange noises coming from the house, or they would see lights flickering in the windows. People would say that the house was still hungry, and that it was waiting for its next meal. The villagers continued to live in fear of the house, and they warned others not to go near it. For fear that they too would become its next victim. Okay, that was a little bit goofy. that was kind of, oh well, whatever. Okay, this next one, I don't know, I almost don't want to share this one because this could be actually a good idea, and I've been actually thinking about this for a while now. I asked the AI to pitch me a video game where you are in a plane crash on a tropical island and must complete tasks to help other travelers who have special skills that can help them thrive as a village. Special items wash up on shore, mysterious caves provide resources and unknown dangers. The more you level up, more complex machines you can build to make life better on the island. The more you help each other, the more you gain followers who will help you on scavenge missions carrying more inventory back to the village. Just think about Lost meets Stardew Valley. That's all you're going to do. Lost and Found Island Survival is a thrilling adventure game that puts you in the shoes of a young passenger on a plane crash landed on a tropical island. Your task is to help other travelers and build a thriving village with the limited resources available on the island. Each survivor has special skills and abilities that can help your group thrive. As you explore the island, you'll encounter special items washing up on shore, mysterious caves filled with valuable resources and unknown dangers, and a variety of challenges that you must overcome to survive. As you progress through the game, you'll gain access and level up to more advanced tools and machines. With each level, you'll be able to build more complex machines that will make your life easier for your team. And the more you help each other, the more you'll gain followers who will help you on scavenge missions, bring back valuable resources and supplies to the village. The ultimate goal is to find a way off the island and reunite with civilization. But the journey is filled with challenges and obstacles that you must overcome together with your fellow survivors. With stunning graphics, immersive gameplay, and engaging storyline, Lost and Found Island Survival is an action-packed adventure game that will keep you entertained for hours. Get ready to build, explore, and survive on this mysterious tropical island. Now, of course, I did this a couple times. I kept regenerating the text to sort of get this to come out the way I wanted it to, but it's not really doing it. And every time I do it, it keeps the same idea of this stunning graphics, immersive gameplay, and intense action. So apparently, it has seen that enough times written for, write-ups on video games so that it keeps using that as a way to get in there. And it actually kind of repeated itself a little bit about building complex machines or whatever to a variety of challenges, stuff like that. But, basically that. And like I said, I don't really want to give that away because I was like, man, I was thinking about this the other day, and if I could actually create a game that had like the simplistic graphics of like Stardew Valley, but with the idea behind Lost, that you land on the play, and like I said, I don't want to give it away because somebody's going to come out there and make that game, and then I'm going to miss out on it. But I don't have the skills. I could come up with awesome ideas for the game. I would just need somebody else to actually code it. I just don't have it. I mean, I could do it probably in Game Maker 2. I could probably figure it out. I just don't have that kind of time. Even plug and play. but that's just funny that it's like Lost and Found Island Survival. There's a colon. So I want to get, like, the first time I did it though, it said welcome to Survivor Island because I kept using the word survivors of a plane crash, so it kept trying to use the word Survivor Island. I'm like, no, we're gonna get sued by CBS for that one. But still, valiant effort. I give them credit for that one. That was pretty good. I think we got it here. I think we got it. This is a good one. Pitch me a new MCU superhero movie complete with 3 villains not found in the comics. And the reason I say not found in the comics, because the first time I did this, the first 3 it sput out. The first 3 it spat out was Juggernaut, Sandman, and Venom. And I was like, nah, we can't do that. Because they're just pulling, we've already done those. But here we go. Introducing the Dark Trinity, the latest addition to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, featuring 3 brand new villains, each with their own unique powers and motivations. The movie follows a story of a new superhero who must stop the Dark Trinity, Shadow, Vortex, and Eclipse from destroying the city and unleashing their dark powers on the world. With their cunning intellect and formidable abilities, the Dark Trinity presents a challenge that our hero must overcome. Shadow is the master of shadows, capable of disappearing into darkness and reappearing at will. With his stealth-based abilities, he can move undetected, striking when least expected. Vortex is the master of the elements, capable of manipulating wind and air to create powerful storms and tornadoes. With her mastery of the skies, she can control the weather and unleash devastating storms on her enemies. Eclipse is the master of light and energy, capable of harnessing the power of the sun and moon to create powerful beams of light and unleash devastating attacks. With her mastery of the cosmos, she can manipulate time and space, making her a formidable opponent. With a combination of action, drama, and suspense, The Dark Trinity is an epic superhero movie that will keep you on the edge of your seat from start to finish. Get ready to experience the next chapter in the Marvel Cinematic Universe as our hero battles the Dark Trinity and saves the city from destruction. Yeah. Okay, so this is actually probably in the works already now. I'm probably going to be hit from Disney by a copyright infringement lawsuit as we speak. So yeah, Shadow, Vortex, and Eclipse. I give them Dark Trinity, Shadow, Vortex, and Eclipse. Solid entry on the actual names for them, but Shadow, not sure if that is supposed to sound like someone else, but Vortex definitely sounds like Storm from X-Men. And Eclipse, not sure. That's pretty cool, though. I kind of like the way that is. Harnessing the power of the sun and the moon to create powerful beams of light and unleashing devastating attacks. Sounds like a video game, though. But and the Dark Trinity has a combination of action, drama, and suspense. It seems like I do that too. I got to do things in threes. But we never mentioned the name of the superhero, which is kind of dumb, I think. But I didn't actually ask for the superhero to be named, so maybe that's my fault. But yeah, that's pretty damn good there. All right, now this one's funny. This one's pretty good. I don't know if this is actually a dad joke somewhere. I'm gonna have to find out. I just said, "Tell me a dad joke," and the second one it came back. Yeah, it definitely was. It's a real dad joke. So yeah, the first one says, "Why did the tomato turn red?" Because it saw the salad dressing. Oh my gosh. And then, why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. That's an old standard. I think that's not even on a t-shirt. And then, why did the Scarecrow win an award? And this, somebody was watching Last of Us. Hello? Because he's outstanding in his field. One more. We'll do one more. Why did the cookie go to the doctor? Because it was feeling crumbly. Oh God, no. We can't end on that. Come on, do better than that. Come on. Why don't bicycles ever tell jokes? Because they prefer to keep the punchline to themselves. I don't understand that one. Why don't bicycles ever tell jokes? Because they prefer to keep the punchline to themselves. Yeah, that one makes no sense to me. Okay, well, fail on that one. Let's try one more. Let's get a good one. Come on. Give me a good one. Oh, God. Why did the coffee file a police report? Because it got mugged. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, come on. We can do better than that. You're killing me here, Smalls. Oh, why is the math book sad? Because it had too many problems. Let's see. We can do one more. Okay, let's see how well this goes. I might have just made this one. Oh, nice, nice. Tell me a dirty dad joke. I'm sorry, I cannot fulfill that request as it goes against OpenAI's policies to generate or respond with explicit or inappropriate content. Well, I should quit while I'm really behind now because. But that's pretty good. So there you go. There you go. That's simply just a brief synopsis of Chat GPT. It's hard to get into this thing, and there's been a couple of stories on it. It's kind of scary. I'm not too scared. I'm really not too scared at this point because I don't think we're going to reach the level of where it's going to start bombing us. I just don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, people definitely, I haven't tried writing something that is actually going to produce, like write me a book report on Bridge to Terabithia or something like that. I haven't done something that extensive. It's kind of actually hard to get into. I said I tried to log in and it said it was too busy. Apparently, a lot of people have been using this thing, and it's really starting to take off, and it's really gaining a lot of ground. We had this discussion before about songs, and we like I said, we had these AI generated country songs, and whoops, no, I screwed that up. I screwed that up. No, stop generating. There we go. It was the idea was it's like it took an amalgamation from a lot of different songs and it put it together with all the words used in that song, and it kind of like it's hard to tell because of the way it was playing that it actually sounded like a real song that you hear like at Applebee's or Texas Roadhouse, but because it was that bad, but also it was really kind of easy to tell. Now and then the Holderness family. If you've ever heard of the Holderness family, they are like a Facebook, usually YouTube kind of group, a wife and husband team where kind of they're funny. They do a lot of dad stuff, like dad joke stuff, but they do a lot of original songs or parodies. And they asked AI to write a love song, and it was really kind of funny. So I just asked. Write me a country song. So here we go. I grew up on a dirt road in a small town with a slow pace, where the stars shine bright at night and the sun rises with grace. This is where my heart resides, in this place I call my home, where the people are my kin and my roots run deep and strong. Not rhyming at all. I've seen the world, I've traveled far, but this place still holds my soul, where the fields are green, the skies are blue, and the wind whispers stories told. This is where my heart resides, in the place I call my home, where the people are my kin and my roots run deep and strong. I guess it doesn't have to rhyme, but anyways. Through the years, the world may change, but these hills will always stand, and my love for this land will never fade. It's part of who I am. And it goes back through. This is where my heart resides. This is the place I call my home, where the people are my kin, and my roots run deep and strong. And the outro goes, I'll raise my glass to this land, to the memories that we've made, and I'll always be proud to say that my heart belongs to this place. Yeah, I don't think we have to worry, dude. I think AI is not going to start replacing us anytime soon. At least maybe not yet this week. But we'll we hope for the best. We can maybe just absolutely do nothing and let Open Chat AI do all the work. So
we are going to attempt to do this quest, Wasteland Surgeon or whatever it is. I had to do a bunch of stuff to get there, including long days in the crafting rooms trying to get these set up, and I didn't have enough microscopes to to craft everything, so it took a bit, but we got there, so we're gonna go do it. And we're talking about, speaking of like doctors and stuff, let's talk about that, shall we? So let's take it back a bit, of course, as I always like to do. Not too far, but yeah, kind of far. Last week I was taking a walk with Bailey after work one day, And she was walking behind me. She's like, your legs look really, really skinny. And I've got that. I'm turning into Mike Wazowski, I think. Like my legs, I've lost a lot of weight on my legs, and living in a house with 3 floors and with these steps. I've been doing a hell of a lot of step climbing, but I'm still kind of like around in the middle. But I'm getting there. And recently, I was at a doctor's office for I was there. I wasn't there for me. And I just happened to say, I'm in this office. I'm going to go get on the scale. And I think I had actually either, lost a couple more pounds, which was great because I've continually have been losing weight. And that's something I'm not used to from my past. So let's go back. So yeah, like growing up, I was chubby. I wore the Huskies. I was big and I was not as svelte. I wasn't very skinny. I was a bit of a I was Chunk from Goonies is what I was. And the sad thing is that I wish I was as fat as I was when I thought I was fat. That's how that always goes. But I mean, I don't remember what my weight was growing up, but I know I was overweight. I just knew I was overweight. And there was some kind of a thing when I was in junior high that they said for every inch over 5 foot, you were supposed to add like 6 pounds, and I think I had to be somewhere within the realm of like 130 some pounds or whatever. I don't know what it was, but it was some sort of a formula, and like that was just unrealistic. There's no freaking way that that's realistic, but that's neither here nor there. But by the time I graduated high school, I was probably around 186. And again, I thought I was fat, and I really, really wasn't. But I at that age and that frame that I had, I probably looked fat. And overweight, I should say. But then I went to college. And I was in the University of South Carolina at the time, which was called University of South Carolina, Coastal Carolina, but it was changed to Coastal Carolina University, which is what it is now. And I transferred after one semester. And they talk about that freshman 15, and I kind of did put that on, and into my second year, I put on a little bit more weight. So by the time that, and I went through a breakup, and then of course I turned 21, and there was all kinds of foods available, like pizza and fries and all that stuff that I could use my meal plan for. And so by the time 96 rolled around, January of 96, I was 214 pounds. And I know that because I had been to the doctors and had been weighed for something. Now, that was January of 96. July 96, I was working at an amusement park, and the conditions were less than ideal for someone who likes to eat. And I actually got walking pneumonia at the time, and I had lost a considerable amount of weight from being ill and just the lifestyle of working there on your feet constantly, didn't have a lot of time to do anything else, so you ate as you could, didn't have a lot of snack time. And by the time I went home to get checked out, and when I found that I had walking pneumonia, I was 177 pounds. So let's recap. The 93 senior year, I was 186 pounds. January of 96, I was 214 pounds. July of 96, I was 177 pounds. I was 9 pounds lighter than I had been in high school at when I graduated. So that's hilarious to me. 3 years later. Funny. So then I came back from that year, from that summer, and I went back the next summer, and I kind of stayed in a pretty decent weight at that point until I graduated. By the time the year 2000 rolled around, I was roughly right around 200 pounds. And again, I looked like I was over. I mean, I did not look skinny, and I wish I could be as fat as I thought I was back then. Because from then on, it just got worse. Because once I hit over 25, then the metabolism said, you can't do that shit anymore. Just like I couldn't go out and drink like I could before. I could go out and I couldn't stay up like 24 hours in a row as hard as I tried. It just wasn't going to happen anymore. So that was about 2000. And then within 12 years, into my 30s, things really hit a wall. Marriage and a child and just sleep apnea and everything. I packed on more weight. Probably about that point, I was closer to, and I know by 2013, well, actually, no. Let's say 2012. Let's look, because that's where that was my point. I had put myself into a point where I was not doing spectacular. I was pretty much just saying, you know what? At some point, I'm going to die, and I'm going to be okay with that. I'm going to end up diabetic. I'm going to end up, I didn't care. And that's probably was a sign of depression that I didn't really notice. I didn't really properly take care of things. And I really didn't have a support system in order to do that. I mean, there wasn't really a lot because we were all kind of going through our own things at that point. So I had been almost 300 pounds at that moment. And I had a wake-up call. Because at that point, Bailey was almost 7. And she's about 5 years old, 6 years old. And I would still, there were times where I would carry her up the steps, somewhere from the car. Just times I would have to carry her for whatever reason, because kids are what they are. And it would be hard. I mean, like, my knees were crying at me. Like, it was just really, really rough. And I knew I was headed for a heart attack. I knew I was headed for, all kinds of health problems. And then, I went to my doctor and I had to have like a not a stress test, but like a pulmonary function test, which was, really hard for me. And they told me, like, look, you're almost 300 pounds. You're going to have to do something. And so, and that's kind of like when my marriage kind of hit a wall at the same time. And I decided that I'm done. I'm done being like this. I'm tired of being tired. I'm tired of giving up. And it's sad to say that, because a lot of other things were happening that, a lot of other things were ending in my life, but I didn't want my life to end. I for some reason, it was kind of like, that wake up call that says you need, get up and move. So I did. And, we would go out to eat sometimes, and I would have like, okay, we're going to get a pizza. All right, fine. Well, instead of eating 4 slices of pizza, I would eat 2. There was a time in my early 20s and late 20s that I could go to Olive Garden, get an order of the 5 cheese ziti, and crush the entire thing, 2 orders of salad, and 5 breadsticks, and that was a night. At this point, like I said, no, I can't do that anymore. I would maybe take a third. I'd eat a third of that and then take the rest home and eat it for the next couple of days. It got to the point where I had to like make changes. And I didn't go on a crash diet. I didn't starve myself. I didn't do things like, really horribly. I did minor, small movements. Like I said, is it a 4 pieces of pizza? Eat 2 pieces of pizza. I had a very, very, healthy goal of dropping weight to like 200 pounds. And this was, I put forth on my blog. Now, again, before the Angry Cast, I was a blogger as well. And it was, pop culture musings were done over story time like I do now, kind of, but like just not without playing video games. And the whole idea was that I wanted to get down to 200 pounds again. And I knew it was a lofty goal, and I knew it was very hard to do. And quite frankly, I had tried it before. And the first 20 pounds were always the easiest. And you hit 20 pounds, you can pretty much drop. And your mileage may vary. Everybody's does. But I could pretty much drop 20 pounds easily without even thinking about it when I first started doing that. And that's like mostly like, that's like water weight and just extra stuff. It wasn't like you were, handling a lot of excess things. It was just everything in your body that you just had to get rid of. And then you'd hit a plateau, and then it was kind of hard after that. You needed to do extra work. You needed to step up the game. But in terms of what I was doing, besides the eating, I was also walking every single day at lunch. Before I would eat lunch at work, I would get up and I would walk. I would go for 20 minutes up hills. I would do, at work. and I would do all that, and then I would go eat. And it was kind of like I had to force myself to do it. There were days I didn't want to do it, but I did it, and I got through it, and I did it, and I started to see some improvements. I started to lose weight. I started to feel better. And even, but there was such a small variance in how I felt because, of course, I was going through so many other things. But I went back to the doctor, and they seemed a little bit, more impressed with my progress, so I continued to keep doing what I was doing. And then in 2014, I had met Megan. The divorce was final. I met Megan, and we started dating, and I had dropped probably a good 20 pounds by then. And now, like I said, I didn't do much. I didn't do a lot. I also made a couple of other changes. Now, from the time when I was a little kid, we didn't really have like soda or pop that much. It was a very special occasion when my brother and sister and I would split a bottle of Coke. And I don't mean like a 2-liter. I mean like those glass bottles you would get. And that was between the three of us. We each got a glass, and that was it. Now, by the time I was 10 and we had moved and lived in a newer house, we had cases upon cases of pop whenever we wanted to, and I drank Pepsi like it was going out of style. And then when I turned 18 and went to college, I changed to two things. I did two major things when I got into college. The first one was I stopped drinking whole milk, because I grew up on whole milk, and went to 2%. Or actually, no, I went right to skim at that point. And the other thing was that I switched from regular Pepsi or Coke, I went to diet. And I exclusively drank diet soda. That was not great. That was probably one of the worst things I could do, because I would, they tell you that in trying to, switch to a diet soda, you tend to offset the gap of what you're missing with drinking diet soda. You offset it with other things, other meals, or you feel like, I'm drinking diet, that's not that big of a deal, I can eat an extra plate at the buffet, that kind of thing. It was not specifically enough to just say, well, I'm drinking diet, so that's great. No, your brain tricks you into other things. So in 2014, I gave up drinking. Not only did I just give up drinking diet soda, because we had free cans of soda out of the vending machine at work when I started working at the company that I was at the time. That changed over the course of time, but then if I could ever find a case of pop for $5 a case, I bought it, and then every lunch I had a can of diet whatever, and then every meal that we went out for, and at that time we were going out every single night because we weren't cooking and we weren't taking care of ourselves, I would have a diet soda there, and I probably have like 2 or 3 because of free refills, so I was really, really poisoning myself really hard at that point. But then I decided, what, the next step of the game is to cut that out. So I went strictly to water. Or I made, don't laugh, I made Kool-Aid. But I made Kool-Aid with Splenda. I didn't use sugar. Or I drank iced tea, but I was drinking it with an artificial sweetener, not sugar. Again, small moves, gaining ground where I could. I wasn't doing the best possible things, but I was doing better things. So I tried to take more water in than anything else, but I needed, sometimes you needed something, right? So that was, like I said, 2014. Now, let's fast forward to closer to 2017, I think. I think it was 2017, 2018. 2017, I had been living as a bachelor until the summer of 2018. That's when Megan moved in full-time, and I was eating horribly again. I wasn't eating as bad as I was because I didn't have a lot of, I just didn't go out. Like Mondays, I would go for wings. I'd have like a couple, I'd have like 12 wings and a couple of beers. And then sometimes I would make, packet of noodles. Or I would sometimes make, stuff, I would make chili, or I'd make, sausage and sauce, and I'd make like sandwiches or something like that, or I'd make other things. But, some nights, hey, it was cereal. Like, I don't care. And then when I lost my job, and I was unemployed for 9 months, then it became whatever I could find. Some nights I just had, 4 box of eggs and cheese, a buck a box, and there I am, I got dinner for a couple of days. And, that was again, bad habits. And when Megan moved in and she began cooking, things got better. And I went to the doctors, and I remember I went to the doctors, I was probably back up around, like I said, I was almost 300 pounds, and I probably lost about 20 pounds, so I was almost like around 280 something at that point. I went to the doctors, and she said, well, you're pre-diabetic. And I said, okay, but I'm not diabetic. She's like, no, but you're heading there. And she wanted to put me on metformin, which is for diabetes. She says, you're probably going to lose weight, you're blah, blah, blah. And Megan was very adamantly against this. Now, I've known people who are on metformin, and I've seen that there's been problems with people on metformin. This is neither a saying it's a bad thing or a good thing. It's always, your mileage may vary with me. But I really didn't want to be on it, because here's the thing. Like other things in my life, if you give me that option and I take the easy way out, I will then abuse it because I think it's being handled somewhere else. If that makes any sense to you. By going on the metformin, it's like, oh yeah, well, I got that covered. I can go eat what I want, right? So yeah, I don't want to do that. I wanted to stay off of it. She's like, well, I'm kind of concerned that you're going to end up in a worse spot if you don't change. I said, I tell you what, give it 6 months. Give me 6 months to see what I can do. If I come back and I don't see a change that you're happy with, we'll take care. We'll do something. So then 6 months went by, and I began walking more, and Megan had moved in. So now all of a sudden, my diet changed because she's a pescatarian, which means she does not eat meat, but she does eat dairy. Mainly fish is her main protein, and I just thought it was easier, instead of her having to make, meat or chicken or whatever for me, I would just eat what she's eating. I would just, just make one meal and I'll eat it as well. Just easier that way. Trying to make things simpler, because then I didn't have to come up with anything. It's like, whatever you're eating, I'll have it. Just make double. So we, had fish a lot, and vegetables, and rice, and I switched from, like I said, I got rid of diet sodas and soda altogether. I'd have ginger ale on occasion, but mainly I just drink water now. And then also I got rid of the next bad thing, which was white bread. I would eat white bread on sandwiches every day on white bread. Went to like whole wheat. Then whole wheat turned into these like little Sammy Thins, which then turned into tortillas. So like, reducing the amount of bread I was eating. Instead of getting like, turkey or ham lunch meat at the deli counter, which is just all like filler and preservatives, Megan said, get a 12-pound turkey or a ham, and I will cook it for you. And then each week you can just have a pound, thawed out from the freezer and use that for your lunch. So, and I was actually saving money because, a pound of lunch meat sometimes runs between $5 to $7, depending, or even more, depending on the brand and what kind it is. In this way, I was probably buying maybe a $20 or $30 turkey, and I would get like 12 pounds of meat out of it, and that's 12 weeks. And if you figure that's times 5, that's like $60. So I'm like half the cost, if that. So it became a better situation. I started to lose more weight. I was eating better. I was feeling better. And then I went back in to the doctor's office, and she weighed me, and she said, you know what? You lost weight. And then they did an A1C, and it came down considerably. She wasn't convinced, but the proof was there that I had made a change. And I said, okay, fine, let's do it another 6 months. So that means an entire year. Let's see what I can do in a year. 6 months came by, went back in, same thing, still trending downward. I had lost probably close to 12 pounds in the course of that year. And that is probably the safe bet. 1 pound a month is probably the safest way to do it. And the great thing was, by after that first year, I wasn't pre-diabetic anymore. I was great. Now, I'm pushing 50. I'm 40. I'm going to be 48 in a couple of weeks. and I don't have the stamina. I don't have the metabolism I had in my 20s and my 30s. But I've got this in my brain that if I don't want to be on this drug, I need to do something, and therefore it's a challenge to me, and it's a challenge that I want to, meet, and I will continue to do so. So I'm going to keep pushing it. I'm going to keep pushing it to say I don't need to be on the drugs. I can just do it. It's, it'll be fine. But it's always going to be a struggle. It's going to be a struggle, the harder. But the thing is that I did it in such a way that I didn't deprive myself of things I really liked. I didn't stop eating. I didn't go on a crash diet that like I would just do for a couple of weeks and then I was done. I just changed. I just changed what I ate and how I ate. I made small movements that I wouldn't even notice it. That's the whole point. Just make those changes that you don't notice that you're missing anything. And you can still treat yourself, treat yourself. You can do that every once in a while. You can do the types of things. You can have ice cream. You can have, but maybe not all the time. Maybe have a little bit. Maybe just have, some. And because of that, you don't feel like you're missing anything. And you don't feel like you've got to make up for it later. I still have cravings. Of course I still have cravings. I still want to eat. I mean, I remember going to, at my worst, we would go to Red Robin. And once I found out they had bottomless root beer floats, oh my God, I was done. I was done. Because I was just pounding 2-3 of those during a meal. That's not good. And the amount more I look back at it now, I'm like, I cannot believe I'm still alive. I should have been dead. I should have been dead. Now, that's not to say that you can do the same thing. I'm not going to claim that I'm some great story for the ages of how to do things. I mean, that's definitely not the way that works. But you can do it. You can make those changes. But I would suggest 2 things. I would suggest talking to your doctor to make sure that what you're going to do is safe and what's the right plan. And I would listen to them. And I would also, if you were in the position I was in, I would also seek therapy. Because I had probably some undiagnosed and untreated depression at the time. I know there was times I didn't want to get up and do anything. And like I said, I was at the point where I was passively suicidal, I guess, at that point. I guess I was. And I'm not saying that I know better. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a nutritionist. I just can tell you what I did that worked. Now, I could probably do it 10 times more, but if I pushed it harder, to get more, I would probably put it back on and then some. I would rubber band hard because I would notice it. Every year I've lost weight. I went for a sleep study in 2019 and I found out that I would drop down to like 270 or something like that, to just the top of 280, and this was 2019. I went back again in 2022 and I had lost 30 pounds. 10 to 12 pounds a month I lost. Didn't even notice it. I didn't even know I was losing weight. Every time we would say something like, I think you're putting weight back on. No, I don't know that I am. And then I would go to the doctors and find out. I can't believe, during the entire pandemic, everybody was putting on weight. I was losing weight. Again, I'm not special. I have a support system. Megan's going to keep me on top of things. She's going to try to keep me around for a while. I don't know why, but she apparently wants to keep me around for a while. So I'll take that. I'll take that as a win. But I would say, talk to your doctor, seek professional help if you need it, if you're having other issues, and don't give up. And don't, you're going to fall. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to crash. All that. It's going to happen. But you just don't give up. You just start over. Start back at square one. Yeah, it sucks starting over again. But we've all have to do it once in our lives. You get better at doing it. And just keep going. So
we're going to go defeat Euler's Raiders, divide and conquer here. One of these quests we get as a one-off, but we're going to get them out there and get them going. And it's not going to be an easy one, because let me tell you, there is some math involved. Hoi. So, yeah. Oh, defeat the raider boss. Divide and conquer. Now, there's going to be some interesting concepts here. Some of us are probably going to be like, "What the heck? How do you figure all that?" But no. It's quite simple if you really think about it. Now, if you really want to go out and Google the answers, you're going to get some mixed results. Let me tell you, because I'm being in my 40s, my late 40s, and having to go through high school math in my brain. Actually, even junior high math in my brain, I was having some issues with trying to make this stuff work. But yeah, what you're going to see us coming up to after we get through all the monsters is we're going to run into a couple of sets of raiders that are going to specifically ask us to do some math, and that is, you would think it's not that hard. But again, probably some of the issue is the fact that it's not so much that the questions are hard, much like anything else. I mean, if you can sit and watch Jeopardy and not knowing answers to questions, figure out what the answer is, because a lot of it is based off of context clues. A lot of it is context clues, like understanding what they're asking. I mean, they give you a category so you can narrow it down to something within that category, and then they're going to ask you specific things, and of course they're giving you the answer. You're supposed to come up with the question, so that makes it even easier. Definitely, Jeopardy is not like it was when I was a kid. Jeopardy was like harder, like chemistry. Give me the chemical formula for plastic or something like that back in those days. But it's not like it is, not like it is then. It's a lot easier, and even with this one, they're going to be not that hard. So hold it right there, mouth breezers. In order to continue, you must prove your math skills. Since you guys don't look too smart, we'll start with an easy one. Does 2 plus 2 equal 5? Does it? Does it? 2 plus 2 is 22. Like the caliber, only large values of 2, 2 and 2 are 4. Answer C would be the logical thing. But if you think about math, 2 can mean anything between 2 and 3. So or small values of 5. So yeah, 2.6, 2.7 plus 2.7 might be 4 or something like that. However, the fact that you're close to, or I'm sorry, 2.4, up between 2.1 and 2.4 would be 4.8. That means 5 if you round up. So that's what they're trying to go for. Again, these are trick questions. This entire quest is about trick questions. It's not about actual math questions that you and I are used to, like 2 plus 2 equals 4. They're not showing the decimals. And I don't know, I mean, technically that should be a disqualifier in my case. But, my thought would be, this is not a real math question. If you're going to say 2 plus 2 instead of 2.2 or 2.3 plus 2 point something, then how are you even asking a question that involves larger values of 2? But I didn't write the script. I didn't write the questions. I just kind of figured that if I'm looking at this and they're asking for 2 plus 2 equals 4 and they give me more than one option, perhaps that maybe the option isn't just 4. And here we go again. All right, you guys got here just in time to help settle my argument. Can you tell us if 1 is the same as 0.9999? And 0.9 with an indefinitely repeating decimal. So again, trick question. Yeah, it's equal to 1, because if you go off to infinity with 0.9999, it might as well be the same as 1. Of course, the third option is violence, but, they're obviously looking for you to give them what you would perceive to be the wrong answer, knowing basic math. Just as a, side. Not that you just don't get the answers here, because we're giving you the answers already, but the idea being that they're asking you this question, they're presenting you with other options that aren't yes and no. Yes and no would tell you, oh, okay, fine. 2 plus 2 is 4. 0.9999 is not 1. But the fact that they've given you other options and they've worded it to say not yes or no, they're wording it as, oh, well, infinitely repeating decimals, it's the same as 1. That's the trick. And just like I said, just like Jeopardy, that's the trick. We're going through this rather quickly. I apologize. I had had a rough week. Have had a rough week at work, and it has been all I can do to just get these recorded. And I'm doing a voiceover and running through the clips and trying to make it, because I could have had 35 minutes worth of quests on this one, and I decided to just cut it down to 22 minutes, 23 minutes, because it was way longer than it should have been. So we should have one more question. There we go. One more question. So you've managed to get this far, impressive. We'll move to another quadrant if you can answer that. And be warned, 90% of those, this is like a Facebook question. So what is 6 divided by 2, and then in parentheses 1 plus 2? 9 being the final answer, equal to 1. Now, me, I would have said 1. I would have said 1 because of, order of operations. But if you look at Bedmas, or whatever they want to call that now, if you do what's inside of the parentheses first, that would be 3, and then you go left to right. Now, me, I would have gone what's in the parentheses and said, okay, times the 2, then that would be 6, and then divided by 6 would equal 1. I would have said 1. However, again, they give you a third option, which is C. It's too ambiguous. Again, yeah, it's too ambiguous. It really is. It can be 9. It can be 1, depending on your point of view of what you think the order of operations are. When you grew up, when you took math. So it doesn't even have to be that, yeah, I know the answer is 1, or yeah, I know the answer is 9. There's some debate on what the answer could be. And that's what and just like those Facebook quizzes, it's there to get you to debate it. It's not there to get you to get the right answer and look smart. It's there to get people to engage so that they can, gather data and they can get, you to start a fight. Those types of things are the basis for why certain groups are on Facebook, just to let you know. But here, it's for funsies. It's not actually, we're not trying to, make you make you choose sides in some sort of heated battle. It's just you want to get the lunchbox, you want to get the junk, you want to get the caps. That's what it's for. So, but it definitely is an interesting quest that I do not remember ever doing. It's not saying I didn't, but who knows? All right, we defeated the raider boss. We defeated the raiders. We're good to go. Let's get back. Ooh, 7 Nuka-Cola Quantums. Awesome. Next thing we're going to do is unlock these. Oh, the Grognok's Axe and Rusty Alien Disintegrator. We've got those from picking up on quests. I'm going to try to get that crafted. Unfortunately, I'm going to need some more microscopes, so we're going to have to send some people out. And I didn't get any on this quest, so it's not going to be from them. I'll probably send somebody out. But for now, let's look at see what else we got here. We've got, too good to be true. Claim a stash of supplies if you can get past the Death Claw. That's guarding them. That means it's going to be an Alpha Death Claw, and we got to use them level 50 dwellers with a minigun only. Can't use the Vengeance. Abandoned Vault, tactical supplies, Death Claw territory now. Time to make out the big guns. Okay, we're going to do that. We are going to do that. We got our peeps here. We got full on everything else. Let's get them out there, and let's get them going. Because it's too good to be true, but we probably will get a Mr. Handy as if we didn't already have enough. So let's claim the supply stash in the abandoned vault. So I hope everybody's doing good. We are trying to get all of our peeps still up to 50, get everybody all the stuff built that we want to build. But for the most part, we're just doing these quests that we haven't done yet. And I like the fact that I don't know that these are new quests. I don't believe that they are new quests. I believe that these are old quests. Maybe I just never saw them. But definitely have, too good to be true. I don't even know if that is one of the quests that had a Mr. Handy on it. I can check and find out. While we're waiting, of course we've got lead belchers or whatever else going after these alpha or mole rat brood mothers, which, yeah, that's not great. That is not great. Let's see here. No, that's not. Where is my... Oh. Keep moving forward. Yeah, keep moving forward. I'm having trouble finding which way to go here. Sorry, you're going to have to listen to me looking through my... There we go. Oh, I don't care. Why do I should not have... that's... Oh. So this is pissing me off. I am not able to monetize my channel. I cannot monetize my channel. And yet, I pulled up my nine quests that give out a Mr. Handy, and there was an ad on it. That ticks me off more than anything else. That is bull cucky. Yeah. So, yep, too good to be true is one of the ones we looked at. So apparently I've done this quest before. But that's okay. That's okay. We're going to do it again because why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we want to get another Mr. Handy to add into the mix? We're going to have to build more floors the way that's going. So yeah, and then these are always, you can always tell these types of vault quest locations where you get to an end and there's a wall with an elevator in front of it. You're never going to be able to go down in that elevator. You're going to have to always go around. So just that's always, it's repeatable. They're not procedurally generated by any means. But there is a lot of mole rats in here, and definitely need to rely on the idea that if you have a high agility and a decent weapon that can do multiple shots, that you should focus all your attention, of course, on the alpha, the legendary monster, but also have those those weapons if you can. Here we're mandated to use a certain weapon, but have those weapons if you can, and the high agility, and max out your perks so that you can get as many shots in as possible before it's time for the monster to hit you, because the mole rat broodmothers will summon more mole rats, and that can cause you a lot of problems if you're not very high ranked. And the fact that my dwellers are all level 50, they have all of their perks up to 10, they're wearing a +5 agility outfit, and they're carrying a pretty high big gun weapon, like the Vengeance is one of the big gun weapons. That is a good indication that I'm going to be able to get a ton of shots in before the mole rat broodmother can attack, or get a chance to summon more mole rats, which is the idea behind that. But for the most part, none of these things really stand a chance. They really don't. Even with having to, even if I had a low-level minigun, I don't think it would matter. But yeah, okay, here we go. Hey, a dead rat on the floor. How charming. There's nothing here, though. That seems rather odd that in the middle of all this, there is three long... Ooh, here, yeah, oh, here it is. Here it is. Would have been so nice to have gotten enough hits, and I think you need to have luck turned up. I think we'd have to have a +5 or +7 luck outfit in order to generate enough critical points to get a crit hit. For now, there we go. We got one finally, and I screwed it up, and it wouldn't. It still doesn't matter. I mean, that Alpha Deathclaw isn't going to really do much to us. But if you're taking these quests on and you're not where I'm at as far as levels and stuff like that, it might be a struggle. It's always a good idea. Okay, there we go. We got our Mr. Handy, and we got whatever this is going to be. This is going to be a lunchbox, so we'll get another lunchbox out of that. So this is a good haul. Very good haul. We got 2 more levels. We're going to continue on and just clear it out, because, of course, it's always good to get extra junk, always good to get extra containers, anything we can find. I mean, for us, caps don't matter. We're up over 1 million sometimes. So does not matter if we get all the caps in the world on this quest. It won't go up over 999 or 999,999. The only way we can do that, of course, is opening up lunchboxes and getting caps out of there. And I always hold on to those critical hits, because I think I'm going to have some big, huge, other mob come in, and yeah, I hate when I waste them. But if I had an objective that said, perform so many critical hits, I would have used them up by now. But we are not too concerned, because it seems like we're going to just run into rad roaches from here on out. We've already, even if we ran into something that we couldn't beat, we've got the exclamation point glowing in the top there, so that means we have finished the quest and we could just leave. We wouldn't have to worry about all of our people dying and not being able to get all the rewards. We've got pretty much all of them. If anything else, all we're doing is just getting more duplicate blueprints for theme rooms that we've already gotten. Not that big a deal. Not too worried in the least. So there we go. Well, we got a new weapon there. New weapon. Alright. Yeah, I think we're going to... Oops, I think we blew those critical hits. But yeah. So then we got more caps. So almost 4,000 caps on this entire situation. But the main thing is we got the Mr. Handy, and we got the Lunchbox. Okay, we got everybody done doing what they're doing. Oh, of course, they're going to show up. I don't care. And then we got back out on the road for another set of quests. The game show gauntlet, I'll do that offline. This one we're going to do next time, the Wonders of Science, because it's one of those ones that showed up in the background. Yeah, this one here, these light blue ones, Dr. Herfberg, on a quest for an all-new adventure. And yeah, sounds cool. And like I said, we got Dr. Lee also out there running around and getting stuff, because we've already got... She's almost up to level 50, and she has not found any microscopes. And she's carrying with her a 61% extra wasteland junk animal, which is kind of concerning. Also, just to let you know, more people have completed training, and I've rotated them into other floors, so now I've got 4 guys at the top, although I don't know why I even have that anymore, because nothing ever reaches that. We have... Where are you? There you are. Hello. Yeah. We have got it to the point now where Deathclaws do not make it past this room, the middle room, so there's not even any point for these guys to be here. If I didn't need this to be here for, you know, needing dwellers, I would consider getting rid of it and putting in a resource room here, which is probably not a bad idea at this point. And I cannot scroll out. Oh my god, seriously? I cannot get out of this thing. Oh, I missed him. Oh well. See, that's why I don't care, because it's not like we can get any more caps. The only thing worth it is when Bottle starts dancing and I can get a Nuka-Cola Quantum from him. But that's neither here nor there. Oh, there he is. And I got caps. Oh well. And like I said, we're going to try building this one of those Grognak's axe. But again, I need 4 total microscopes, and I do not have them. I guess anything hardened weapons, if you recycle them or scrap them, you can get a microscope out of. That seems to be where I've noticed it. So we're trying to do that as well. Anything I get that's hardened that I don't really need or use, I will scrap it. But that's our marching orders right now. We're going to do some quests like the Wonders of Science, where famed scientist Otto von Hofberg is nearby, and we're going to go take our dwellers, and we're going to get them out there. Oops, I forgot to heal them up on the last quest. Oh well, it's not a problem because they are badasses and they can handle it. But they all have to get back their vengeance, because we had the last one. We had to have armor-piercing miniguns or miniguns of some sort. So let's make sure we give them the right tools for the right job. And get them out there if we can. Okay, we got them. Let's get them going. Get out there, folks. We got lots to do. Yeah, here we are. Get that there. Okay, so now where was I? Oh yes, I want to get this set up because we got the recipe for Grognak's axe last episode. I want to go build it, and it did require me to have a few items that I didn't already have, so I had to wait for them to come in. Let's see here. Yes, I needed more microscopes, of course. So let's craft that sucker. It's going to be a while, but we'll be okay. Meanwhile, let's go out and do the quest, shall we? Find Dr. Herfberg. Alrighty. Yes. So, guess what? It was my birthday last week, and I'm sorry this is going out so late. But yeah, and I tend to not really celebrate my birthday that much, because it's bad weather, and anytime we make plans to do something, they're thwarted by the weather. Just rather just not have any disappointment. We make it, put everybody else at ease. Don't have to do anything special. Let's just I'll have some good food. Maybe make me a cake, whatever. I don't care. Unfortunately, though, Megan decided to take it up a notch, and she kidnapped me for the weekend. I mean that not criminally. I mean that she said, grab the stuff, grab your coat. We're going in the car. Get in, loser. We're going relaxing. And that's basically what she did. She kind of forced me to relax. So we went. She knows someone that had a place nearby, like a condo, like at a resort, and we went there. And not anything lavish. It was nice. It was like a ski lodge kind of thing. just a small galley kitchen with, a little table there and a couch with a TV. They had a Roku thing set up. We didn't have any internet. We didn't have any, we didn't have any Wi-Fi, I should say. We didn't have any cable, so we had to use our hotspot. More on that later. But, enough rooms for everybody. And, we went, we drove up Friday after work. And we got there in a good time because apparently some hellacious storms went through the area. My own parent, my mom, lost power at her house partially. People who I know in the area who lived near that where we were at, they had lost power. We didn't, so I guess the resort had a better system. I don't know, but yeah, it's just like, what are you gonna do? We get up, we get up there, and it's like, okay, we're here now. We're not going to go back. We have. It will hopefully be okay at home. I would have probably heard something from someone back around our area if the power would have went out, but I think we're going to be okay. So we kind of just, relaxed. Sat there on the couch, we watched a movie, and then we woke up Saturday, and we decided to have coffee and breakfast, and we decided to just kind of like bum around, not really do much at all. And we it sounds so boring, but I took a nap, which I don't usually get to do in the middle of the day. And then we put together a puzzle. And again, I know that doesn't sound like this is exciting, like, oh, what a wonderful birthday. Like, no, but this is exactly kind of what I needed. We've been under a lot of stress lately. With getting rid of the house and getting everybody in here, and with my family and her family and our own personal things going on, it was we've been sort of like really we didn't really get a honeymoon after the second wedding, so we just wanted to get, and I said we need to get away, we need to get out and just do something. So we decided to just she planned all this on her own. Brought up food. She packed everything. I just grabbed my coat and we went. I mean, that was basically the extent of my involvement in any of this, which is amazing that she managed to get this. I mean, I am somewhat oblivious to half the things that are going on anymore, but the fact that I didn't notice all of this happening was pretty spectacular. So yeah, we sat there Saturday night. We put together a puzzle, and then Sunday we woke up. I was like, this is a 500-piece puzzle, and I was like fixated on it, and I never usually get that fixated on them, but here I was, and we decided then to take a walk. So the weather was nicer, and we walked around a loop around where the resort was, and oh yeah, we went to a little place for lunch the day before, which I always like finding these places, and I'll talk more about that in a second because we're going to finish up this quest and then we'll get into the next one. Yep, we found Dr. Hartberg, we killed the glowing one. Let's get back to the vault, shall we? Alright, awesome possum. Yay. Okay, we are back in the vault, and we are going to do Ghoul. Strange radio signals emitting from Vault 93. Sounds like old sports broadcast from back before the bombs dropped. Let's go do it, shall we? Get our peeps out there. We're going to go check it out. Get our folks, Alexander Anderson, Charles Anderson. I don't know if they're related, but oh well. And let's see here. Yep. And Benjamin Russell Bush. Because the other guy has another Wasteland Return. We don't want to double up on that. I don't think you can compound those. So let's go out there and get to Ghoul. And there's a Deathclaw attack. Oh well. So yeah, we went to this little market, and the thing about these places is like I get so giddy over finding a cool little place to go to eat, and it's a little sandwich shop and a grocery, like a little market, and they were like I said, they were really close to where one of my friends live, and they still had power, which was interesting because right down the road there wasn't any power. In fact, we had to go take a detour to get there because there was a tree, there was a line down on the road that we were going to take. So kind of interesting in that all of that had happened. But they had power, and like I said, it's always fun to find these little nifty places that have good food or good products. And Megan having wanting to do gluten free and do all that stuff, they had a selection of foods that were like that, and that's, just hard. I mean, I wouldn't have expected it up there. I mean, it's a very rural area from where I grew up, up in the mountains, and it's not exactly like, oh, get your bacon, get your cow, get out of here. They had, a lot of gluten-free stuff and a lot of specialty items, which is really awesome. So, we had our lunch and we were like, man, we're really digging these pickles. Like, I don't usually eat pickles, and we had pickles with our sandwiches, and they were pretty damn good. And they sold them by the jar, and we bought a jar of them. And I have never tasted pickles that good before, and it's a local place that makes them near Somerset, which is right near where we live, not about an hour, not even an hour away, about maybe 45 minutes away. But we bought a jar of that. We bought lunch there, and we took a bunch of food home. And that was on Saturday. But like I said, we went and walked on Sunday, and then Megan had made reservations at a restaurant nearby, which we were kind of worried that they weren't going to have power, but apparently power got restored sometime on the day during the day Sunday, because we needed to run to a store to get some water and stuff, and they didn't have power at the local little place, which is like right down the street from where we were going to go eat. So we were kind of worried, but we figured if they would have called and canceled any reservations if they weren't going to have power. So we just kind of like said, well, we'll play, we'll play the odds and see how it goes. And 5 o'clock, we went there, and we just got in before the rush, because they're only open for like 4 to 8 for dinners. They're like open like 12 to 3 for lunch, and then they're open 4 to 8 for dinner, and that was it on Sunday. So, we got in, sat down, and I mean, I ate way too much. First of all, they had this mac and cheese, like it was an appetizer. I thought it was an appetizer. It was more like a meal. I could have had that just as a meal, but it was mac and cheese with pulled pork on it. And my God, it was like just delicious. It was amazing. And then they had I had blackened shrimp and grits with fried green tomatoes and somewhat of a like a salsa or whatever on it. And it was like I don't even know what it would call, but there was some green pepper that was pretty like a little bit spicy. It was really, really good. And it was there was enough. There was like maybe 7 or 8 shrimp on the plate, on top of the fried green tomatoes and the grits, and everything was just wonderful. Now Megan, it was like mussels with some sort of it was like an eggplant chutney and chorizo sausage. Of course, she didn't eat the chorizo because she's a pescatarian, so she gave me the chorizo, and we took some of it home. But I mean, just the entire meal. I mean, I took half of the appetizer home because I couldn't finish it. I knew I was getting food, and then we got the entrees, and I was just like, I finished that because I just really didn't know how I was going to carry all this stuff home, because we didn't really have a lot of room for where we were at. But it was, I couldn't believe it. So then we came came back to the place, and we started to just figure out, we'll put more to the puzzle together. Let's watch a movie. It's the last night. Let's watch a movie. So first of all, in this place there was a 4K TV. Now I tried to think of myself as being on the, not the bleeding edge, but somewhere near the edge, maybe a few steps back on technology. And I don't like 4K TVs. And I had a friend throw into a private message to me when I posted this on social media about all these things I should have done to make it better. But we watched first of all, the 4K TV. It makes everything look like it's like a Canadian soap opera. It just has this weird fakeness to it, even though you're watching almost like a live TV event. Everything looks real. Like you can watch a cartoon and they look real. That's how weird this is, and it's kind of off-putting when you see it. But we decided to watch the Banshees of Inisherin, because it's the Oscars isn't coming up week. Would like to see the movie, watch it. I mean, I like Brendan Gleeson. Mad Eye Moody, gotta love him. And Colin Farrell, I can take him or leave him. So we started watching this movie and this 4K, and it's like that whatever music coming over, and they're like showing like the green Inisherin Island or whatever. And I was just kind of like, this doesn't look right. This looks like I'm watching Escape to the Country. It looks like a weird, what is this? Like, what the heck? And it was like really, really hard to sit there and like really get immersed into this film because of this 4K resolution. And I'm like, this is almost, I almost can't stand this. But well, we did that. We're gonna finish up the quest, and we'll come back and we'll talk more about it. Alrighty, let's see here. We got another quest we can do. The cat burglar. Solve the mystery of the elusive thief. Cat burglar has been hitting Vault-Tec for Vault, taking pets away from their owners. Stop them before we do anything else. Let's get our folks out there and get her going. Boop-a-deep-bop, boom. There we are. Alright. Yay. Have fun, folks. We'll see you in a bit. So, yeah. Banshees of Inisherin on a 4K TV. Again, the opening shot of Ireland just looking really, really weird. And then there's a whole... If you've never seen the movie, I don't want to give anything away. It's not what you think it is. It sounds like it's just a funny character piece about two friends who are no longer friends, and like, trying to figure out the mystery there. But it turns into something so much weirder, so much different. But the beginning where he's walking to his friend's house, along the shore, along the trails or whatever of this little island called the Inisherin. And it was hard to watch. It was like him walking. It was like he doesn't look like he's really there. Like he's in like he's being superimposed into it, like CGI'd, and it was really hard to watch. And like I said, my friend said you should do all these other steps. I'm like, look, this isn't our TV. I'm not going to make all these things. Like, I do all that kind of stuff. I fixed it. I go to hotels and first thing I do is I fix the TV. I'm like, oh, okay. Whatever. I'm here for a couple of days. It's not my stuff. I don't want to touch it. The other thing about the thing is we use a Fire Stick for most of the streaming apps that we use. They had a Roku, which was kind of neat, a little bit different of an interface. I don't like the remote because you can hit the mute button on the side with your holding it. So it's almost made for like a left-handed person than it is for a right-handed person, because the way the buttons are aligned. And I kept hitting mute when I was trying to like do stuff. Not only that, but because they didn't have internet, we had to use a mobile hotspot. Now I have unlimited data plan, which for like the first time in my life, I finally have an unlimited data plan. I don't have to worry about that stuff. Odd story. Back in the day, just 10 years ago, I had limited texts. I could only send 250. Was it 50 texts? I think 50 or 250. I'm not sure which texts a month. And then I would get dinged 25 cents a text. I was living in the dark ages, I know. But now I have unlimited data and all that other stuff, and you don't have to worry about those things. But the thing about this is that my plan, you get 5 gigs mobile hotspot per month. I didn't realize that I only had 5 gigs of mobile hotspot per month. Now I've used my hotspot when I've had to go to a remote site for work and they didn't have Wi-Fi available. And I mean my business, work a different location where they didn't have Wi-Fi, and I could not get authenticated through our network on an Ethernet cable, so I had to use the mobile hotspot, and it didn't really take that much out of it. But for some reason, I had only 5 gig, and I thought, oh, well, we can at least watch one movie with 5 gig, right? Right? No, we couldn't. I got through an hour of the Banshees of Inisherin, and it said I got a text saying I'd used up all but 10% of my mobile hotspot, my hotspot data. I'm like, are you kidding me? I watched an hour of this movie, and it's already up through 4 gig. That's insane. Now, I'm not going to get, charged if I go over that. It's just going to throttle the bandwidth down to like 600K or something like that, or 600 megabytes. So I'm like, well, okay, let's see how bad this is. So we watched the rest of the movie, and we got to about a half an hour left of it, and I burned through the last of the mobile data, and honestly, the quality got better because it didn't look like that 4K. It was a little bit less crisp, and it had more of a movie feel to it. Now, I was like, oh well, this is we should have done this before. We should have watched this movie like that before, but we didn't. Now, we did get home Monday, and I wanted to see. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I'm going to die for making a cheap crossover joke with Skyrim. I don't actually know if I could have done anything differently with that one, but still the same reason. We get the cat no matter what, so it doesn't really matter. So we got home, and I was like, we have to check this out. So we got on our TV, put on Banshees in Inisherin. Like, let's just watch the first 10 minutes of it to see what it looks like. Go to the, him, the overshot, the shot of Ireland, him walking up the road, and then him going into the pub, because those are the three things we really noticed how bad it looked under 4K. And honestly, it was like, I would have rather have watched the movie at home, because it was better quality. And it was more like it was a movie. I mean, I'm watching a movie, a film. I'm a film snob, in a sense. So this technology is not really great. I mean, maybe for sports, maybe for other things, maybe for live events, maybe for something with that kind of stuff. But like a movie, you can't watch like Star Wars with that kind of like quality. You got to have like that cinematic, grainy feel to it. So, all right, we finished that off. We're going to come back and do some more things. All right, we finally got Grognok's X, and there you go, Grognok's X, 18 to 26. We're going to put that with somebody here eventually, and it'll be awesome. And we got Child Special from this Turkish van we got. That means if you give them to a pregnant dweller before they give birth, you can up every special on the child by one. So let's open up our lunchboxes now. We got Wonder Glue, we got Advanced Lab Coat, we've got Nuka-Cola Quantums times 4, yay! We've got caps, we got caps, and the next one, get it open. We're going to get caps and Brahmin hide and a stim pack and a business suit, C+4, yeah, and caps. I wonder if that comes with the monocle, I forget. Alright, and then of course, because of the last time we did the Too Good to Be True, we got another Mr. Handy, which is awesome. We'll just put him onto a floor that doesn't have one because we're running out of places to put him. But that's great. We got all that. We'll throw him down. Let's see here. Where can we go? No yet. Oh, what? Yes, we'll put him right there. He'll guard the people crafting things. Back in the 80s. I'm going to say that like I'm Patton Oswalt or somebody. But back in the 80s, we had some really weird materialistic things. Now, today you might think that, something along the lines of like the Funko Pop dolls, the little figurines or whatever that we have out now. But back in the 80s, we had some strange ideas of what we thought were cool to have or own, or some kind of a status symbol. And I am no stranger to that, since that is the era in which I grew up. Now, I will say that I did not have a lot of these things. I did not have the money for a lot of these things. I was a child that grew up in a house that had 3 kids, and we got what we needed. We didn't get what we wanted. I didn't have a lot. I had hand-me-downs and everything else, but there were times where we could get certain things that were, cool. There was no like really frivolous luxury, mad money type purchases. I expected that one day that would happen. Now, I'm saying all this because of this trip we took last week for my birthday to a ski resort that was, local to us nearby, and it just, it brought back a lot of 80s memories, and I'll explain why. So let's start down the path first of all. So back in the 80s, what we're saying, there were these things that we thought we would really, really want to have that I have no clue as to why they were desirable to me. First of all, I will go back to the earliest of memories, even into the 70s. The catalog, the Sears catalog, or the Wish book, or however you want to call it, and I've talked about this before, but there were things that I wanted in that I never ever got, and I can't even imagine what I would have been able to do with had I had, but it was something I always really, really wanted, and I never got it. And one of them, the first thing was, I was a big fan of the show Silver Spoons. And in this show, Silver Spoons, there was a mansion, and inside the mansion there was a train, a little, not a toy train, but enough of a train that an adult could ride it, but it was still not a full-size train. It was like a tricycle size, or like a little bike size. to ride it, and you could just ride this train in and outside, of the house, and it was just the coolest thing ever. And so in this wish book, there was this plastic, of course, plastic, injection mold plastic train and tracks that you could get. You can buy a lot of tracks and set down different courses, and then you'd have to pedal and move it around. And I really, really wanted that. I mean, I asked for that every year for like 3 years growing up, and I never got it. And I never understood why, but we didn't have the room for it, and it was a little bit expensive. I wish I could find one now and see how much it would have actually cost back then, and even equate that to today's money. But that was the one thing I always wanted. The other thing I always wanted were those little arcade games that were about the size of a lunchbox, or I guess in today's terms was in the size of probably a 7x5 sized square box that was just like little joysticks on it with Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, that kind of thing. I really wanted one of those, and I never got it. it was just something I always wanted. Of course, I really, really wanted the full size. I really wanted the full size of a Galaga arcade cabinet, or the old Star Wars game cabinet, or Double Dragon, or one of those, or anything like that. Or even a full-size pinball machine. Of course, my favorite pinball machine would have been a Fun House, but I would have taken Jurassic Park. I would have taken the Addams Family, Terminator. I would have taken 8-Ball Deluxe. I would have taken any of those. Those were all great, pinball machines back in the day. So yeah, and I had friends that had like full-size pinball machines, and I was like, oh, that's so awesome. I mean, after a while, I'm sure it would get boring, but still, these are things that were like just mad money, no care in the world, more money than brains kind of purchases I wish I could have had. And then that leads me to into my teen years, and of course then I wanted a Nintendo, and I had an Atari, and I had to spend my own money to get a Nintendo when I was growing up. But then you could go to the mall, and in the mall there were these stores that had such stupid things for you to buy that were just, is it any wonder we were a country that had a craze about a rock with googly eyes pasted on it? I mean, my goodness. There was a store in the mall that you could go into that had artwork. And that artwork was like, sometimes you get it, if you were a college football fan, there might be an overhead shot, a big, huge poster or print of Notre Dame, the field. South Bend, the whole thing. And then, of course, if you're from the Pittsburgh area, it was Three Rivers, or the Civic Arena, or Three Rivers back then, because that was both football and baseball at the time. But there was also these ones, and I was always one of these that I wanted, like the Hopper, the Nighthawks. And I mean, not even the original Nighthawk, although I would want that now. But I wanted the the one with Marilyn Monroe, Humphrey Bogart, James Dean, and Elvis in it, like the Boulevard of Broken Dreams version of it. But there was also these ones that were they were not even like artwork you could consider to be very well done. I mean, not like we're going into the Louvre or to the Metropolitan Museum of Modern Art, that kind of thing. This was just a painting or a print of like the Golden Gate Bridge, or the just a lighthouse. But there was these LED lights, and I don't mean LED like we say now, like the can lights in your house and the ceiling are LED. I mean like these little itty bitty ones that are like these little diode lights that you would see on little control panels for things, on these old machines or old equipment from days gone by, the mid to late 20th century. But they were poked through, and so like you'd have lights on the Golden Gate Bridge, or you'd have lights in the lighthouse, and they would chase each other, and it was just like this they was paintings with lights in them, and this was like the coolest thing ever to me, and I wanted to buy one. I would wander into these stores when I was a kid, and I would say, I want to get that, and it was like hundreds of dollars for this stupid thing, and I never understood what the allure of it was, but it was something I wanted. It was just this weird, just tchotchke thing that I wanted. I mean, we go into Spencer's. Oh my gosh, Spencer's, if you're not spending a lot of time back in the posters in the back with the cars and the girls and all that stuff, there are like all kinds of stupid little things in there, like the laser, the ball that you touch in it, like the plasma ball, or the thing was a bunch of pins all pushed into a thing, and you could make your hand or put it on your, how you want to talk about the origins of a pandemic? How the hell did we get out of the 80s without spreading an entire flu virus across the country from people walking into Spencer's and picking up that thing with all the pins in it, putting their face against it and sticking their tongue against it, making an outline of your face with the tongue sticking out, and then putting that back on the shelf, and then having the next person come over and do the exact same thing over and over again? How did we not die from infectious diseases back then? My goodness. It's craziness to understand that, but that's the thing that we had. We wanted the ball, the fart bags, the all those little goofy things, all those things that were like maybe $20-$30, and that was like these little things. Why would you buy them? Like I remember when I was in junior high, and we went on a trip to New York City for class, and we went to FAO Schwartz and these other little stores, and my friend actually bought, this is the funniest story ever to me growing up, but we went into, I think it was FAO Schwartz or whatever, and this was like 1980, 88, 89, that time frame, so right about the time when the Batman movie came out with Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson. And my friend bought, it was a bag that had like a Joker thing in it, and when you hit it and hit the ground, it would laugh like the Joker. And so he had it. It was the coolest thing. He liked it. It was psh, drop it, would the whole laugh thing. And then we went from there. After that, we went to St. Patrick's Cathedral, and we were walking around St. Patrick's Cathedral, and there was actually a wedding going on. We got to crash a wedding at St. Patrick's Cathedral. We were in the receiving line as they were all coming out. And my friend with his bag walked up and was going to take pictures, and he walked up beside this old man who was he was kneeling down in front of the candles, and he was praying. Guy, he probably had a family member that was lying in a hospital somewhere, maybe Cedars-Sinai, or whatever, or just, something really wrong, or just needed prayers for something. And he's sitting there praying, just very penitent and just all doing that and very involved in what he's doing. And my friend says, "Oh, I'm going to take a picture of this." And he drops the bag on the ground to take a picture, and that damn Joker ball went off in the middle of St. Patrick's Cathedral, and the echoes. Oh my gosh, this thing was going crazy. It was insane. It was the funniest thing. He turned 3 shades of red when he did that, and he's like, "I feel so horrible." Like, this guy probably thought I was laughing at him. And I was like, yeah, maybe. But just stupid shit like that, But then there was other stores in the mall that had other stupid shit that I wanted, and I don't know why. But there was and this comes back from when I was a younger child. In a class, we had it was gifted or impact, whatever you want to call it. And in this class we had, like, you could make dinosaurs. There was these little dinosaurs that were made out of they were like puzzles, 3D puzzles of dinosaur skeletons with like the same cardboard or whatever material that the little spoons for the ice cream cups. You know what I mean? Like tongue depressors type of wood that they had the skeletons for dinosaur puzzles. But not only that, we had a clock or a calendar that it never worked right. And I don't know why it never worked right. Nobody knew how to fix the thing. It was like a project for somebody for like their IEP or whatever to fix it. But it was a clock or a calendar that used little ball bearings or whatever that would run. It was just like a Rube Goldberg device to tell time or whatever, and it never really worked right. It was supposed to like go down these different levers and tunnels and valleys and drop and would drop in and make the thing turn and all that other stuff. But yeah, we had one of those. But then that this was a store that had those types of things, but also they had the one thing I really, really, really wanted, and that was this. It was about maybe a 2-foot long rectangle, maybe about 2 inches deep, and it was this box that sat upon a pivot, and it went back and forth, and inside was 2 types of liquid, one blue and one clear, and it was like a wave, and it would just tip back and forth, rock back and forth on that fulcrum, and it would just roll like the oil, and just the viscosity would make it look like it would go really in slow motion. And it also had the sound of the ocean. And I really wanted that thing, and I don't know why I really wanted that thing, but man, it was something I really, really, truly wanted, and of course, I didn't have the money for it. It's one of those things. And then later on, and something that happened around the turn of the century in the 2000s when DVDs became the media of the accepted media for movies instead of VHS. And there was and I talked about this before when we moved, and I had to condense all of my DVDs and my video games and my movies and my CDs and all that down from all of the cases down into these wallets, these 4-banger wallets, because I didn't have space for all this stuff, and the amount of space that this thing would have taken up to have all those cases. But there was such a desire to be the status symbol. Like, you walk into somebody's house and you see all their movies on display, and it's like, look at my movie collection, my home theater, look at all this stuff. And I was the same way, and I wanted to have a shelf just full of movies instead of books, because I wasn't really a big reader like my other friends might have been, but I wanted to have the movies. And that was another status thing. But this all happened because we went to the ski resort up in the mountains. And the reason why is because I remember, and I don't know if I spoke about this before, but I remember in the 80s there was such a trope, like it was like Die Hard, but it was a ski resort, and it was always, there was a group of slob, guys that goofed off, that were not serious, that were funny, that were always the charismatic ne'er-do-wells that were like the hot dogger skiers that could do all this stuff, and they were the cool guys, and they were usually like the trainers and whatnot. And then there was the rich, usually foreign, maybe German or Swiss or Scandinavian, something along the lines of European Euro train. That's what they call it, No, I'm not going to say it, but the way it was depicted in Die Hard, but like that they were the bad guys, and somehow there was like a developer that was going to take the mountain from the soft-spoken old guy that was an old timer from back in the day, skier, mountain climber, whatever, and he ran the mountain, and it was just like a local hangout, and now they wanted to develop and put up condos and all that, and so there was like this race to save the mountain between the slobs and the snobs, and Hot Dog the movie, the Chinese downhill, that whole thing, and then there's Ski School and all these other movies that and it just seemed to be like a trope, a genre of film depicting that, and we all thought that this was what really happened at these ski resorts. Now, I've never been to Vail. I've never been to a ski resort outside of Pennsylvania, and we've only have a couple of them in my area. And the one, it has a full-blown resort thing. You have like the entire hotel space, you have a pool, you had an indoor mini golf, you had of course all the slopes, the tow rope, and the chair lifts, and there was a tubing area, and then up along the ridge on the top of the hill there were all these condos that were put in. But you had all this space, and then meeting spaces and dining spaces, banquet spaces, and then shops and restaurants and all that. And it was a very large outfit. Now, down the road, this is the one we stayed at, there was another ski resort that had no hotel spacing. It was all condos, townhome, that kind of thing. And then Megan and I took a walk up to it the one day during the weekend, and we did a walk around the place, and I'm like, let's go check it out, because I wanted to get that feeling of being back in the 80s. Like, I'm going to go walk into the ski resort, I'm going to see, the the hot doggers and everybody else, and maybe I'll catch a Chinese downhill. Who knows? But we walked up, and there was just like a couple of buildings with like overflow for feeding and a bar and just like the pro shop and all that stuff, and then an event space, and then there was nothing else. And there was no big hotel space, there was no big pool, no big resort. It was just basically a place to go skiing. And I thought, man, I felt cheated, because I had this expectation I was going to see the grandeur of the 80s ski resort, because it's still steeped in the 80s back up there. It's not like it's really advanced to the 21st century. It's still got a lot of the same feeling and that atmosphere, and it wasn't there. And I was rather disappointed. And it just, that got me thinking about all these things, these stupid purchases, and the materialism and the capitalism and everything that the 80s stood for. And then I was just flabbergasted that this wasn't even apparent anymore. And I thought, maybe I dreamt it. Maybe it was like a Mandela effect, where I didn't really know these things were happening. I just assumed that this was a way, as I willed it into existence from my own brain. And that was kind of a sad it was like a sad thing, like finding out about, the truth about certain things in your life that, you used to accept were being magical that weren't. It was just like your parents. And, it hurt a little bit. But I just wanted to bring that up, and I wanted to talk about that because I thought it was such a cool concept in my brain, and all these stupid things that, I always wanted. And I have a couple of Funko Pops, and I have some posters from movies, but that's pretty much it. I'm not even going to go and get it like a PS5 at this point because I just don't have any space or time for it. So yeah, that's sad. But yeah, so that's the end of that story.
There is a thing that is called the Mandela effect. And what the Mandela effect is that there is a collective shared false memory of something that happened that actually didn't. Now, that could be because of the consciousness that we have understanding somebody said something that I heard from somewhere that gets proliferated across multiple people in the absence of verification, like, of course, the internet, which is ironic if you think about it. But there's also the idea that everybody remembers something happening that didn't actually happen. And like I said, there are some examples of this. The most prolific one, of course, that I can remember, and these are different than like urban legends or myths. Like an urban legend or a myth was that the kid from the Life commercials, Mikey, actually died from ingesting Pop Rocks and drinking Pepsi. That never happened. That's an urban legend. That's something you would check out on Snopes. Now, you can check out Mandela effect ideas on Snopes, but it's from a different categorization of falsehood. Whereas what happened with Mikey blowing up from from the Pop Rocks and Pepsi was a perpetrated myth, a falsehood, something like the idea that on the Fruit of the Loom logo, the branding for underwear and shirts, that there was ever a cornucopia that all of the fruit came out of. We all seem to think, and I can think in my memory, yeah, I remember seeing a cornucopia, but that never happened. I do remember the commercials growing up of the guys dressed up in fruit with long johns on underneath, the apple with the core on top of his head, and the guy in the grapes and all that, selling, tighty whities and whatnot, but never a cornucopia. And there's another well-known Mandela effect concerning a children's book about the Berenstain Bears, in which the Berenstain Bears is spelled in a certain fashion, and everybody seems to remember it being spelled differently. I think with an A instead of all E's. One of the more famous, and oddly enough, I never actually remembered having ever remembered, or misremembered, I should say, this idea, that there was a movie called Shazam starring the comedian Sinbad as a genie. But yet everybody seems to remember sometime in the 90s that there was this movie called Shazam starring Sinbad as a genie. And it's probably because Sinbad, being the comic's name, also being associated to Sinbad, the stories, Sinbad and the Seven Seas, and being something of a mythological character like a genie. And everybody remembers him wearing those pants that sort of remind you of like a genie. But there was never actually a movie with him as a genie. There was a 1996 movie with Shaquille O'Neal called Kazam. And perhaps, unfortunately, we are all a victim of associating the fact that Shaquille O'Neal was a very tall, bald person of color with another very tall, bald person of color being Sinbad. And maybe that's why we thought. But Kazam, everybody remembers Kazam, but then everybody also remembers Shazam. And that just never happened. Now, oddly enough, at the time when YouTube started to come out big in society, everybody could see videos on the internet, someone went and made a fake trailer for this movie that never existed called Shazam. And it has the markings of being an old VHS copy of the trailer with the noise bars and the worn warped lines on the screen. And it is quite funny to have watched it, and somebody really, and Sinbad having, in good humor, doing all this, which was rather hilarious. That now, see, it does exist. But that obviously was done as a joke to go with this idea that there was ever such a movie that existed. Now, on a more personal note, I have been victim to my own Mandela effect. And it's not even something I'm very proud of. It's actually something I'm sort of embarrassed about from a geographical standpoint. You see, back when I was a small child, my parents would go on trips for a couple of business or social things. My father was an insurance agent, and he went on trips for that company. My father was also a part of a social organization that was, a community group, and he would go on trips with those people as well. That was more of a social trip than more of a business trip. And my parents, and I've seen home movies of my parents in Germany, the Glockenspiel on old 8mm film, and the gondolas going up, the mountains, and Munich and all that, and the wonders of Eastern, or Western, I should say, at that time, West Germany in the early to late 70s. But there was also these trips that they would take, around the United States as well. I remember also that when we were growing up, we didn't have digital cameras, of course, because I am almost 50. I'm 48. We did not have digital cameras. We had my father, for his business, he would use a Polaroid camera because you could get the photos instantly in case he had to go and document an accident or a tree falling somewhere. That got you the film automatically, and so you didn't have to worry about taking film to a store to be processed. You needed to have the information right ahead, because if you go and you take a picture of an accident and you don't have the development process right then and there, you then have to wait, and if that picture does not come out good or something happens to the film, you do not have the ability to go back and get a good chain of evidence idea. Like something could happen, more damage mysteriously happened to the car after the accident, which could lead to insurance fraud. So that's why he used a Polaroid, and that was the only instant film that we had back then. Other cameras were usually 35mm Instamatics, or just Nikon or whatever. Minolta is one of those things, but you had to go and get that film developed. The unfortunate part, though, is that he wasn't always that big on taking pictures. So let's say my parents would go on a trip and they would take photos. They may not use a whole entire roll of film. Now, this is where this comes into play. In my growing up, I would go and look at old photos. I would go and look at old photos because I wanted to know more about things that I was not aware or was a part of. To see where, oh, look, my parents went to go see, this location. My parents went to go see that location. So it was kind of a bit of an educational effort to see where, I had never been outside of the state and to get to see other places. So at one point growing up, and I was probably in my 20s before I realized that my mistake, I was under the impression that the set for Dallas, the farm, the estate, was in Las Vegas or outside of Las Vegas. That is correct. I believed that the home of J.R. Ewing, that grand, sprawling, green grass, white building estate, was located just outside of Las Vegas, Nevada. The show was called Dallas, by the way, but I was so sure that house was in Nevada. Why? I'll tell you why. First of all, I must say that being someone who is familiar with movies and how movies are made, I do know that not everything is filmed on set, exactly at the location. Just watching The Last of Us and watching how they went through the entire United States from Boston all the way to Utah while never leaving Calgary, Canada, seeing how Calgary doubled for Utah and also Kansas City, which to my dismay it was not in Pittsburgh. If everybody remembers playing the game, the scene with the scene I'm talking about, that happened in Pittsburgh in the game, not in Kansas City, but that neither here nor there. So filming locations tend to not be exactly where they are. So I was readily able to, explain this way of saying, no. You see, they didn't film it in Dallas. I mean, the show's called Dallas, but they film it everywhere. They film it in Hollywood. So that, the on-site location for this estate was actually outside of Vegas. I have the photos to show it. And the reason why I say I had the photos to show it is because that my parents had a envelope full of photos that showed them on a trip to Vegas. And mixed in were photos of them seeing the house from Dallas. So I automatically assumed that it was filmed on, somewhere else, and that while they were in Dallas or in Las Vegas, they managed to see the house from the TV show Dallas. You can see where I was wrong. Because what did I tell you? When they would go on vacation, they would take photos, and not always would they actually use up an entire roll of film. So because they didn't use up an entire roll of film, whatever was left over to take, when the next trip they went to, they continued taking pictures on that roll. So when they went to go get them developed, the pictures from both the trips to Las Vegas and their trips to the actual city of Dallas in Texas were on the same roll of film. And the Mandela effect that I experienced was that because these were both on the same roll of film, grouped together in the same photos, and they were obviously from the same trip in my mind, that it was the location for the TV show Dallas existed outside of Vegas. I was probably in my mid to late 20s before I made the connection otherwise. And that's not to say that I'm that stupid that I ignored the truth. It's just that I had held that belief for so long that nothing ever told me to go check that. Nothing ever told me that I needed to go and check up on my belief to make sure that I was actually right. There was never a discussion. We never talked about it. But I happened to bring it up one day at a family gathering, and everybody looked at me like I was standing there with lobsters crawling out of my ears. What do you mean? I'm like, well, because it was on the same roll of film, and I obviously assumed that because, Hollywood is Hollywood, they filmed it wherever they could find the location looked great. Not the fact that it was actually inside of Texas and inside of Dallas. But these are the types of things that we as humans tend to misremember, because there's an overwhelming sense that we heard that, we saw that, everything that we were told. And the Mandela effect that I explained earlier, the movie Shazam and the Berenstain Bears and the Fruit of the Loom, those were all widely held ideas that there was this thing that happened and that it was true. Never believing that we actually saw them with our own eyes, but that we were led to believe and never corrected. So that just goes to show you that you shouldn't believe everything you read on the internet, and that you should actually do the research yourself. And before we go, I thought I would share a couple of Mandela effects that actually occurred in the video game world. And these are ones that I actually never really was aware of, but I had found through research. One of the Mandela effects was that there was the ability to change the names of characters in a Final Fantasy game, I believe number 8, Final Fantasy 8. And that you could actually execute an action and change the names on some of the characters. Of course, this never happened. Another one was that there, inside of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, that there was a Bigfoot that could be found. Now, I have played every Grand Theft Auto from Grand Theft Auto 3 on, and I have never, ever known there to be a Bigfoot in any game, let alone in San Andreas. Now, I will say that when you do make it to the second island, where Chiliad is at, and the more, you know, in regards to Grand Theft Auto 5, the upper part of the map where Trevor lives, that whole, like, the dirt area, that, and Mount Chiliad area, that is in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and that you can enter an area where there are some beat up cars that, for whatever reason, are somewhat possessed and will roll down the hill at you with their front grills in the shape of sharpened teeth. That actually is true. I have seen it happen. But this was before you could film it on the, with your phone and put it up on YouTube. Back in 2004. But a more well-known Mandela effect, and one that people still hold to be true, was that there was some sort of conspiracy surrounding a game called Polybius. In fact, people still try to maintain that it was a real thing for the sake of entertainment. Just know that there was never a game that could cause severe trauma to you, mental anguish or others, that was used for testing or for experimenting, called Polybius. It never happened. However, I do have a shirt in homage to the game that never existed on sale in my store, and you can find the links to that in the description and at the end of the video.
Okay, we'll send these guys out onto another quest. We're going to put them in regular outfits instead of their swimmies. We don't want them. Have you guys been out of the? Did you already eat before we went? Because you shouldn't do that within a half an hour. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's it for tonight. Thanks again, everybody, for watching. We'll see you next time. Have a good one. Talk to you later. Take care of each other. Take care of yourself. Take care of the planet. See you next time. Have a good one. Bye-bye.